welcome back to the United Stand. It is deadline day live, and have we got a show for you? We've got so many guests, we've got loads of interaction, we've got games to play, we've got people calling in, and hopefully we're going to get Ugarte live officially announced. We'll see what happens with that. Dan Ashworth's been talking, saying that Manchester United's transfer business may not be done. He's got a load of phone calls coming in, and we've also got Sam himself here with hopefully some exclusive transfer news coming through. What do you want to see Manchester United do in the last hours of the window? So we'll be live for a bit, and then we'll be handing over to Goldbridge later. But look, Sam, welcome. Transfer deadline day. It's been a long summer. Can we expect anything from Manchester United, do you think?
So obviously, hello everyone. Welcome to the show. I've got my phone out here on WhatsApp, constantly getting different sorts of messages, sorts of murmurs. Also got my Twitter messages open. I think the kind of word that some of the journalists got hold of last night was that Manchester United's business could be done. We were linked for a swap deal between Raheem Sterling and Jadon Sancho with Chelsea. Now that interest was true and that interest was concrete. However, Arsenal came in for Raheem Sterling. They consider it, for what my understanding is, a tricky deal to get done, although that was this morning. It's been a few hours. I'm waiting for another update on the Raheem Sterling deal. I think they're working on a loan. And what I would say is I wouldn't be entirely shocked to see Manchester United make one more incoming, not including Ugarte, so one new signing, a name that isn't out there yet. I think it's fair to say it's not concrete, and it's definitely not advanced, but I'd keep an eye on the future of Chukwuemeka from Chelsea. Chelsea's midfield. I think it's very interesting. West Ham were interested, but they are currently unsure whether they have the conditions to get the deal over the line. James Ward-Prowse moving to Nottingham Forest. And yeah, Chelsea hoping to reach an agreement for Jadon Sancho. I'm sure we'll get into it, but I'd keep an eye on the future of Chukwuemeka. But as I say, nothing advanced and no concrete conversations yet. But it feels like we've not got long left to go. However, we've still got a decent bit of the day left, so let's see what happens.
Yeah, exactly. It's definitely some exciting things to watch there. On Chukwuemeka, how do you say it?
Chukwuemeka. Chukwuemeka.
See, I thought it was Chukwuemeka, but then somebody corrected me on the show the other day and said it was Chukwuemeka. I thought it was Chukwuemeka.
Well, Carney, if you're watching because you're interested in a United move, then let us know.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I was watching the Chelsea video the other day when it was like, players pronouncing how they say the names, and I thought he said it Chukwuemeka, but I might be completely wrong. I mean, get in the comments down below, is that something you want to look at? I was doing a show the other day on the United Stand, and I was talking about, the Sancho swap deal, and I said, ideally, I wouldn't want to sell Sancho to a rival because it's, it'd be very typical, and we know it could happen because Sancho has the talent, for him to go to Chelsea, do really well and make us look silly. They're a rival for us. I just wouldn't want the embarrassment, to be honest with you, because I've never said Jadon Sancho isn't a good player. I've said, I don't think he's the right fit for Manchester United because of everything that's gone on behind the scenes, but the talent is there. So if you went to Chelsea, there is likability that he could, do well, and then it makes United look silly. So I was saying, ideally, if I was United, I would 100% be pushing the Juventus move over the Chelsea move. But I said I wouldn't want Sterling. But if they included someone like Chukwuemeka and Kunku, Madueke, who I really like, someone young, someone fresh who has got that ability, I would be open to it. And I actually think Chukwuemeka, considering the injury we've had to Mount as well, could be a really interesting signing for Manchester United to make. Yeah,
I mean, it's one to watch. It's very early. West Ham's interest is confirmed by the UK national press, so let's keep an eye on it. It's nothing, majorly concrete. It's just murmurs at the moment, but we'll bring you obviously more if we get more on it. One thing I will say, and I will shut down immediately, is rumours of Romeo Lavia joining Manchester United. I put this to a senior Chelsea official, and they replied with a laughing face and said, never in a million years. So Romeo Lavia will not be joining Manchester United and won't leave Chelsea on deadline day, despite some rumours online, is my understanding.
Yeah, I said that. I saw people in the chat the other day saying, only if we get Cole Palmer. And I was like, What are you talking about? There's no chance in this
Cole
earth.
Palmer's a United fan, so in all honesty, Beth, I think Cole Palmer will be a Manchester United player in his career. Obviously not today, but I think in a few years, I think we could be sat here talking about how good Palmer was at Old Trafford today.
People are laughing. I said Nkunku. I'm not saying Nkunku would come to Manchester United. I'm saying that's what I'd be saying if I was United. You know, if they want Sancho, I'd be saying, I want someone decent in return. I don't want Raheem Sterling. I mean, you spoke about Raheem Sterling to start the show. If anybody missed it, could you just give us a clarification on Raheem Sterling's future right now?
Yes, so I can give you it as of 10 a.m. this morning, and
Okay.
I'm waiting for another update. So as of 10 a.m. this morning, I understood that Raheem Sterling joining Arsenal was a concrete possibility. It wasn't advanced as of 10 a.m. And as it stood at that time, the Arsenal were working out internally. They're having internal discussions about if they want to go for it, and if so, what formula would they like? Would they want to be a permanent deal? Would they want to go on loan? I was told that Raheem had already had conversations with Mikel Arteta about the possibility of him joining Arsenal, and Chelsea are still and were still concretely interested in Jadon Sancho. So as it stands, Arsenal are still there for Raheem Sterling. I think the impression kind of is if he won't move to Arsenal, would United go back in? But I don't think we're there at the moment.
Interesting stuff. Why don't we run a poll of who would you rather Manchester United bring in a swap deal for Jadon Sancho for Chelsea, because Chelsea and Jadon Sancho seems to be advancing. So we'll do 3 different options if we can run a poll on this, please. We'll do, would you rather swap Jadon Sancho for Chukwuemeka, for Raheem Sterling, or keep Sancho? They're the 3 options. Keep Sancho, swap him for Chukwuemeka, or swap him for Raheem Sterling. Obviously, there might be fees involved in that, you know, payments here and there. But which one would you rather go for? I think that would be a really interesting poll to run, especially seeing as they're 2 players that we'll link with. And Chelsea are definitely deep into negotiations regarding Jadon Sancho. And there is some mixed reviews on that. Some people don't want him to go for Chelsea. I want to be honest, I'm very reluctant, just because I think it could make us look silly. It really does frustrate me that Sancho and Ten Hag were never able to work it out, because I still actually believe that Sancho has got talent there. I don't think you go and do what he's done previously in his career and you don't have the talent. People say, oh, we can't work in the Premier League. I don't believe that. I think he could under the right system. But unfortunately, we don't play with possession-based wingers. I think Sancho could flourish in the right system, and that's what worries me about the Chelsea deal. Jason Hanna says, what about that kid Coney? Will he get announced today?
I think we're waiting on Manchester United to confirm the signing of Ugarte. Ugarte wasn't registered in time to face Liverpool on Sunday, so he won't be featuring in that game. And we just wait for official confirmation on that, and then we can move on Kone deal.
Ooh, interesting stuff. I'm excited for that kid. He looks good. Obviously, I've not really seen anything of him apart from stuff that's been posted on Twitter.
Yeah,
but I really like the fact that we're investing into the academy, because obviously we've done some great work on that in a number of years, and I know Murto didn't get credit for a lot. But, you know, the academy's done pretty well, and, you know, the Garnacho, yeah, obviously Kobbie Mainoo's been here for years, but Garnacho was one of them finds that we brought in from Atletico Madrid. We paid money for him, brought him in. We've had some good deals in the academy, and we've got a really promising academy coming through. Obviously, Collier, we brought him in from Brighton. So there's stuff to look out for as well.
For sure. I've actually got a bit of information that I had earlier in the window on Collier that we could discuss if you fancy it.
Yeah, we will talk about that in a second. I just quickly want to talk about Raheem Sterling for a second. So this is what I wanted to bring on to next. Have your vote down in the poll down below. I was having this discussion with my friend earlier who is an Arsenal fan, and what we were saying is, and this really did make me have a bit of a think on, you know, Erik Ten Hag as a manager, because I really want Erik Ten Hag to do well. It's frustrated me that, you know, we don't look like we can score goals. And that is something that's been an issue for us for quite a long time. I know everything that Jadon Sancho has done, you know, at Manchester United and the whole, everything behind the scenes is a messy situation. But if they have truly sorted it out, you know, there is talent there. Would he be able to work with him? Would we be able to move forward? If not, that's fine. But what frustrates me a little bit about the situation with Erik Ten Hag is that I don't want Raheem Sterling at Manchester United. And the reason I don't want Raheem Sterling at Manchester United, because I feel like he'd come in and I don't think he'd be able to get going. I don't think he'd be very good at Manchester United, and I don't think Erik Ten Hag would get the best out of him. Whereas I said this to my friend who's an Arsenal fan. If Sterling goes to Arsenal, I believe Arteta will get the best out of him, and I believe he will be good for them. And that's the issue I've got with Erik ten Hag at the minute. You guys know I back Erik ten Hag. I wanted him to stay. I want him to have a really promising season, a good season. But we need to be able to score more goals, and he needs to get more out of our attackers. And the fact that in my head I was like, I don't want Raheem Sterling because I know what the script to be at Manchester United. He just wouldn't do well. But I know if Arteta gets him, he'll be able to do well with him, and that's something. Do you think that's something that United need to keep an eye on a little bit?
I think it's definitely an interesting point that you've just raised there on Sterling. To be honest, if he came to United, I don't think he'd play. I don't think he'd play at all. And
he's on a big wage.
Let's first talk about the wage, right? So he is on excess of 325 grand a week at Chelsea.
Crazy.
With performance-based add-ons that push it for sometimes he earns over £400,000 a week, right? Which Manchester United have already told him they would not be prepared to pay. Now, if he joined Manchester United, would he be willing to take that wage cut? He's told Arsenal he's willing to take some form of a wage cut to move there, and he's obviously already spoken to Arteta. Now, yes, I think Arteta would be able to get the best out of Raheem Sterling, and I don't think that Raheem Sterling, if he wants, so part of the reason Raheem wants to move is to get his international career going again. He wants to be playing for England again. Now, if he came to Manchester United, I think we're all in agreement, and I think the chat will be in agreement as well, that he won't start. And he would rarely get minutes, and I still think that Ten Hag would prefer Antony over Sterling if Sterling was here. So it just doesn't make any sense to me. And the only sort of reason that I thought we even opened those conversations was because Chelsea wanted Sancho and Sterling got exiled from the Chelsea team.
Interesting stuff. Get in the comments down below. What do you think? Are you worried about us being able to score goals under Erik ten Hag, and is that something that we need a solution for within the final hours of the transfer window? Does it make sense selling Jadon Sancho when he can provide something different? Erik ten Hag has been speaking about him in his press conference, and this is what's interesting about Erik, because this is somebody who's dropped Jadon Sancho from the squad for the first 2 games of the season, and he's not played. So it's like, what he says in his pressers sometimes don't correlate to his actions on the pitch. Do you know what I mean? So, I mean, he's already been talking about Alan Shearer's comments being stupid on Marcus Rashford, and I don't agree with that. I thought Alan Shearer did some good analysis on that, and I think Alan Shearer's a good pundit, I'm going to be honest.
Yeah.
So I don't agree with what he said about that. I mean, I don't think Rashford was absolutely awful, but I do think he was offside way too much, and I do think Erik ten Hag brought him off because Ahmad was performing better and Rashford wasn't playing very well. So Erik ten Hag does go against sometimes what his actions state, and he's done the same in his press conference regarding Jadon Sancho. He got asked if he expects Jadon Sancho to stay at United, and he says, as I know, yes. And then he also said on Sancho, he's playing in the squad and we're very happy with him. We need a good squad, we need depth, we have many games to play until January. After the break, we play every 3rd day, so we need options. So you're saying you're very happy with him, you're saying, you think he's staying, you're saying we've got a lot of games, but he's not been in the squad the first 2 games. It doesn't make sense, does it?
It doesn't make sense, and I think it's fair to say incredibly surprised if Jadon Sancho was still a Manchester United player come 11 p.m. today. I don't see it, and I don't see a way back. If there was some sort of way back, he would have at the very least been in the squad for our first 2 games. I don't see there being a way back, but I'm checking also some news on Antony. Interesting
stuff on Antony. Oh, really?
Yeah.
What's the update on that?
The Daily Mail are saying that Antony and Christian Eriksen have emerged as loan targets for Real Betis. And I've just had a reply, so I'm just going to read that reply and then see if we can tell the people.
Cool. Okay. Nice one. Well, let Sam think about that. So and see what is going on about that. Apparently, Real Betis are interested in bringing Christian Eriksen and Antony on loan. Is that something that you would be open to? Do you think Antony needs a loan spell to get his United career back on track? Do you think that's the only way he gets game time? And if Sancho's leaving, I very much doubt that Antony would be able to go as well. Would be very thin on the ground in terms of wingers. Could Antony go on loan and then Jadon Sancho stay? That would be an absolute turnaround that no one's expecting. Everybody get in the comments down below what you think about that. A little bit of news on the United stand coming in. Antony and Christian Eriksen have emerged as loan targets for Real Betis. I would be very, very, very shocked if Manchester United allowed that to happen. First of all, our midfield depth is very thin. We're very threadbare. I know Christian Eriksen is someone we would have liked to leave in this transfer window, but unfortunately we're in a position where we go into that Liverpool game. Ugarte probably won't be in the squad. You've got Casemiro, you've got Manu, you've got Bruno, you've got Eriksen and Collier. Like, you can't really afford to get rid of Eriksen at the moment. And on a loan deal, how much does that actually help us? Would you rather not just have him there as backup? And then Antony, if Sancho's going, you can't afford for another winger to go. But I actually think a loan move could be really good for him to get his career back on track, because I actually do believe that there is talent there. I just think it's really not happened for him after what was a terrible season last season. And yeah, I think he needs game time to get himself back into the flow. Like, Antony, there was a reason why United and Erik ten Hag wanted to bring him from Ajax. We never should have paid that money, but there is talent there. Maybe a loan would be a good move.
I'm very sorry to not talk about what you just spoke about, but Sky Sports reporting that Manchester United have explored Carney Chukwuemeka in a separate deal. So what I heard was correct. Oh,
Chukwuemeka, everyone. Oh, Chukwuemeka. Someone tell me how you say that. It's spelled like you'd say it, Chukwuemeka. I need to go back and watch the Chelsea video of how to say it. But wow, Chukwuemeka to Manchester United. I'd be absolutely well up for that, by the way. I think he's got talent. I really do think he's got talent. So, and I think it fills a position that we're kind of in need of, especially with Mount's injury. So get in the comments down below what you think about that. Interestingly enough, the poll is saying, would you rather sign either keep Sancho, Sterling swap deal, or Chukwuemeka? And it's 21% say keep Sancho, 12% say sign Sterling, and 67% say Chukwuemeka. So that is how the chat sees it as well. They would be interested in that deal. Get down below what you guys think about that. We've got some super chats coming in. We have one saying, United have not replaced a player like Greenwood. Personal life aside, he was a fantastic player. They need to get a player like him to score goals. I mean, it's an interesting take. Greenwood always had to leave Manchester United, but obviously he was very, very talented, and that right wing spot was supposed to be taken over by Antony. That didn't work out. Ahmad now looks very, very promising, so let's see how his development goes. But Ahmad really does look like a player. Carlson Charles says, we are creating chances. No legit striker to finish since since Ronaldo. Rasmus was learning the league. The chances are there. Rasmus and Xerxes will be fine. I hope so. Jason Hanna says, oh, we've done that one about Kone, one of the young players that are coming in. A lot of people saying check Sky Sports. Is that the Chukwuemeka stuff that's coming out? Mm-hmm. Interesting stuff on Chukwuemeka. I mean, Sam, how would you feel about bringing him in?
I say bring Carney in. Chelsea sources were telling me about this earlier, but I couldn't double confirm it, hence why we didn't break it, as an exclusive. We just floated the idea. However, what I was told from people at Chelsea, Carney brings good vibes. He's a good person and a great base, and more importantly, a great player. United have explored that deal, so I would 100% bring him in. I mean, yes, it's going to mean that Sancho's going to Chelsea, but that's now looking inevitable, and I would rather bring Carney in than Sterling. I would rather have a player in as well that actually will play for us. Yeah, and agreed. It's a fresh start. Especially with Mount out now for 6 weeks. Especially, fresh start, clean slate with Erik ten Hag. Obviously, Carney would come in, and like you say, if he's a good person and he works hard, he comes in. He's only 20 years old, which is obviously such a young age with loads of talent. Obviously, plays the majority of the time as an attacking midfielder, but can also play off the left as well, which is important because I do actually think we need cover on the left, especially if Sancho goes. Who have you got playing there? You've got Rashford. People say Garnacho, but Erik ten Hag has liked to employ Garnacho as a right winger quite a lot. So it does give us depth there, and it brings someone in, especially for Mason Mount, who was being used as that sort of attacking midfielder. Chukwuemeka can do that, and also he can play off the left as well. So he's versatile, and Erik ten Hag likes some type of players, and the most important thing is he will actually play.
and he's young too. So
20
you've
years
got
of age,
exactly, you've got prospect there. So really interesting, especially since Dan Ashworth said his phone's been ringing. So there must be something going on behind the scenes.
I mean, it would make sense, right? Because Dan Ashworth said his phone's been ringing. Chelsea are exploring a deal for Jadon Sancho. It's obviously they floated the idea of a swap deal. That's what they prefer. Romeo Lavia has been ruled out. So if they were discussing a midfielder, it would make sense for that link to be Carney Chukwuemeka. So I think that's definitely, most definitely one to watch as the day continues. The day is still young in the transfer window. We've got loads of hours left here together with special guests. So let's see if we get anything more concrete.
I would also like to get everyone's opinions in the chat, because obviously this is a community. We are doing the show with you guys. We want loads of interaction today and we want to hear your opinions. Is there anybody within the last hours of the transfer window that you would like to see Manchester United get in? And obviously be realistic. Don't be saying, you know, I'd love us to go and get that Mbappe from Real Madrid. Like, be realistic. Who would you want to bring in the last hours? Do you think the squad's good enough? Would you want to go for a late deal? Rabiot's one that is still available on a free transfer that could be an interesting situation if Manchester United wanted to address it. Obviously not the age profile of what Inos are looking for, but it is a free transfer and will probably fit within the budget depending on the signing on fee and the wages. You know, can play multiple positions in the midfield, injects height, is physical, has had a good last couple of years of his career, you know, still playing in the first team of the French team, did really well at Juventus. Is that someone you'd like to bring in? We've seen that Amrabat's gone to Fenerbahce, obviously wishing the best of luck there with Jose, with Fred. Apart from when we play him, we will be touched on the Europa League draw because that's super exciting as well. And so that's one that's off the table now. But a left-back, Reguilon from Tottenham, apparently they're trying to shift him. Is that someone you'd be looking to bring back? Erik ten Hag apparently open to it after enjoying having Reguilon last season. Get in the comments what you would like, and we'd love to hear from you as well. Any super chats, any polls you want to run, any questions you want to ask Sam, get them in the chat, and we're here to answer your questions too.
Seeing a lot of Ivan Toney.
Ivan Toney's going to Saudi, isn't he?
I'm seeing a lot of Ivan Toney. Now, it's just breaking from Di Marzio, who's been very, very, very good on this deal, that, let me just pull it up. It's news that is saying Al Ali, who wanted Osimhen, and also obviously Chelsea want Osimhen, they are now focusing on the Ivan Toney deal and not Osimhen.
Oh, so does that kind of suggest that Osimhen could be going to Chelsea?
I've just had a message saying I've heard Chelsea are quietly confident. Literally, look, just now. Heard
Wow.
Chelsea are quietly confident.
Heard Chelsea quietly confident on Osimhen. How do you think that do you think that affects the Sancho deal?
No, I don't.
You
I
think they're
it's two
independent
separate
of each
deals.
other?
I believe they're two separate deals.
Interesting stuff, guys. Osimhen at Chelsea. Do you think that's a good deal for them? I think
They need a
striker.
proven goal scorer. They want to reward Nicholas Jackson with a new contract. But it's not enough Nicholas Jackson. There were rumours actually yesterday that they were sparked from what I believe was caught offside, saying that Aston Villa are going to make a late move for Nicholas Jackson. My understanding is that Jackson is not going to leave Chelsea before the deadline. So that is not true. I've just had another text about Chukwuemeka, so I'm now asking for additional details. But it looks like this deal could have legs to it. So let's see.
Let's see. Wow, that would be a big deadline day signing, Victor Osimhen. I remember when people were quoting him at over 100 million euros to bring him in, and obviously people were doing the Osimhen and Kane debate, you know, the Osimhen and Haaland debate. I don't think he's on their level, but I think he's a very good striker, and I generally do think that could be a missing piece for Chelsea. So that is, the amount of talent that they're going to have is crazy. Honestly, absolutely crazy. We've got some more super chats coming in. Jason Hanna says, I would bring back Angel Gomez. Great talent. Unfortunately, I think he left in the Ole Gunnar Solskjaer era. I think United at the time didn't see him physical enough for the Premier League because of his height, but he's gone and done really well. Obviously playing really well in France right now, and he's been called up to the England squad off the back of it. So congratulations to him. He always seemed like a good character, a good player, somebody who obviously was, you know, someone that got away. So, but good luck to him for the rest of his career, and I hope he does well for England too. Heart of United says, hope you both are well. Note to Sterling played for City and Chelsea and Liverpool as well. Don't forget that one. Kieran Ruddick says, always love the deadline day show. Quick opinions on the Europa draw. We're going to actually touch on that in a bit of depth, so we'll bring you that soon. We've got so much to talk about. I mean, we have Ricky coming on to kind of preview Liverpool as well. We've got, Mauds, Kevin, we've got journalists ringing in. It's going to be a cracking show. Mahit Singh says, wanted to check if Sam will be here until the end. You'll be here until the end of the studio session before Goldbridge takes over. You'll be here then, won't you? So our little Fabrizio Romano coming through. Enjoy Writing says, are you having a good day, Beth? I am having a good day. It'll be a better day if we get a good signing in. I'd love us to get a good deadline day signing in. And people say, you should never sign at the last minute because you don't want to rush anything. Come on, let's be honest. Everyone loves a deadline day signing because it's exciting.
And also, people need to remember that deadline day signings aren't just you call. What would have happened with this Carney deal is it would have been discussed days ago, and it's only just breaking in the press, and we're only just, obviously, these journalists, we're all just getting wind of it. It wouldn't have happened that this morning Dan Ashworth rang Paul Winstanley at Chelsea and said, can we have Carney if you take Jadon? And he would have been like, yeah, sure. That's not how it works. But I believe that this deal is now one to watch. And Ben Jacobs, who will be joining us on the show later, very excited to talk to him, has said that as of 2 o'clock, Sterling is still not in direct conversations with any club and that his future is likely to go down to the wire.
Do you know what? Did you just get this in before Ornstein about Osimhen?
Yeah. Did he say something?
Sammy's absolutely killing the game. 1 minute ago, by the way, guys, we've got it on video. As Ronaldo would say, all my goals are on video. We've got it on video. Sam literally just said that Osimhen to Chelsea, quietly confident, looking more likely. Ornstein 1 minute ago was just put out. Chelsea awaiting green light from Victor Osimhen before advancing with talks with Napoli over deal. Chelsea hope the 25-year-old top target all window and is keen to join. Will agree to fit team and incentive-based wage structure. PSG not in. Al Ali focus on Ivan Toney. Sam, slow sports news. I'm joking. I respect David Ornstein.
David's the GOAT.
David is the GOAT. Yeah, we really like David Ornstein and respect him. He's been brilliant all summer. But Sam getting that scoop in just before a top journalist like Ornstein really is, is credit to you, Sam, because that's some good stuff there, and I'm happy to have you sat next to me.
Thanks.
I'm loving it.
To be here.
Exactly. This is where you want to be on deadline day. If you want the exclusive news, before the likes of Ornstein on some occasions, not every occasion, this is where you want to be, because Sam's doing really well, and he's hopefully going to bring us some more exclusive as the day goes on. United One says, can Erik ten Hag turn things around and be here after Christmas? I hope so. I mean, we've had one loss. It was a bad one. And honestly, I'm really nervous going into the Liverpool game. I feel like Ten Hag has to show me something, genuinely. With this Liverpool game, I'm backing him all the way, and there's no way after one game I'm going to be like, should we have kept Eric? No, I'm backing him. He's my manager. I wanted him to stay. But that Brighton game, I think there was a lot of poor decisions on his part. Obviously, the Mount injury was unfortunate. That kind of forced him into a change at half-time. But I thought he got the starting lineup wrong as well. So Liverpool, I want to see something, because we should have won that Brighton game, and I think things were handled wrong. Marshall says, Chukwuemeka, treat it as two separate names. Chukwuemeka. I'm trying.
Chukwuemeka.
Yeah, we're trying over here.
There's another update coming in from The Guardian about Chukwuemeka now. Manchester United, Jacob Steinberg reporting, Manchester United have held talks with Chelsea over Carney Chukwuemeka this week. Potential for it to be part of Sancho deal or a separate transfer. As it stands, between the clubs on talks between the clubs on Chukwuemeka haven't progressed. Midfielder wants regular football.
Interesting stuff. Let's keep an update on that. And Fabrizio's
just said Antony isn't leaving Manchester United. That was the same information I had a few minutes ago.
Yes, so Fabrizio Romano just to confirm on the Antony stuff that we got beforehand that Real Betis were exploring a loan for him. He has put out Fabrizio Romano, Antony to Real Betis. On loan is not happening despite reports. He wants to stay at Manchester United. We keep hearing that from Antony. He wants to make it work at United. He wants to stay.
The wording I received was he wants to show his potential this season.
Well, we want to see that attitude. you know, people will laugh at that. And, you know, when he put out that statement about, you know, when you hear the name Antony, you'll hear goals and assists this season. People were laughing at that. And obviously, you know, he's not had much game time yet. But what would you rather? Would you rather someone, as soon as you know, it's not going well and they're having a bit of a hard time, disappear and not want to play and, you know, try and seek a move and, you know, fallouts behind the scenes? Or would you rather somebody who hasn't done well so far, which is unfortunate and, you know, criticism is deserved, hasn't done well so far, say, you know what, actually, I want to fight for my spot. I want to work hard. I'm going to work hard and I'm going to prove myself. I would so much rather have, you know, someone with mentality, at least with the right attitude and mentality.
For sure.
And I know it's so small, but what I liked the other day when he got a slight opportunity, and I thought Sky Sports were well out of order for going in for him, for giving him, basically blaming him for the second goal for not getting the tackling properly.
I didn't see that, yeah, that's...
I seen that and I thought, obviously, everyone's entitled to their own opinion, but they were basically saying he dived the tackle, which is why we conceded the goal. There was multiple reasons why we conceded that goal, but what I actually liked from him was that immediately he was signalling to get him down the wing, and he got down the wing, took on a player, managed to get a cross in, and it was a dangerous cross on his right foot. Very small details. We need a lot more, but from the position that he's been in, we need to start seeing, you know, the right foot being used. We need to start seeing him taking on players. I mean, because I was watching this video and Rashford was saying, you know, that he'd be in his five-a-side team for United.
I mean, on a five-a-side pitch with the skills that he has, I'd put him in my five-a-side team.
And then also Bruno was saying that, you know, he might have the most pace at the club. He was saying it was between like Rashford and Antony who's got the most pace. And it's like, I feel like I've not even seen that much of a turn of pace from Antony at United. So
I think we also have to remember all the off-field issues that Antony had as well. And yes, you could say that it's not an excuse as such, but there obviously was everything. He would have come into training and then had to deal with everything on the side of that. Obviously, all the allegations and stuff that Brazilian police have dropped now.
Especially when, like, you know, they are dropped eventually. Obviously, we never know. We don't want to really comment on what happened because we'll never know. But
for sure,
say if you are not guilty and you're just seeing this all the time, that is mentally going to affect you.
100%. And I'm not saying that as an excuse for his poor performances, because he knows himself that he should and could have done better last season. But I'm excited to see Antony this season. I think I do still believe there's a player in there.
So do I. And, you know, people will clown you for saying that and people will judge you for saying that. But I genuinely believe it. 24 years old, is he? He's still got a lot of talent. And the first thing, and of course you need talent, you need to be able to play. But the first thing that you need is an attitude. You want to fight and you want to see work rate. And to be fair to Antony, I feel like he does put a lot of work in when he's on the pitch, and the attitude is he wants to stay and fight for his players and prove himself this season and show people what he's made of. Please do, because I do feel like if he is staying, which Romano said he is, it literally is a make or break season. He has to have a good season this year, or else it is looking like, you know, things might, you know, he might have to depart from Manchester United. But this season, we've got to see it from Antony when he does eventually get the game time, because Erik ten Hag will give him the game time at some point. He's talking about the amount of games we've had. We've got the Europa League fixture to talk about. I feel like the Europa League fixtures could be such a good opportunity for players like Antony to prove themselves and get themselves back in the manager's plans, because you know, Eric sanctioned. Sorry, go on.
Fabrizio Romano, Chelsea submit official bid to Manchester United for Jadon Sancho. Understand it's an initial loan proposal similar to terms offered by Juventus, but a total package that is higher. Sancho open and keen to joining Chelsea, so now it's up to the clubs and Manchester United to decide. So just get your opinions in on the chat. Tell us what you think. Chelsea have now officially submitted an official bid to Manchester United for Jadon Sancho. So it's either going to be rejected or fast advancement on this deal. Chelsea submit official bid, loan bid for Jadon Sancho.
Wow. Interesting stuff coming in. This is deadline day. We've got the news coming through. Get all your opinions in. Any breaking news, we're obviously going to jump to that topic and discuss it. So if we are a little bit jumpy between subjects, that is why we've got to react to the latest news. Jadon Sancho, an official bid put in by Chelsea with a better overall package than what Juventus were initially offering.
There are senior, as I understand it, there are senior people in Chelsea pushing for the idea of Jadon Sancho.
Do you know what's interesting to me, right, is if I'm Jadon Sancho, I am 1000% pushing for Juventus over Chelsea. But he seems to be pushing for Chelsea over Juventus, and this doesn't make sense to me. You go to Juventus, you're going to play. You are going to play football.
He's a London boy.
Motta is a great manager who is, got a style of play that's going to fit the way Sancho wants to play and how he is as a player. You're in Italy, you're gonna, Juventus is a good project right now. I would still be going that. You're going to get game time. You go to Chelsea, you're just another name there, and there is a lot of depth on the wings. He might go there and do really well. I get he's from London and he is a London boy, and that might have an effect on it. But I think for his career, Juventus would be the better move. But let's wait and see what happens with Sancho to Chelsea.
100%, and I've just had another, not that it needed any more confirmation, but Antony does have zero chance of leaving United today.
Yes, so let's keep talking about the Jadon Sancho thing. So I'm going to come to Super Chats in a second as well. So as Romano said, it's an initial loan proposal similar to the terms offered by Juventus, but total package is higher. So it is a loan, and it looks like there isn't any obligation to buy put in there. I'm sorry, and I know Mark said this earlier, and I'm not just copying what he said. This is my opinion as well, and I think it'll be most Man United fans' opinions. Absolutely no chance on this earth. If I'm United, I'm saying, yeah, a loan with no obligation to the buy. You just go and have him for the season. He could absolutely show us up over the course of the season with no option to buy. If it fails, he comes back to us at the end of the season. I'm sorry, it's either you're buying him or you're having an obligation to buy, or it's nothing. If not, we'll keep him and use him ourselves if we need to. That's what I'd be saying.
I don't understand what Manchester United gain out of a straight loan deal.
Apart from his wages being paid. And
but I bet we'll have to pay some of his wages.
But even if it is his wages being paid, right, and we probably will have to pay some of them, can we not afford to do that without looking stupid? But then people say we're making staff redundant and we're having cutbacks, and yet we're playing Sancho, who's probably not even going to play that much football, nearly 300 grand a week. It does look silly. I think his wages actually dropped because we're not in Champions League, but probably 250k a week or something like that. It does look silly on our part, no matter what happens, really. No,
I completely agree. I think that I wanted any deal for Jadon Sancho. If it was a loan, I really, really wanted there to be an obligation to buy, because yes, that Chelsea could then say, yes, we want Sancho, yes, we want him permanently, but we can't afford him right now because we're about to try and close the deal for Osimhen. So I thought maybe the Osimhen deals had an impact on the Sancho deal, and maybe they're still trying to flog Raheem Sterling. But I completely agree with you. I think that it seems like a stupid deal, just a flat out loan. I don't understand it.
Just confirmation coming in now from the MEN. It is confirmed that United have not registered Ugarte in time for him to be available against Liverpool this weekend. So United have not registered Ugarte in time for him to be available against Liverpool this weekend. So honestly, I'm gutted about that. Gutted, because I think we would have needed him even off the bench. The midfield is looking thin. It is looking thin. And also, by the way, shout out to our graphic designers at the United Stand, because I'm seeing the official bid on the screen and it's looking very, very nice. So shout out to the United Stand team, because they've been killing it with the graphics all transfer window and it looks really good. I've just seen that pop up. I'll get some super chats in while we have a little bit of a pause. Non-stop already on transfer deadline day. The Filthy Underdog says, don't like the idea of Rabiot. If we've got Ugarte, Casemiro and Rabiot, one or two of them is on the bench each game. Can't see Rabiot or his agent being happy with that. Prefer Collier. Like I said on the other show, I disagree. It's a long season. We need depth. You can't just, get into the top four, get Champions League football, or compete at the top of the table, or compete for multiple competitions with a starting 11. You need depth, and there will be injuries. It is a long season. he would 100% get game time. United One says, if you believe in Erik ten Hag and not Sancho, let him go. That's something that, you know, a lot of people are grappling with because they like the idea of Sancho and his talent, but they also want to back Ten Hag, and you can't really do two of them things at the same time. And that's something that I've had to kind of mull over in my head because I'm really unhappy with everything that happened off the pitch with Sancho, but I still believe he's talented, and I can't be bothered to watch him do well at Chelsea. Red since 1975 says, totally disagree, Ari Sancho. He's a bad influence around the club and we have to protect the younger players. Oh, sorry, it just went off then. We have to protect the younger players who want to be there and improve. Yeah, again, you know, we won't know what's happened behind the scenes in full depth, but like I said, talent can always be there, but the correct attitude is something that always has to be right. Sir Alex was so mad on this, and look how successful he was as a manager. When Arteta came into Arsenal, he got rid of some of the bad eggs and, you know, the attitude and the egos in that dressing room, and people at first were like, whoa, you know, Aubameyang's been Arsenal's captain, he's our guy. Like, why are we getting rid of him? And people were going against Arteta for doing that. And ultimately, it ended up being the right decision. So sometimes, despite talented players, if the attitude isn't right, you do have to shift them. So I think I really like that super chat. It definitely gives a perspective that a lot of people will see it from that point of view, where despite a player's talent, if their attitude and influence on the squad isn't correct, it's best moving them on. They could be the best, you know, they could be one of the best talents about, but you've got to get the attitude right and you've got to get the squad harmony correct.
Just on Sancho, Sky Germany and Sky UK are linking together to say Sancho's future depends, Sancho's Chelsea deal depends on the future of Raheem Sterling.
Arsenal, it's all down to Arsenal.
As we await an update on Raheem Sterling, which I believe I should get any minute. I'm just waiting for a reply, but I'll ring in a few minutes.
But it's interesting as well because if I'm not wrong, Arsenal wanted to get Nico Williams.
Yep,
Hasn't
they tried
ended
for
up
Nico
happening.
Williams. They explored the deal of Rafinha as well.
Yeah, they explored Rafinha. So they are looking for a winger.
They really want to bring in an attacker today. Arsenal. They brought in a goalkeeper, so they were going for the deal of Garcia, the goalkeeper, but it was said to me from senior people at Arsenal they didn't fancy paying the release clause of that, which is fair enough because they wanted to bring in an attacker. So they went and closed the deal of Bournemouth keeper Neto on a straight loan with no obligation and no option to buy. And he was meant to be having his medical this morning. I'm assuming that's all been going to plan, but they were looking at Raheem Sterling, and as of this morning we're talking internally about it. So as soon, I reckon, if we get advancements on the Raheem deal, we'll also have advancements on the Sancho deal, but I reckon this one is going proper down to the wire. But I've just had a message now saying Sancho, Chelsea confident on Sancho.
So that means they're probably confident in shifting Raheem Sterling, which means he probably will be going to Arsenal unless, you know, somehow he ends up at United. It is so interesting. This is why I love deadline day, because it's a domino effect and you're on the edge of your seat. It's like, you know, when you're going up the hill of a roller coaster and you're like, you know, how big is the drop going to be? You know, is it going to be a fast drop? Is it going to be a slow one? Are you going to be hanging over the edge? When's it going to happen? Like, it's the anticipation of what is going to happen and the domino effect of the transfer window. So as Sam said, just to kind of confirm for people tuning in and out, it is looking like the Sancho move to Chelsea rests on whether Chelsea can shift Raheem Sterling. Arsenal have been looking for an attacker for the majority of the window. They wanted Nico Williams, it hasn't happened. They explored Rafinha, it hasn't happened. Raheem Sterling now linked to Arsenal, who has relationships with Arteta. That could move,
They've
and
spoken.
that means
They spoke this morning.
Yeah, they spoke this morning, as Sam said, and that move could enable then Sancho to move to Chelsea, which could also then see Chukwuemeka to come to United. So there is a lot of moving parts, and let's keep our eyes on that. So let's keep our eyes peeled, because that's really exciting domino effects.
For sure. I wouldn't say that Carney's advanced at the moment. I would really say it's early stages, if there's really any talks, but it's definitely been discussed. But yeah, I wouldn't say the Chukwuemeka deal is advanced at all. I think that's not sure how it is.
Simon Stone says, hi Beth, are you coming to the next press conference? Simon Stone with the United Stand members badge next to him. So he's a member of the United Stand members club, is he? Very highly doubt that is the real Simon Stone. However, the real Simon Stone is a very, very lovely guy, and I really do enjoy speaking to him at the press conferences. Very wise.
Top guy.
Top guy, yeah. We've had him on the channel before. I will not be at the next Premier League press conference because we don't yet have access to that, working on it. But the Europa League ones, we will be there, and we can't wait to get in there and have that access. Michael Pickering, Chelsea are winning the transfer window. We'll talk about who's winning the transfer window in a bit. We've got so much to discuss. Patrick Lynch says, after hearing Evra talk about how Juve train and treat matches, I doubt Sancho has the fight for that. Oh yeah, I remember Evra saying like he was shocked when he went to Juventus because of how tough it is. You know, with the training and the discipline you have to have over there. LMP says, Sancho is the type of player, Beth, that would like the glamorous side of being a rich London person. That's what he has been focusing on more than football. Lee Berman says, Maguire got so much praise for saying he wanted to stay and fight for his place. Antony should be afforded the same. Thomas McArdle says, Antony has more of a backbone than Rashford. I mean, again, I feel like we need to stop pitting our players against each other. We want them both to do well. Don't we? Like, we want... It's like Xerxes and Højlund. I see people saying, oh, Xerxes going to bench Højlund. Or why have we brought Xerxes in? Because Rasmus is the guy. Like, they're both going to play, and we hope they both do well. Will, she says, definitely need more of Sam on the show. Loving the early scoops. Buzzing to get tickets for Sunday's game as well. United. Yeah, Sam is an absolute top addition. We're loving him, especially on transfer shows like this.
Thanks, guys.
Enjoy Writing says, I want Sterling Beth. He's a no-brainer. Got quality. It's a weird one because I just think the age profile is a no, his wages is a no, the fact he's been around the block is a no to different clubs, but I can see him doing well at Arsenal if he goes there. I think Arsenal are at a different stage of their project. On the project United are currently on, and where we're at, I think he hinders Garnacho and Ahmad's futures. I think it's a stupid amount of money to pay. You know, the age isn't right. It's an absolute no from me. Jordan, oh, we love Jordan. You know, our Welsh bestie. He's put in, listening from Marbella, see you soon. Cannot wait to have you back on the show, Jordan.
Should have done deadline day from Marbella.
You should have had him call in from Marbella, you know. If you still want to do it, drop me a message. Yeah, we've got ages, we've got loads of time on here.
Let's do it.
And I wish I went out and saw him in Marbella as well. Really do. William Green 14 says, hi Beth and Sam, if we get Carney for Sancho, that is a very good deal, and a left back, maybe this transfer window would go up to an 8.5 for me. Interesting stuff. I mean, if we manage to secure Carney and a left back on deadline day, I would be over the moon, but I think they're both very doubtful. We have Charlotte saying, swap Lewis Dunk for Maguire. No. Get Takifusa Kubo from Real Sociedad, Zinchenko on left back. Don't know what you're smoking, but it's definitely too early in the day to be doing it. Or drinking. Piggy Dave says, what's your thoughts on Alejandro Baldi as a left back solution? I mean, it's just unrealistic, to be honest with you. It's unrealistic, so there's not really much point talking about it. Marshall says... oh, we've done that one. Thank you, everyone, for your super chats. Kevin Shields says, United need to take a hit here. Only sell Sancho on our terms or let him waste his career in our reserves. Needs to show players that United is no longer a soft touch anymore. I mean, do you think United need to be a little bit more tough in terms of their stance on players, Sam?
I think Look, it's a new era under Inos. Inos are working at a different way to how John Murtough and co worked at Manchester United. So I think we can't really judge that as of now. But I think it's definitely an interesting point that person and that you've raised there. But I don't know, I think on the Sancho deal, I think they just want him out. I think they just want him out ASAP and they'll take anything they can get. Obviously, it's going to be a massive cut from what we actually paid for him initially after chasing him all those years. But I think literally for Jadon Sancho, it's take what you can get. And I believe Sky reporting that Al Ahly have pulled out the race for Osimhen.
Yeah, so again, that's more confirmation there that it looks like Osimhen is looking more likely to go to Chelsea. Interesting stuff there. We've got more super chats coming in. Thank you so much, guys, for your contributions and getting all your questions in. Loving the chats and the topic the topics that we're bringing into the show and discussing. We have Dave King saying, put Dalot in the midfield to support the attack and the defence as well. Get rid of Sancho. You know, some people have spoken about. Ricky's just joined. He's already trying to talk to me. Ricky, you'll be on the show in a second, Rick.
He's coming. Ricky's coming.
Yeah, Ricky is coming on the show in a second. A lot of people have spoken about Dalot potentially going into the midfield because of how technically good he is on the ball. Not something I'd be opposed to, but for me, Dalot is a fullback. And he also said get rid of Sancho as well. Adrian C says, we must be so broke financially that we couldn't get Ugarte signed by midday that we have to wait for Scott to leave. Awful previous management. Yeah, that's an interesting point in terms of the fact we haven't been able to properly sign Ugarte until the Scott was confirmed.
Yeah, but I think it's I think it's normal. I think that's pretty normal. Out one. In one, I think that's pretty normal.
Carlson Charles says, Sam, what is the Collier news?
The Collier news. Should we touch on that quickly before Ricky comes on? Let me just pull it up because it's a couple weeks old now.
Well, while you're getting that, I'll read out a couple more super chats. Kahidi Karma says, if Erik ten Hag can't create a winning system now with all of these players and 400 million plus spent within a 3-year period, would you want him to continue as manager? Kiddy Karma, we have to see it from Ten Hag this season. I'm not saying we've got to win the league. We have to get top 4. We have to compete in the Europa League. And you know what? In the Europa League, we have Fenerbahce away. We have Porto away. I think overall our groups, we should be getting through it. There's absolutely zero excuses. But them two are tough fixtures. And considering how poor we did in Champions League away games last season, I mean, Copenhagen away, we lost. I mean, I think Porto and Fenerbahce are both harder games than that.
Fenerbahce, is that home or away?
Away.
That's very difficult.
These are tough games, right? Galatasaray was another tough game
100%.
That we failed in the Champions League last year. He's got to show that he's learnt from that, and we've got to be able to go there and stamp our ground and put up a good fight. So I'm going to be watching in Europe. I'm going to be watching the Premier League. We've got to get top 4, and we've got to look a lot better than we did last season for sure. And we've got some more super chats coming in as well. Harvey Spector says Sterling is now better than all of our wingers. Fact. Do you agree with that?
No.
I disagree massively. I think he's a good player on his day, but for me, it's like, here's the hill. Sterling's like going down over the hill.
Don't tell me Sterling's a better player than Garnacho.
He's not.
Definitely not.
Previously in his career,
maybe in his prime.
He's been great, and Garnacho's 19. Garnacho's rising up the hill, going to the top. Sancho's been at the top, at the peak, and he's coming down now. He's on his way down. That's the difference. But Collier news, Sam.
Yeah, so I reported on the 13th of August, Manchester United expect Toby Collier to grow into someone who fits the number 6 role quickly than any player that was currently on the market. United will try and sign a midfielder, but it will not be a midfielder who fits the profile that United expect Collier to morph into and hinder his development. Ugarte is seen as a deal that could happen if funds are raised, and obviously Ugarte then went and happened. But Manchester United expect Toby Collier to be a very, very important part of the future.
I love that. And you could tell in the FA Cup final, Erik ten Hag did the same thing he did to Manu the year before, in the Carabao Cup. And
oh yeah, put his arm around him.
And then Manu the next season had an absolute breakout and was unbelievable. I think Collier, everyone's got a different path. I think Collier will be eased in a little bit more slowly. For sure. But Erik ten Hag really rates him and feels like he can move into being a first teamer, which is something that's really exciting. He actually spoke to the United stand when we were on tour. He did an interview with us and I thought he spoke really well. Good head on his shoulders. Spoke about how he's definitely wanting to stay and be part of the first team this season. Good attitude to have. Obviously believes in himself. Was a really good prospect at Brighton as well and has just continued to develop. So definitely somebody to watch and a good talent that we've got on our hands.
Fabrizio Romano saying Pedro Neto to Arsenal. Here we go.
Pedro Neto?
Not Pedro Neto.
I was like,
Neto,
what?
Sorry, Neto, the Bournemouth keeper. To Arsenal. Here we go. As I reported this morning, done deal.
Yes. Oh, interesting stuff. So that's kind of their new backup.
Yeah.
Do you know what's interesting? Neto, I'm surprised he's done that because he's Bournemouth's captain, if I'm not wrong.
It's a straight loan.
Okay.
He must have been promised minutes, I think.
So he's Bournemouth's captain, right? He moved from Barcelona to, if I'm not wrong, he moved from Barcelona to Bournemouth to be a starter. didn't it? I thought he's been really good for Bournemouth. You know, he's their captain, and now he's going on a loan to sit on Arsenal's bench. I don't get that because Wright is obviously their first team keeper. But with Ramsdale going, they needed a second team keeper. They needed a backup.
Yeah, played for 61 appearances for Bournemouth, 12 for Barcelona, played for Valencia, Fiorentina, Juventus, and now he's going to sit bench at Arsenal. You're top.
Ball knowledge is elite.
You're top, you.
But yeah,
But Bournemouth signed Kepa from Chelsea.
Oh.
So he might
have been out of joint a bit. But Kepa, come on, Kepa's not great. Everyone, let's be honest. And I thought Neto was good for Bournemouth every time I seen him, and he was their captain. So I feel like that's a really strange one. But let's see how.
Kepa,
someone said he might have been promised a Champions League game or something.
It's true. That's true. Kepa, interestingly, obviously the Saudi Arabian market is something that I'm sure we'll touch on later on. But Kepa refused loads of deals from Saudi Arabia. He wanted to stay in Europe or the Premier League. He extended his contract for 1 year on a lesser wage at Chelsea and has now moved to Bournemouth to play first team football. Neto has moved to Arsenal to sit bench. So
I rate the commitment from Kepa to stay in Europe at his age. With Kepa, I will never not see him refusing to come off in that cup game.
Oh, that was a crazy, unbelievable day.
Honestly, Thomas McArdle says Beth on Sking all these hills. Don't know what you're talking about. Asif Raja says last minute Angel Gomez deal, please. Won't happen. As good as he's been, it won't happen. The Hughes lad says, how are Chelsea spending like this when we can only do one in, one out? We easily have more revenue yearly. Chelsea have done some good outgoings, to be fair to them. And
they're working on multiple outgoings.
They give 9-year contracts. Do you know how in America you can get tenure, where it's like you're guaranteed 10 years in your job, no matter what happens? Like Chelsea have Americanized football and giving 9-year deals, 7-year deals out here and there. So
for sure, and
that's how they distribute the cost as well.
Exactly, that's how they're
amortization and all that stuff,
and not going against any of the guidelines. But they're working on numerous outgoings. They're trying to get people over the line. As it stands, I believe Ben Chilwell, who was linked with the Manchester United move, is set to stay at Chelsea. As of 2 p.m, he was set to stay. I think they're trying to move on centre-back Trevor Chalobah. Interest is there, but again, I'm not aware of anything advanced right now. But hours to go to the deadline, so time is ticking.
Time is ticking. Keel Robinson says, this window 8 out of 10 with Rabiot, 5 out of 10 without. Wow, you rate Rabiot very highly. I'd be up for going for Rabiot, but it's not looking likely at all. There's been no news on it. Scott Treacher says, remember Obi and Kone could be great signings. Yes, Obi Martin looks like a top player. Has he been officially signed yet?
No.
There's
nothing wrong with it. We're just waiting for the Premier League to approve the deal.
Okay, cool.
Everything's still on track, though, is my understanding on that.
Lovely stuff, and obviously Kone as well looks like an interesting signing for United, young player who nobody knows much about, but is exciting.
Exactly. I see some people in the chat saying, why aren't we trying to swap Chalobah and bring him in? There was previous interest from Manchester United in Chalobah, but they closed the deals for Euro and De Ligt, so I highly doubt that's going to happen now.
No, I really doubt it. And who is it that's been doing all this scouting for United in the academy this summer? Ravel? Is it Ravel?
Christian Vivell.
Ex-Chelsea. Christian Vivell, ex-Chelsea. He's only here for the summer, isn't he?
Yeah.
United should sign him permanently.
Agreed.
I honestly, he is someone who is excellent at his job. And I really am excited about these young players that he's bringing in and helped to bring in. And I think as part of the Inos network, he's a top recruit. So Inos, if you're watching, please keep Christian Vivell because he's doing a really good job. But Sam, we are doing a little bit of a crossover now. So Sam will be leaving us, which I'm really disappointed because you've brought us some such good news over the last hour. He's coming back though.
I'm back. I'm coming back.
He's just having a little break, and anything breaking he'll send me that I can bring through. So he's only going to be in the other room. So if anything breaks, we'll get the news through. But we are going to bring Ricky on now before he goes on his holidays to talk a little bit about the transfer window and the Liverpool game. So we are going to swap over now, and while we do that, I'm just going to read a couple more of your super chats. So, Gareth Morgan says, love the content, keep up the good efforts. As good as our window has been, I do worry where our goals will come from. Love from Cardiff. Gareth, I couldn't say it better myself. I always thought we should have signed a guaranteed goal scorer. I like to hope and pray Xerxes going to do well. Looks like a good young talent. Rasmus obviously has the ability to kick on this season, and I hope he does. He's looking good. Hopefully going to be available after the international break. But scoring goals is something we need to definitely improve on under Erik ten Hag. Kenneth Paltrow says, Ineos don't want any stopgaps. Then I take a left-back stopgap for a season or until January when we can sign an actual left-back. We will be killed on the left-hand side. Akil Aravin says, no chance Sancho alone, only with mandatory buy for 30 million. Are Glazers doing this kind of business now? Next is what? Amas to Liverpool on loan? I mean, don't get too carried away, but I agree with you that I think Sancho a straight loan doesn't make sense. There'd have to be an obligation there somewhere. Cigar Salvi says, where/who is the left back? No updates on a left back as of yet. There was rumours around Reguilon. Any updates on that and we'll bring it. Jacob Thorpe says, Tony to Saudi for 45 million. Why couldn't we do that? Yeah, his wage demands are high, but he's a guaranteed 20 plus goals. How much is that worth? Jacob, I agree. You know, for 45 million, I really think Ivan Toney would have been a great addition to Manchester United. Guaranteed Premier League goals, has the arrogance you need to, you know, kind of make it, I feel like, as a centre forward at Manchester United. It's not happening, but I do think it's something we sort of missed the boat on there. Darren Mulaney, if we don't get a left back, we will see Armas play more games. Again, I'm hoping Carabao Cup, Europa League is something that we can see Armas get some time in. You know, that Barnsley game, you could see Armas get minutes, which could be exciting. And we've got another one, seeing realistically, who do you want to see signed today? Well, I've been talking about that. I think Chukwuemeka from Chelsea, if we are in for that deal, would be a great one, considering Mount's injury. And I think a left-back would be super important, considering how lightweight we are there. And also, as well, I would be open to exploring Rabiot, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen. That's just my personal opinions. And we've got more super chats as well. So many coming in, you guys. But I've got to introduce our next guest, and we'll come back to them. And the next guest is Ricky. Thank you for joining us on our deadline stream.
Pleasure, darling.
I blindsided you a little bit, didn't I?
Yeah,
you didn't know we were live all day. I forgot to message you because I was so busy.
Oh, yeah.
I know.
He was already interviewing Sam.
But you're here now, and, you know, a little bit of a change of tact. We're still going to bring breaking transfer news. We're still going to talk about the transfer window a little bit, Erik ten Hag and stuff. But also because, unfortunately, you're flying off to your holidays tomorrow, aren't you?
Turkey in the morning, yeah.
I want to talk to you a bit about the Liverpool game as well and Ten Hag's press conference. So any questions, get them in the chat and let me know any questions you want to ask Ricky. But first and foremost, let's touch on the transfer window. Looking at United's squad, if you were to sign any position in the last 24 hours of the window, where would you want to see United go? Do you think there's anywhere we're a bit lightweight and we need to kind of address it?
Probably a left back. Probably a left back. I'm worried to death about Luke Shaw, whether he's going to get fit and remain fit. And I don't like the idea of Dalot playing there throughout. And I thought Mazraoui, by the way, had a fantastic game against Fulham, but just not quite as good against Brighton. I'm hoping he doesn't drop off, you know, any further. If Mazraoui could play like he played against Fulham, I'd be more than happy with him. But I still think Dalot's probably our best right back. So I think we're going to need a decent left back, I think, if Shaw. Look, let's be honest, I don't fancy Shaw to get fit and stay fit, do you?
Have you seen what Mark's doing?
No.
He said when Shaw gets back fit, after the international break, because apparently he's going to be back after the international break, he said if he stays fit till Christmas, he'll donate £500 to charity.
Okay.
So that's motivation for Luke Shaw to stay fit, please. You know, charity, money there, you know, we want that to happen. So, but that's how unlikely people feel like it is. Obviously, Malacia doesn't feel like he's ever really going to kick on. Came into United, showed a bit of promise, but I don't think anyone ever saw him as, you know, a proper like top right back that's going to take over for the future, and that kind of got squashed with his very unfortunate injury. So I do agree with you where left back is really something that we need to address. I hope Malacia surprises us this season. I hope Luke Shaw surprises us and remains fit, but it's very doubtful. You know, when someone shows you who they are, believe them. And we've seen the injury issues that Luke Shaw's had. It's not his own fault. He suffered a horrible injury early in his career, but left back is definitely something that I feel like we need to look at. Ricky, there is some talk that United might go back in for Reguilon. Thoughts on that?
Not for me. I can't see that happening. He's been down that route, and I've mentioned this 2 or 3 times to people, and people don't seem to grasp it. There was 2 or 3 times when Reguilon was perfect. At least twice this happened. Reguilon was perfectly fit and on the bench, and he played Victor Lindelof at left back. Why on earth would he go for a left back who he's not convinced is even better at left back than Victor Lindelof? Why would he do that?
Well, apparently Erik ten Hag liked him. But that was just, obviously, it's all just news. It's nothing like concrete. That was just kind of like a little bit of news. A lot of the chat would be happy to bring Reguilon back in, Ricky, because they think it's a body to bring in. I'll
tell you one thing, what people do say. They always talk about, but Reguilon's better going forward. I'd like to know if he got any assists or how many assists he got, because I remember Victor Lindelof playing left back and he passed the ball to Dalot when Dalot scored. So I think Lindelof, even though he only played a couple of games at left back, has got an assist while playing at left back. Do you know what I mean? So it's just crazy how people talk about different things like that.
Speaking of Victor Lindelof, he's managed to camouflage himself of
it doesn't look like he's going anywhere, does it?
He's dodged another transfer window as well.
Yeah.
I
like him.
I know you do.
I think he's a good player.
By the way, I have nothing against Lindelof. I think he's decent, but I wouldn't go any further than decent. And, if he's staying, me personally, would I rather have more depth at centre-back in case we have injuries like we did last season? Yes, I would. It's no skin off my back, do you know what I mean? If Lindelof goes now and we've got no one else coming in...
You might only think he's decent, Beth, but I hope you realise that playing over 250 games for Man United and captaining Sweden for years means he's had an absolutely fantastic career in the game. Absolutely fantastic career.
No, he has had a good career. He has had a good career, and
Imagine how many footballers there are in the world that would swap their careers for this.
He's been a good servant to Manchester United. Do not get me wrong, but I'm talking about the future. I see the future as Martinez and De Ligt, Euro. I would say probably Maguire's ahead of him right now. That can always change, though. That can always change. But like I was saying, if no one's coming in, letting go of Lindelof now, there's like, it doesn't affect the fans really. Apart from the fact is we do have more depth there at centre-back, so that's even better for us in terms of if we do get injuries there, because obviously we had such bad luck with centre-backs last season. But I seen a Twitter thing, and it was like a soldier dressed in like camouflaging into the bush, and it's like Victor Lindelof whenever there's a transfer window. But Ricky, I thought Ricky will be happy. Zulfi Ahmad says Ricky going on holiday again. He has more holidays than Shaw and Martial. Martial's still not got a club, Ricky.
I believe so. We might sign him back. You never know.
Sagar Salvi with a great super chat. Thank you very much. Enjoy writing saying what's for dinner tonight, Beth. I mean, not the time, but thank you for your super chat. Whatever I can get after this long stream, to be fair, who knows. El Nasser says Gareth from Cardiff should be working. Don't know what that means, but maybe it's just a shout out for people that are watching the channel. Gareth from Cardiff, you should be working. Maybe he's watching the channel instead. If not, if that's the case, keep watching, please. Stuart says, breaking Lindelof off to bed as he's refusing to go. We've got one saying, to quote Ned, I'm not reading that out. Simon Cooper says, hi, both. Do you think Erik ten Hag starts Rashford because he knows Garnacho is more of an impact from the bench rather than the other way round? Thoughts on the Liverpool game, Ricky? Who do you think will start for Manchester United? Just so you know, I don't know if you'll know, Ugarte hasn't been managed to be signed in time, registered in time. He is signed for Manchester United, so he is going to be a United player. But he's not been able to happen in time for him to be registered to play on Sunday. So how do you reckon Ten Hag will line up against Liverpool, especially with Mount's injury now?
Same back four, I imagine. Possibly De Ligt for Maguire. I've rewatched that goal. Maguire got a lot of stick for that goal, and I've watched it time and time again. And I'm not, the first goal I'm talking about where it goes across the face of the goal, and he's running to where it pitches about 2 yards outside the 6-yard box. If he goes for it, he's on the stretch. I'm not saying he definitely shouldn't. It's just so everybody seems to be so nailed on certain that he should have gone for it. I'm just not certain. I think it's a bit of a stretch. It's only 6 or 8 yards out from the goal, and when you're running in towards your own goal, if you know that there isn't a player immediately behind you, because there wasn't a player immediately behind him, so you let that ball go, and it's up to your fullback to deal with it. And it does go 10 yards beyond the goals. It's just bad luck that Mctominay reacts quicker and gets hold of it and puts a good ball across the box. So when Maguire left that ball, the immediate imminent danger didn't materialise. It happened a few seconds later, or even a couple of seconds later, because it goes 10 yards beyond the goal.
Should have dealt with it, though.
I'm not sure. Like I say, I know you're saying that, and I know everybody's saying that. I've looked at it time and time again, and I'm not absolutely certain that he should have. It was a little bit of a stretch for him to get it right in front of his own goal. And like I say, there was nobody behind him to actually put it in. That's what you normally worry about. Not what's going to happen when it goes 10 yards past the goal. Normally you'd think, well, I've done my job, that's okay. But obviously Mctominay gets hold of it and puts it back in. So I'm not sure that he should have gone for it. But obviously it's easy in hindsight. Now that we know for a fact that Mctominay did get it and did put it back across the goal, if we could replay it, I'd like him to go for it, because what's the worst thing that can happen? He puts it in his own net, you know what I mean? Yeah. So in hindsight, it's easy, but I don't think it was necessarily a bad decision, you know, before you've got the benefit of hindsight.
So, I mean...
So getting back to that, Maguire... I think he'll still stick with Maguire. I really do.
Do you think he will?
I do, yeah.
I think he'll start De Ligt.
Do you?
Yeah.
Right.
It's his signing. He was his captain at Ajax. I just think you've got an opportunity now. The only thing I can say is if it goes wrong, it's a tough game to throw him into. You know, Liverpool, Old Trafford at home, first proper big game of the season. And let's be honest, you've got to have a good game, because a lot of people want Erik ten Hag's back after the Brighton game, because we should have won that, in my opinion, or at least got a draw. I think he threw the game. Whatever calls he makes are going to be scrutinised, but I think his safer bet is starting De Ligt over Maguire. And it's not anything massively against Maguire. I thought he was absolutely rock solid against Fulham. Brighton, I'm going to be honest, I had a lot less confidence in him. Like I say, he just moves very slowly for my liking. I know De Ligt isn't Usain Bolt, but Maguire for me just moves too slow. And plus, you know, De Ligt's your future. So it's nothing against Maguire. It's not as if I think he's been really bad, because I don't. I thought he was great against Fulham, you know, decent against Brighton. But I think bring De Ligt in. No, next to Martinez. Let's start as we mean to go on. Right back, Mazraoui. Left back,
The way
Dalot.
Martinez played in that game, there's no guarantee that he's the best centre-back either. He didn't play better than Maguire in that game.
But is his left-footed left-sided
centre-back.
centre-back.
But he didn't play better than Maguire in that game. On that goal, by the way, that we just spoke about, Martinez is marking somebody at the back post, and he can see Danny Welbeck 6 yards in front of him, stood right in front of the net. It's shocking. It's absolutely shocking. It's a worse mistake than Maguire's.
United originally did try...
If Maguire's was a mistake.
United did originally try and go for Jared Branthwaite at the start of the season, start of the transfer window, who is a left-footed, left-sided centre-back. Can play on the right, but is left-footed, left-sided centre-back. So it would have been interesting if Branthwaite was part of the squad now, which United, Inos top target, just was silly money from Everton, so we walked away, rightfully so. If that would have been more kind of, you know, murmurs about whether you know that'd create more competition for that spot, because you know you don't pay a big sum of money for a young left-footed centre back if he's not at least going to compete. I personally love Martinez. I do think he's not quite been up to speed yet, but I think he'll get there, and let's hope he kicks on, because he is, you know, Erik ten Hag's guy on the left side. Couple of more super chats I want to get across quickly. Shane Curtis says, from the US, going to my first United game versus Ipswich in February. Any suggestions of things to do /see with our spare time? Get yourself down to Ricky's house. He'll show you a game back and explain to you how we should be playing. He'd love to have you, you know. Ricky's wife makes a lovely cup of tea or coffee. That's what I would advise you to do while you're in Manchester. But honestly, you know, do the Old Trafford tour, come and see Manchester. It's a brilliant city, I love it. And weather probably won't be great in February, but you know, hopefully we get a win in the United versus Ipswich game and you'll have a good time. Enjoy writing says Sterling could explain winning the league to Garnacho. Oof, a little bit of shot fired. Like I said, Garnacho rising up the hill. Sancho had a terrific career. You know, he's had a terrific career.
Is he 23 or 24?
It's like 30 now. Sterling.
Oh, I thought you said Sancho. Sorry.
I know. So I might have done, but
you did.
Sterling,
sure
sorry.
Did, yeah.
So Garnacho's going up the hill. Sterling's had a terrific career. You know, he's won the Premier League, but like I said, coming down the hill, in my opinion. Martinez needs to get consistent this season after his injuries, but interesting insight from you, Ricky. I know a couple of people have said it. So now into midfield, aren't we? So we've done the back four. So I've said De Ligt's going to start. You said Maguire's going to start.
I think he'll stick
We
with
agree
the
on everything else. Midfield has to be no other than Casemiro, Manu and Bruno, doesn't it? The only other midfielders we've got is Eriksen and Collier.
Yeah, well, it depends how you want to sort of say that as a lineup. Really, we've only been playing with Casemiro and Manu. Really, Bruno and Mount have been playing as supposedly two fault. We haven't really been playing with three in midfield, have we? I know Mount and Bruno work hard and they both get back. But if you're going to say Bruno's in midfield, then Mount is in midfield as well. He gets back just as deep as Bruno does. So we've either been playing with two midfield players or four midfield players, however you want to look at it. So I think we've been playing with two in midfield and then two false nines who both work the socks off and both get back behind the ball. But now obviously Mount's missing. So what will he do? Will he try and stick with the same format? Those three players will play. I'm not suggesting they won't play. I think Casemiro will play, Mane will play, and Bruno will play. It's just a case of how we line up. Will Bruno be one of a three, or will he be one of two false nines again? If he is, who's going to be the other false nine? What do you think?
I think he'll start with a striker.
Right.
I think he'll start with Xerxes. I think it'll be Casemiro, Manu, and Bruno in midfield. Because I don't think he has any other option. He's not going to throw Collier in, despite how promising he looks. Eriksen he doesn't really fancy. You might play Eriksen, like you said. I'd be shocked if he does.
I will as well.
But he might play Eriksen and move Sancho. Sorry, not Sancho. Why do I keep saying Sancho? He might play Eriksen and move Bruno out to the right, but then it's like, where's Ahmad's going to play? He's just done really well. So I don't see him doing that. I think it'll be Casemiro, Manu, Bruno. I think it'll be Ahmad off the right. I think it'll be Xerxes up front. The question is will it be Rashford or Garnacho off the left? That's the big question for me. That's the big one. Comments down below. Sancho. I keep saying Sancho. What is wrong with me? It must be like some sort of brain
He's not
signals.
gone anywhere yet, has he? Maybe he's going to stay.
Maybe he's staying.
Yeah.
Maybe he's staying. One thing I will say is, if it's just a loan with no permanent move, I'd rather keep him than that. It's either a permanent deal or he stays. I can't be bothered with just a loan.
The thing is, though,
Chelsea.
Beth, about that, I would normally agree with you, but on that, but the manager's not going to use him, is he? He's really dug his heels in with him.
Well, Ten Hag said in his press conference he will.
Yeah.
He said he's really happy with him. He's doing really well. There's loads of games throughout the season where he'll get his chance.
I don't know.
His actions don't match his words, do they?
No, he's not even included him in the squad, has he, for 2 games? And it's just, look, it's similar to the beginning of last season where he's had 2 really good pre-season, Sancho. At the beginning of last season, he was on the bench for the first 2 games and then he was off the bench, not even on the bench for the Arsenal game. And now at the beginning of this season, he's not even on the bench. And although I know we've been over this time and time again, I don't think we've said this bit, although he was behind Antony in the pecking order at the beginning of the last season because Antony was playing and Sancho was on the bench, they've both just taken a step back. Now, Antony's on the bench and Sancho's not even on the bench. Sancho's miles better than Antony. I don't care if he plays with one arm tied behind his back. Do you know what I mean? Surely, I know he's the manager's signing and I know he's 80-odd million quid. Sancho's like Pele compared to Antony. So I
wouldn't go that far.
It's ridiculous what he's doing. It's ridiculous. Anyway, go on.
Anyway. I don't agree with that, by the way. Just to put it out there, but I like to hear Ricky's perspective. I do think Sancho is a good player, and like I said, at this point in the window, getting a replacement in, it's a long season. If it's just a loan to a rival like Chelsea, for me it's a no. I'd rather keep. But anyway, get in the comments. But what people have said, Ricky, is Sir Alex was dead big on this as well. If someone's attitude isn't right and their behaviour behind the scenes isn't right, sometimes it can be worth getting rid of them for the sake of the squad.
Yeah, I get that. I don't know. I'm all confused by it, Beth. He's had 2 periods now with Borussia where Dortmund, where they've absolutely loved him. And
why have they not even tried to go for him then?
Well, if they can't afford him, it's as simple as that.
We might be doing a loan.
Look.
They could have at least tried for a loan. They've not even sniffed.
For 6 months last season. In between the Champions League quarter-final 2 legs and the Champions League semi-final 2 legs, they rested him to make sure he was fit for the second leg. Don't tell me they don't love him. He was absolutely fantastic. And I watched the games. He was absolutely fantastic for them. Why they've not gone for him, I don't know. But I don't care. It doesn't matter.
If they loved him that much, they try and get him.
He's had 2 great spells. He said, if they loved him that much, they'd rest him in between Champions League games. You know, look at the difference. We're not even picking him, and they're desperate to have him fit for a Champions League semi-final. Wake up and smell the coffee, Beth.
Well, no, he was good for Dortmund, and I know that they really liked having him when he was there. But the fact of the matter is,
that are interested in him now,
they've
Juventus,
not even come and sniffed about for
Chelsea.
him.
There's been rumours about Bayern Munich. You know what I mean? All in football. People know each other at different clubs. Different players have played with players at different clubs, and these things, they get to be known amongst the players. So if he's got a bad attitude, that they think he's not going to train properly, and that his attitude stinks, Chelsea would. I know it's rumoured in the press and by the fans, but other people within the clubs will be speaking to people who they know in other clubs, and they must be saying to the likes of Chelsea and Juventus, who were both keen, they must be saying, no, it's a load of rubbish, that. His attitude's great.
Guillermo Anaya says Ricky's forgetting that Pep got rid of him. Wake up and smell the coffee. And
Pep got rid of him when he was dead young. How old was he?
Apparently he had issues in England as well.
He let him. Yeah, well, like I just said to you, that's all these rumours. That all these different people are all saying that. That's fine. But obviously Chelsea are not bothered about that. I don't think that's the reason why Juventus have lost interest. Maybe they just can't do the deal that they want to do.
No, it's not to do with attitude why Juventus aren't in for him. It's due to money. Yeah. Look, I just don't understand what the motive would be from Erik ten Hag to shut Sancho out unless he was attitude related. That's why I feel like it has to be. Why would you single out an individual, especially someone who's talented?
I don't agree. I'll tell you why I don't agree, Beth, because he was absolutely superb and he worked his socks off at the beginning of last season, in pre-season. It's only 3 games in when he'd left him out of the squad. What can happen from the pre-season tour and then being on the bench twice and then being left out? I just...
He said he wasn't training well enough.
I'm just not wearing it. I'm just not wearing it.
Well, I just think what on earth would be the point of Erik ten Hag to be like, you know what? I'm gonna send Sancho to the Netherlands when he's having a bit of a tough time, and that was totally understandable. I get that. And with people that I trust and know in the Netherlands, I'm gonna bring him back in. I'm gonna ease him back in. I'm gonna bring him off the bench, give him a bit of minutes like last season, which he did. And then you know what? I'm gonna play him all through the pre-season just to be like, actually, you know what? I'm gonna embarrass you in public. Maresca is out here saying players aren't going to get minutes, they're not good enough, they need to find somewhere else, slating them in the press, by the way. All Erik ten Hag said was we have to pick a squad and, all the players basically trained better than him. Sancho puts a statement out, which is ridiculous. You've got to admit the statement was ridiculous against the manager for answering a question in the press conference. And then, why would Erik ten Hag do all that just to create disruption in the dressing room unless there was a reason for it? I can't understand the motive.
No, I can't.
That's the thing. No doubt Sancho is talented, which is why I spoke to you on text. I don't want him to go to Chelsea because I have a feeling he could embarrass us because I know he's got the quality. I wish him and Ten Hag could work it out. I wish he'd get his head down. I wish he would actually put United photos back on his Instagram and say...
He's got his head down and worked his socks off and got dead fit and then tried his...
I would love for him to come out and say, look guys, I'm sorry for putting that statement out last season. I really want to work hard to play for United. I'm clean slate. I'm really going to work hard. And I would love to see that, and I would love Erik ten Hag to give him that chance as well, if he was willing to do that, because I know there's talent there. I just think too much has happened and we'll never know what actually happened. But from the outside looking in, I don't think Sancho's attitude has been right.
One thing that we do know that was happening was that Rashford and Antony were getting picked ahead of him and neither of them can lace his boots. That's my opinion. But it's a fact that they were getting picks ahead of him. And how long can that go on? I don't blame the lad for throwing his rattle out of the pram, if that's what happened.
I don't agree that's the way you should go about it, personally.
No, I agree, but how long can you do it, Beth? Say it went on for 5 years and you sat on the bench watching idiots playing from
It wasn't that long.
I know it wasn't, but say it was. You're saying...
Take your opportunity when you come on the pitch.
How long can you keep
I don't think Sancho...
I only played amateur football. I saw, in amateur football, it's different. You know, you can just walk off and say, I'm not playing here anymore, I'm going to sign for somebody else. And I saw it happen many times. After 6, 8, 10 games of a player thinking I should be in this team and I'm not in the team. Sometimes they're wrong, of course. In Sancho's case, I'm absolutely 100% convinced he's right, that he should have been in the team.
Previously, in these times, and we'll wrap up this subject, because I want to ask you Rashford or Garnacho, but in my opinion, I know you disagree, for Manchester United, not for Dortmund, he was class for Dortmund. I agree with that. I was buzzing when we signed Sancho. He looked like one of the best young players in the world.
I'll answer your question straight away. He's playing for a better team with better players.
But what I was saying,
it's easier to show what you can do.
For Manchester United, whenever he did get opportunity, I don't think he took it with both hands and proved why he should be playing.
Well, I do.
I know, we just have to agree to disagree on that.
When he went to Dortmund and they got to the European Cup final and he played great in the 2 quarterfinals and the 2 semi-finals, that didn't surprise me. That's the player that I saw. But the thing is, when you're playing for a team that's playing crap, people can't pick out the actual player that's doing the right thing more often than not. He's a player who plays with his head up. He does the right thing more often than not, but it doesn't have any effects on the team when you're playing with other players who are a waste of space.
Do you know what's interesting? He might play false 9 against Liverpool.
We'll see.
Who knows? Who knows? You know, Bruno can't do it now.
And if we get beat 2-0, you'll say it's all his fault.
No, I won't. No, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't.
Sorry,
I actually thought in pre-season his pressing was good on the false 9.
Yeah.
I actually thought he put in a bit of work, but...
That'd be fantastic if he played on Sunday.
Well, you were saying if he plays the false 9 system, Bruno was the go-to false 9 with Mason Mount.
Yeah.
Sancho's
the
done
next
it before.
choice, surely.
Sancho's the next in line for false 9.
Yeah.
So... What do you think, guys? Sancho false 9 or Xerxes up front? What will Erik ten Hag go for if he stays? You might see it. Who knows? And there's so many people agreeing and disagreeing in the chat. Why don't we run a poll on... Run a poll. What do you want to run a poll on? Sancho false 9 or Xerxes?
Yeah, do that, yeah.
Yeah, OK. We'll see what the...
Sancho false 9 or Xerxes at 9.
Yeah, for the Liverpool game. Or I was going to run a poll, who's right, Ricky or Beth? I feel like I'll lose. If people are just tuning in and don't know the context. Everyone get in the chat, who's right, Ricky or Beth? At least get your comments in on this one. Got some super chats coming in and then we're going to talk a little bit more on it as well. The poll on who would you rather sign, Chukwuemeka, keep Sancho or Sterling, ended with 20,000 votes. 69% said Chukwuemeka, 18% say keep Sancho, 12% say Sterling. Would you rather keep Sancho or bring Sterling in, Ricky?
Obviously, I'd keep Sancho.
What would you do?
He's a good player and he's 23, 24. But look, there's the awkward thing about a manager. Then there's also the awkward thing about Sterling. I agree with you, he's on his way down. But I think he's only 29 or 30. You know me, I'm not as ageist as you are. You might get 2 or 3 good years out of him. But a lot of the fans are not...
Ageist? I'm getting labelled an ageist over here.
No, so I'm not going to be as ageist as you, am I? What was I saying then? Sterling, obviously, his background, playing for City, playing for Liverpool, playing for Chelsea. You know, obviously, that's not the same as playing for City and Liverpool. But he's played for 3 of the biggest teams in the country and then coming to us on... I'm not so sure the fans would be very happy with it at all. He's been a good player. Obviously, I've not seen him play for a bit. The only thing I would say on the plus side... if we did take him, he's better than Rashford on the left, and he plays off the left quite a lot. So it might strengthen us, as he says, Mr. Brailsford, is it David Brailsford? Marginal gains. You know what I mean? So there'd be a slight improvement in the team if we did take him. At the end of the day, that's what we're there for, isn't it?
Interesting stuff. Do you agree with Ricky? Do you think Sterling would be a better option off the left than Rashford, who we are going to speak about in a second? Also, I think I'm winning here. I think there's more Beths coming in the chat than Ricky's. So thank you, guys. But it is quite mixed. We've got Told You saying, Beth blindly backs Erik ten Hag. It's ridiculous. Sancho has never had any run of games. Second season, he killed it. Then Antony came in and he was dropped for no reason. Second season, he killed it. I don't remember that happening, but... I said it's a difficult situation because I would have wanted Sancho to do well, but at the end of the day, I'm always going to try and back the manager. But I've said, Ten Hag this season, I'm not just going to blindly back him no matter what he does. He's got to show it. He's had money, he's had transfers. You know, it's the 3rd season. I want to see us play good football. I definitely don't want to see us lose the games in the manner the way we did in the Brighton game. I want to see us, put in a good game against the Liverpools and the Cities. And I want us to get Champions League football. That's a minimum for me. Patrick Lynch says, when United needed him, he didn't apologise. When United were playing well, he was sent to the Netherlands for help. Sancho has never shown it in a red shirt. TCG says, with regards to Sancho's statement, why is he not entitled to defend himself if he believes statements are made against him are false? Sometimes you just got to show a bit of professionalism, in my opinion. It wasn't as if Ten Hag came out and absolutely slated him. All he said is, we have to pick a squad, and based on training performances, he didn't make it. Managers have said so many worse things in press conferences than that.
That's a fair shout.
Steve Brown says he isn't interested. Beth, are you talking about Sancho there? Or Ricky? Scott Treacher says Ricky's the only one who thinks Sancho is not a bad egg. Ashton Gabriel says, I won't be surprised if Erik ten Hag will play Bruno and Ahmad as false 9 and Rashford and Garner on the wings.
That's not a bad shout.
Not a bad shout from Ashton Gabriel. Super chatting. What's more likely, that or Sancho false 9 starting?
That's more likely.
But if Ahmad's good off the right, play him off the right anyway. Yeah. Enjoy writing saying some players can't handle the red shirt, mate. Kat says Sancho for Cucurella. Patrick Lynch says Sancho is better than Antony based on potential, but you don't win games on potential. We need our wingers to perform. Can't go off what he might do. Keelan Robinson says we are already saying doesn't have a choice. Should not have bought Yoro, Rabiot and Amrabat should be there. I'm very happy we bought Yoro, to be fair, so I have to disagree on that one. But I do think we should have brought in another midfielder, so I agree with half of what you're saying. Ross W says, I'm sad we never went for Bologna. There's no point really talking about that. Bologna's Pat, and I'm not even going to say it because I don't know if I generally might be a player. I might just not be picking up on it, but it also might be fooling me. So I'm just not even trying it. I'm not having myself clipped up today of saying something wrong. Steve Brown says for the stop exaggerating. I don't know what we're exaggerating, but thanks for your super chat. Thanks for the money contribution. Witch Monkey says, love Ricky and his holidays. He puts Judith Chambers to shame. Ricky, what's your take on Sterling as a player and the possibility of signing him? We've just done that. Yeah. Zane Casey says, do you reckon Rashford has something in his contract that he has to start games regardless of performance? Ollie played him all the time, just like Erik ten Hag. Both managers refused to take him off. Do you think so?
Virtually, but it just seems to be happening a little bit more often. Rashford got subbed last week with half an hour to go, which is dead rare. So hopefully they're beginning to see the light a little bit.
Akil says, ask Ricky which left back he would sign.
Oh, that's a tough one. I always like talking about United's players rather than. I mean, obviously, who's available? Chilwell's available, isn't he?
Would you bring him in?
Look, last time you and I spoke about that, you were talking about his injury problems. I'm not too sure how big his injury problems are, but just as a player, yes, I would bring him in, yeah.
Enjoy Writing says Martinez owes us a consistent season. Reece Gregory says, if our defence was as good as Ricky's defence of these mediocre players, we'd be top of the league. Love you, Ricky. That's the super chat of the day. Super chat of the day. And lastly, before I move on to another subject, Sagar says, I'm Ten Hag in, but no left back, lack of depth in midfield with Eriksen and Casemiro not having the legs and playing his favourites, it will get him sacked. Wow. So straight talking there from Sagar.
Did he say Eriksen and Casemiro then? Eriksen's not been playing, has he?
No, he said they don't have legs, he's saying. But Ricky, back to the subject of the Liverpool game, just quickly. Let's just nail it down. What do you reckon his front three will be?
Obviously, we're not sure whether he will want to try and stick with the false 9. Let's assume he doesn't. If he's going to play Xerxes and then drop Bruno a bit deeper with the midfield players, I think his front wing, I think his wingers will remain the same. I think he'll stay as Ahmad and Rashford. That's what I think he'll do. It's not what I'd do, it's what I think he'll do.
Did you see him calling Alan Shearer's, I've not actually seen it from Ten Hag speaking, so I'd have to go back and check, but it was being quoted on Twitter that Erik ten Hag referred to Alan Shearer's analysis of Rashford in the Brighton game as stupid.
No, I didn't see that.
So Alan Shearer basically said, he can't be getting caught offside all the time. He's not a kid anymore. That's why he got brought off, because he weren't performing well enough. And Ten Hag said that isn't the reason. It's because I have to rotate players. It wasn't because he was performing poorly. It's because I have to rotate. And basically said it was wrong. What do you think about that?
I think he's got to defend his players, hasn't he? Whatever.
I agree.
You never know whether he means it or not. You know what I mean?
I just think you actually can't take anything seriously from what Erik ten Hag says in a press conference, and that's no disrespect to Erik ten Hag, because some managers handle press conferences differently, but I just don't think his words ever really match up with his actions.
I think when he's saying that it was due to rotation, even when it is due to rotation, unless you're desperate for somebody to be fit for the next game, or desperately not to get burnt out, you don't just make a substitution for rotation if you think it's going to harm your chances of getting the points in that game. Do you understand what I mean? You've got it's a balancing act. So even if it's true that he was thinking about rotation, there's still a small part of it about the result on that day. Do you understand what I mean? It's a balancing act. I mean, who came on for him? I know Garnacho came on at some stage. Was it Garnacho for Rashford? I can't remember if it was at that precise moment. Was it?
I think so.
So he's certainly not harming his chances, is it, of getting a result from the game if it's Garnacho for Rashford?
I mean, let's see what happens. Let's run a poll on it on the United Stand, actually. Let's run a poll. Who would you start against Liverpool? I think we can all assume the majority would probably go Ahmad on the right, so we'll stick with that. Would you start on the left, Rashford or Garnacho against Liverpool? Let's get a poll going. I'd be really interested to hear what you guys think. Some people want to go off Rashford's strength, the fact that he's got a good record against Liverpool, a good record against the top six. Some people want to go with Garnacho because of the impact he's had and the season he had last year, and the excitement he brings. I'd be really interested to see what you guys think. Also, Ricky, what are your thoughts on Ten Hag's comments around McTominay, saying he said he didn't want to lose him?
Yeah.
He would have rather kept him. 22 years he's been at the club. He bleeds Manchester United. He was a really important member of the squad, but because of PSR rules and financial fair play, you get more money, profit for academy players, so it's a deal that had to be done. Thoughts on that?
Yeah, I believe him. There has been rumours around, aren't there? You must have read them about the fact that he wanted to keep him, but he was under pressure, from the hierarchy to let him go. In other words, it wasn't his decision, and I do believe it. And one of the things that backs it up is he still did use him. You know what I mean? He came on for, I've seen him make substitutions with a minute to go. So to give Mctominay 10 to 15 minutes in each of the games, plus I think in the Community Shield, he's used him in every game. Which we know how he's treated one or two other players when they're about to leave, or he wants them to leave. So I think he did want to keep him. Yeah.
I agree. I think he did want to keep him, and that was the rumours. When I was over in the States on the US tour, I was told, again, I wasn't told from anyone specifically inside United, but I was told that Erik ten Hag wanted to keep McTominay and he wasn't sold on Ugarte. But Dan Ashworth and Jason Wilcox really liked Ugarte, which was similar from what came out the other week. And I know Mark did a show and he was like, it's rubbish, it's rubbish, it's rubbish. All I'm saying is what I was told was that. But obviously, Erik ten Hag does still have that transfer veto, so we'd have to see maybe what happened there. I mean, we'll never fully know. We'll see how many minutes Ugarte gets when he comes in. But that's what I was told. I was told that, they were really trying to sell Ugarte to Ten Hag and he wasn't 100% on it, and he said he would rather keep McTominay. So, interesting stuff. But, McTominay has gone to Napoli. I assume you might take a holiday there, Ricky, to maybe go and watch him play. I might go to Napoli to have a look. And for all the people who don't rate McTominay and are glad he's gone, the manager wanted to keep him, and he's been signed for €30 million, is it, by a manager who's won the Premier League and Serie A. So I'd sooner take his opinion of a footballer than yours. Oh, burned, everyone. You just got burned by Ricky. What is the poll on for Rashford and Garnacho? If someone could tell me, that'd be great. It's really not showing up on here. Wow. Garnacho, 87%.
Oh, sorry, what was that one? Over Rashford, was it?
To start, yeah. Wow, that is crazy.
I'd go with that.
That is an absolute landslide. The Duke says, if I was Sancho, I'd be mad too. Rashford starts every game and still playing like trash, not to mention Antony got game time over him. Thomas McArdle says, we need Xerxes on the pitch and not on the bench. Arturo says, 2 questions to Ricky. 1, thoughts on us facing Jose in Turkey in the Europa League? Have you seen that? Fenerbahce away?
I've seen that, yeah, exciting.
Are you going to go?
Probably not. Probably not to Turkey, no. I fancy a couple of away trips. I like the idea. I've been to Porto a few times. I'll probably go to the Porto away game. And how do you say it? Vittoria Pilsen, do you say it?
Is that the
it's not far outside Prague. I think it'll be a beautiful little town. I fancy that one.
Interesting stuff. Catch Ricky there if you want to see him, the Europa League games. I mean, facing Mourinho, Fred, Amrabat will be interesting, won't it?
Has Amrabat gone there as well?
Yeah.
Wow.
Amrabat's just signed there, actually.
Right.
So, midfield pivot of Fred and Amrabat. What's Jose cooking? We've got also the second question is, will Scott have a bigger impact in Napoli than Maradona?
I think when Maradona signed there, they hadn't won the league for about flipping 30 or 40 years, and they won the league straight away. I don't know if you know that, but when Maradona went there, they won the league straight away. I don't think he'll have that much effect, no.
Question for you, Ricky. Do you know much about Carney Chukwuemeka from Chelsea?
No, I don't.
Well, United are linked to him in the closing hours of the transfer window. He can play as an attacking midfielder and off the left as well. He's 20 years old, really promising talent. Would be exciting, I think, but it's one to keep an eye on as well. He's up on the screen now. Trey Warren says, Ollie bought him and didn't even play Sancho. Fred Flintstone says, Sancho pulled out of tackles, never tracked back. Felix Magath said, off the ball is so much more important than on the ball for an individual player.
Felix Magath said that. But did he say that? He just said that, or he means about Sancho? He said that.
He means he just said that
just
in general.
That.
Yeah,
that's true.
But do you think Sancho didn't have the? You liked Sancho's work rate, didn't you?
I think he's fine. Yeah, I've said to you, I've invited you. We'll get a game from the archives that he played most of the game in, and have a look at it, and let's see what we think from one game.
Nigel Flynn says, sorry Ricky, but you need to do more research. Dortmund have spent €157 million on transfers this summer. They never had any intention of going back in for him. He was a stopgap for them. That's what I was trying to say. That's what I was trying to say.
Look, you don't know the reasons. You know who've they signed. Come on, if we're going to go down that route, let's see who they've signed.
Send us a list of who they've signed, please, because I don't have time to go and look it up. I know they've signed Ugarte. The Duke says, if we can be honest, Sancho is our second best winger.
Who's better than him?
I wanted to bring this into the show, Ricky. So we did, when we were talking the other day on WhatsApp, we were talking about the wingers at Manchester United. You don't mind me bringing this up, do you?
No.
So you had made a list of 8 wingers
that have played for us in recent years.
Played for Manchester United in recent years. And
I can find it on here.
Yeah, find your list. So, Ricky, I'll tell you who they consist of. Amad, Garnacho, Sancho, Rashford, Antony, Elanga, Dan James and Pellistri. That's his list of wingers. And I wanted to ask Ricky, he wanted to ask me as well, like, how would you rank them wingers from best to worst? And I wanted to bring it into the show because I think it's very entertaining for you guys too, to kind of listen to Ricky's thought process behind this. Have you got it, Rick?
Yeah, I've got it.
You've got your list. So the 8 wingers you rank in, if you want to put a chat in to rank yours as well, get them in as well. We'd be really happy to hear from you guys. But how do you rank them 8 wingers in order of how good you think they are and who you'd play at Manchester United if you were the manager?
Do you want me to read mine out?
Yeah, from 8th to top.
From 8th to top?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll just say very quickly, I'm not absolutely adamant that they all stay in the exact same position, but I'm not having it that anybody moves more than 1 or 2 places at the most. Do you understand what I mean? The ones that who's in, say, 5th, he might be 4th or 6th, but he ain't 2nd. I'm not having it. Ooh. So here goes.
Sorry, Ricky. I'm just going to have to interrupt you for 1 minute. News. Apparently there's been an Ornstein tweet on Jadon Sancho, which, yes, okay. Coming in straight away from David Ornstein, and it is that Chelsea are expected to strike a deal with Manchester United to sign Jadon Sancho before the transfer window closes. No formal agreement in place yet, but the situation is advancing that way. Manchester United winger is keen to complete the move to Chelsea Football Club. So Chelsea, as per David Ornstein, are expected to strike a deal with Manchester United to sign Jadon Sancho before the transfer window closes. So he won't be playing false nine for United on Sunday.
Doesn't look like it, does it?
But the question is this going to be a loan? Is it going to be permanent? Is it going to be an obligation to buy? As soon as more details come out, we will bring them to you. Sam is going to be back on the channel as well in 14 minutes' time. He will be bringing you all the latest updates too, so look forward to that. But thoughts on Jadon Sancho? If it's a straight loan, I'll be really disappointed, to be honest with you. I'd rather it be permanent. And I've said it over and over, but I just want to make it very clear again. I would not be selling him to a rival. I would have pushed for Juventus. I would have said, look, Sancho, it's Juventus or it's nothing. Jadon, it's not worked out here. If you want to go, it's Juventus or you're staying. I wouldn't be saying just because he wants to go to London and play for Chelsea, I wouldn't be sanctioning that move. I think it has a very high likability that he could make us look stupid, but let's see.
I think, look, I don't know all of Chelsea's attacking players, but to me they look like they've got more attacking flair than we've got. It looks.
No, I agree.
To me, it looks like a team.
They need a striker like Osimhen, which they're getting in, but they create chances.
Yeah, it looks to me that it's a more difficult team to get in than our team if you're an attacking player. Do you understand where I'm coming from? So I don't know if Sancho's going to go there and he starts getting regular games. That'll be very, very interesting. I mean, obviously, they put 6 in at the weekend.
How are they going to get regular games there off the left?
It's going to be hard work getting regular games, whether it's on the right or the left. They just look to me like they've got. I watched a bit of the game. I didn't see all the game. I watched a bit of the game against City. I saw the first half actually. They look like they played some good football. They look dangerous. I thought they've got like some good attacking moves going here. And then the next game they played, they put 6 past Wolves. It'll be very interesting to see if he actually gets in the team.
To be fair, Wolves did have makeshift defence in that game.
When do we score? We don't score 6 against
that's true.
Tranmere Rovers, do we, or whoever we play?
But also, that's true. But also, Sancho apparently is like a London lad. He's from London. That's why he might be attracted to the move. I'm not saying it's the reason, but and let's be honest, I don't think he's attracted because he's guaranteed minutes. Let's be real.
Yeah.
And that again is another red flag about a player. And again, I'm sorry, Vicky, I know you don't agree with it. Right, if Jadon Sancho goes to Chelsea and he plays the majority of the games and he smashes it, fair play to him. I'll eat my words, But another red flag for me is when a player, I know the Juventus kind of broke down in terms of payments and stuff. But, Motta's got a good project there. He's going to play football. It's an opportunity. Chelsea, you're not going to play much. Like, he might do, but with the amount of competition, you're always going to be rotated. It's a disjointed side, and you might kick on this season.
He doesn't have to get much game time to get more game time than he was getting here, does he? Don't have to
I know, but I feel like if you're an ambitious player, I mean, Chelsea might prove me wrong, but why would you want to be a part of a 40-man squad? I wouldn't want to be.
Well, I think they can only name a 25-man squad.
Well, yeah, in the league, yeah. But it's interesting. Chelsea, to be fair, against Wolves did look good, and they should do well this season. They've got Neto, they've got Palmer. They paid God knows how much for Mudryk. Who else have they got? Madueke. Nicholas Jackson. It looks like they're about to sign Osimhen. They've got buckets of talent. Buckets.
It's going to be hard work for him, isn't it?
Let's see what happens.
Maybe you could look on it in a different light and say fair play to him for thinking that he is going to force his way into that team.
Yeah, you could do.
Let's see how that goes.
You could do. A lot of people are saying. João Felix they've got as well. He's crazy. By the way, I rate João Felix. I think he's a really good player. A lot of people are talking about how the fact they'd take Chukwuemeka, so would I. People are saying Ornstein tweet, we've just read it out, as per David Ornstein, if you're just tuning in, because I've seen we've got more viewers coming in now, it looks like Manchester United and Chelsea are expected to strike a deal for Jadon Sancho. We don't have any details on whether it's a loan with obligation to buy yet or what the structure of the deal will be. As soon as we get them, we'll bring it to you. But Sancho expected to be a Chelsea player, as per David Ornstein, by the end of the window. Let me just check if there has been any more updates on that as of now. Sam is trying to get some more details on that. Let me see if anything's coming out around that. Nothing as of yet. Just Romano retweeting his tweets about similar terms offered by Juventus. So it's looking like a loan, and it doesn't say anything about an obligation. Not interested. I think that's a wrong decision. I think it's either, I've said it before, but why would we let him just go and play somewhere else for a season, especially to a rival? It's beyond me. Alan Noonan says, we want players who want to put on the iconic jersey. The Duke says, selling Sancho will bite us. Yellow Storm says, why do people try to argue with Ricky? He's always right. Man sees football in ways some of you will never be able to do. Respect my legend. Love that. You have been proven right on numerous occasions. One thing I will say, Dan James, he's now playing in the Championship. No disrespect to Dan James, respect your efforts for United, but Ricky used to bang on about him like he was Pele, I tell you that. You want to bring your list in? I
will do, because he's in it. But that's what reminded me of it. But just another quick one about the one, when I say ever so slightly, it could even make the difference of finishing 4th and 5th if we're competing with Chelsea, which could easily happen towards the end of the season. If it's a loan deal, he won't be able to play against us, will he? That could make a difference.
Ooh, yeah.
That could make a difference. It
depends what the terms of the deal are.
I mean, they might still beat us, but imagine. I mean, I don't know when we play Chelsea. We might be playing them towards the end of the season. We might be a point in front of them, and Sancho might play, and they might beat us. Before people think I'm talking about him scoring or creating a goal, that doesn't matter. If he's in a team and they beat us like Antony Elanga was when he signed for Forest, and they beat us, Antony Elanga, you could see how pumped up he was, how much he loved it, hugging his manager after Forest beat us. And I think that could easily happen again. It could easily happen again, and it could be important points.
It's coming in from Sammy Mockbell that Jadon Sancho's potential move to Chelsea is not totally dependent on Raheem Sterling moving away. They have made an loan offer for Sancho. So again, it is looking like a loan, which...
At least he won't be able to play against us.
Yeah, still, I think it's a silly deal for us to do. But anyway. Jefferson Steele says, Xerxes starts now that Mount is out. Thoughts? We just discussed that before, and that's what we think is going to happen. But he could potentially still play a false nine with Ahmad and Bruno, because Ahmad has played, in that position before, and maybe put Garnacho and Rashford on the wings, but who knows. I think he will play Xerxes though. William Green 14 says, I'm not going to lie, please United get Chukwuemeka, it's a steal now, just make sure Sancho has gone first and he comes the other way. We have to do this. A lot of people really wanting that Chukwuemeka deal to happen. Hopefully we'll get more news on that, but he is someone that Manchester United have had talks with, Chukwuemeka from Chelsea, to keep an eye on that. Alan Noonan says, we want players I've done that one. Thank you for all your super chats. Ricky, let's do your list of wingers then.
Right, here we go.
You're in for a treat, everyone. Listen carefully.
So, like I said to you at the start, I don't mind them swapping one place for another, but not jumping 3 or 4 up the list. I'm not wearing it. So, in 8th place, I've got Marcus Rashford. In 7th place, I've got Antony. So, there's straight away is one where, Rashford, if he goes into 7th, and Antony into 8th, I don't mind. At number 6, I've got Garnacho. That's 3 of the 4 that we've kept. At number 5, I've got Pellistri. And Pellistri scored last night, I believe, on his was it his debut? I think it was, wasn't it? It was a good win, that, against Lens as well. So Pellistri at number 5. I've got Ahmad at number 4. I've got Dan James at number 3. And I've got Antony Elanga at number 2. And Jadon Sancho at number 1.
Ricky, my head's blown off. I've already read it, but the fact you've said it again out loud. Can I just say, one, the fact Dan James is above Ahmad is sending my head to space. Someone please clip that up if you're watching from the United Stand. I need the people to see it. The fact you've got Dan James above Ahmad is sending my head to space. The fact you've got Garnacho 6th is hurting me.
He loses the ball too often.
The fact you've got
the ones who are above him,
the
ones who are above him, all keep it more simple. All keep the game simple. Get hold of the ball, pass it, get on the move. They're all good players. The top 5 are all players who keep the team shape well, like Sancho did for Dortmund in a European Cup semi-final against PSG. they just all work well, pass it well, play with their heads up. Those 5 at the top are my favourite 5 out of the 8 by some distance.
So you think Dan James, who plays for Leeds, is a better winger than Garnacho?
100%. Stronger, quicker, more direct.
Sorry, my heart just went. Genuinely just went.
You know, work rate fantastic, keeps the game simple. Yeah, without a doubt.
Surely Ahmad's got to go a bit higher. Should I read my list?
Well, I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind Ahmad swapping with. Like I said, you know, I'm not to one place, but it's pretty close. Do you understand what I mean? I don't mind Ahmad swapping with James. Don't mind that.
Okay. Well, we can.
You know what I mean? It's all pretty close, but not from top to bottom. It isn't close. It's just
people think you're winding us up. He genuinely thinks it, guys.
Them players are proper footballers. Them top 5. I love that Palestri. What did we get for him? £5 million.
Honestly, Ricky, I do not agree with you in the slightest, but I respect your opinion, and I know how you watch football. And I know you like players who can keep hold of the ball, work it well. You like creative wingers rather than quick.
Creative, I like that word when you put it in response to me wanting players to keep it simple.
You want players who are going to keep the ball. You want players that are going to be able to
look after the ball better.
Look after the ball.
Garnacho loses it too often. He's only a young Garnacho. He can improve, but what I see at the minute, he's behind all those 5 for me at the minute.
But I just can't agree with you on that personally. I can't. Like, you've got at the top of your list, Elanga's playing for Forest, James is playing for Leeds.
That's management's fault. Their managers can't believe they signed them for what they signed them for. Don't think their managers are wrong and our managers right.
Congrats to Palistri for getting that goal for.
Don't tell me that was a good decision, selling him for £5 million.
Should have got more money.
It's a joke.
Should have got way more money.
Absolute joke.
Should have got way more money. What would your list be, everyone? Let me know. I don't know if to read mine out. Shall I read it?
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Okay, so this is based off when these players, are doing really well. So I think ability-wise, should I go from 8th to top?
Yeah, that's what I did, yeah.
Right, okay. I don't know whether to change Palistri and Dan James.
You've already... Oh my goodness, you've got them 2 at the bottom, haven't you?
Yeah, I have. I'm probably going to put James in 8th just because I don't watch him that much anymore. So I'll probably put James in 8th. I've got Palistri in 7th. I've then got Elanga in 6th. I've got Antony in 5th. I've got Rashford 4th. I've got Sancho when he's at his best in 3rd. I'm not saying, when he's at his best. But Rashford, to be fair, for United has done way more than what Sancho has. So maybe I'd put Rashford above him, potentially. Then I've got Garnacho 2nd and Ahmad top, just based on what I think Ahmad can be. That's what I wrote down in a conversation with Ricky the other day. That's what I had. So yeah. So people saying I hate on Sancho all the time. I've literally got him 3rd in my list based on ability, but based on what they've done for Manchester United, I'd put Rashford 3rd and Sancho 4th.
I've seen the jokes on Twitter comparing me to looking like Bielsa, who used to manage Leeds, and he
loves Dan James and Palistri.
He loves Dan James and he loves Palistri. And if Dan James was Uruguayan, he'd be competing with Palistri for a spot in that team because of the way they play the game. I doubt very much that Garnacho would be even a serious contender. Look, I don't know this for sure. People could say you're probably wrong. I believe that Bielsa prefers the likes of players that I like who stick in a team shape, keep the game simple, work hard. When they get it, they give it a move. I think he'd have Garnacho behind Palistri, and I think he'd have him behind Dan James. And one thing we do know for sure is he really likes Palistri and he really likes Dan James. He
might do, but I would like to see what top managers, that are playing in Champions League finals would do. What would Ancelotti do? What would, I wonder what Pep Guardiola would do. I'd be interested to see that in Arteta. But anyway,
we'll never know, will we?
We'll never know. Ricky, it's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you. Really enjoyed it.
Wait, before you go,
go on.
I need to know score prediction for the Liverpool game because we're not going to see it. I'm going to miss you so much on the forum.
I've got it.
You're back for Southampton, though.
I'm back for the next game, yeah. Am I allowed to say a defeat?
No.
I'll go for a 1-1 draw then.
You go for a 1-1 draw. Okay, Ricky. Thank you very much and enjoy your holidays.
Thanks a lot.
Look, everyone, we are now
to
going across to Sam outside Old Trafford, speaking to some fans as we change things up and move Sam and Maud into the presenters' seats. We will see you very, very shortly.
I'm joined now by Daniel. Daniel, Manchester United face Liverpool at home Sunday, 4:30. Super Sunday. It's going to be at Old Trafford. Tell me, what's your thoughts heading into this game?
Not overly optimistic, if I'm being honest, but hopeful that we get maybe a 2-1 win if we're lucky.
Mitchell, if you could bring back one ex-Manchester United player and they will sign today and go straight into the starting 11 for Sunday, who would it be and why?
Probably Fred, I can't lie to you.
Oh, Fred scored a hat-trick on the weekend.
He did indeed. I mean, I've always loved him as soon as he joined United. I thought he was a workhorse. He had the energy, he had the passion for it all, and I just think I think it was a shame to let him go, to be fair. But yeah, I'd probably end up bringing back Fred if I was the manager.
Chat, obviously you're seeing this right now, so get a yes or a no going in the chat. Would you bring back Fred? Who would your ideal target be? Say you could bring anyone in right now, few hours left to go. Who are you bringing in? If you're Dan Ashworth, if you're Sir Jim, if you're Brailsford, and you're saying to Ten Hag you can have anyone you want, who would it be?
If it's anyone you want, then Theo Hernandez from Milan. But
interesting, how come?
He's probably the best left foot in the world, I'd say.
Really? Yeah. Brave call.
Behind Luke Shaw, obviously. But no, I don't know. It's, even like Tyreek Mitchell from Palace.
I think with the injury to Mount, a realistic transfer would be Rabiot on a free, if he's willing to take a relatively low wage. Seems like a fair deal to do for me.
What's your thoughts on McTominay departing?
It's sad to see him go now, I have to say. Like, I was one of them as well. Like, you give him a bit of a bad rap, but you know, he always had the best for United at heart, I think. So it's sad to see him go, but it's just business, isn't it?
Last question, yes or no, Erik ten Hag, in or out?
In.
Sweet, love to hear it. Thank you very much. So guys, you've just got the opinions of some Manchester United fans previewing the Liverpool game that's here at Old Trafford and the transfer window. We are about to be joined live in the studio by myself. I'm about to run straight back upstairs and Maud will be with me and we're going to be chatting everything transfers and everything Liverpool. I will see you in about 10 seconds. Guys, welcome back to United Stand. That was me outside Old Trafford. I was just trying to get the thoughts of some fans, but I just have to say, before me and Maud kick back off, we're going to be joined by Jamie Jackson from The Guardian any minute now on just sorting that out. And I just want to say a massive thank you to Prime for sending us and keeping us hydrated this deadline day. It's obviously all good. You know, we have to keep hydrated and we're excited to speak to Jamie Jackson. But Maud, we're still waiting for Manuel Ugarte to be official.
Yes, we are.
How bored are you of waiting for this?
I feel like this has been like the longest ongoing transfer story of the season. It's one of the positions as well that United have been looking for. I think since Casemiro kind of, tailed off last season, we've been looking for a midfielder to kind of fill up that position, especially now that Mctominay's obviously gone to Napoli and Mason Mount unfortunately been injured. This midfielder option, we've needed this a lot. United need this a lot. So, I mean, it's going to happen today. I'm kind of hoping it happens during the show. I'll be honest. I'm kind of hoping it happens.
Unreal if we were on air.
It'll be a bit unreal if it happens right now. But yeah, I think especially what Ten Hag mentioned earlier in his press conference about McTominay, saying, you know, it's probably the best decision for all parties, not just McTominay and Napoli, but for United as well. It kind of hints a little bit that Ugarte is going to be announced very, very soon. And yeah, I'm fully looking forward to it.
Yes, exactly. So just while we get Jamie Jackson in, he is loading in. What sort of things do you want to hear from Jamie? Do you want to know if Manchester United are going to make one more signing? Is it going to be Chukwuemeka? How close is Jadon Sancho actually to Chelsea? What do you want to hear?
I've got a very strong feeling that we're going to make another signing. I've got a very strong feeling. I don't know why. I mean, I'm not Fabrizio, I'm not Sam, you know, I'm not one of the top journalists, but I have a very strong feeling that we're going to make another signing. I think it's just about who really suits the team, and because Chelsea just have a lot of players, like they've just got an excessive amount of players, it obviously makes sense that a couple of the players like Sterling, like Chukwuemeka, and there's probably a couple of other players in that team as well that probably want to leave and get some playing time. We are most likely going to get a player from that club. Me personally, I do want to see Chukwuemeka play for United, not because I've always wanted him to play for the club or whatnot, but I feel like like I said, his situation at Chelsea is a bit dire. He's not really going to get that much playing time, considering they just brought in Felix. They've got Nkuku in a similar position. They've got Cole Palmer in a similar position. So it's not looking very strong for him at Chelsea. But also the fact that Mason Mount's been injured, we don't know how long he's going to be out for, and we don't know if he's going to pick up another injury.
3 to 6 weeks, Mason
Mount. 3 to 6 weeks is for someone who's just come back to the team, to the first team. And considering that we've actually been playing well with him in this team, in my opinion anyway, for him to get injured like that so quickly, it's a bit heartbreaking. But Chukwuemeka can definitely fill in that position, for the time being anyway. And yeah, I think it'll be an exciting new player to join United.
Yes, I completely agree with you. I mean, it's definitely going to be interesting what Manchester United are going to do. Are we going to move forward with this Carney Chukwuemeka interest? But I'm very, very excited to have Jamie Jackson on within the next few minutes and seconds. Obviously, Jadon Sancho now. Chelsea are close to finding an agreement. Chelsea apparently offered Chukwuemeka as part of the negotiations, but the Times are saying that United are unlikely to accept him as part of that deal. But I think we are now joined by our good friend of the United stand, Jamie Jackson. Jamie, can you hear me?
I can now, yes. How are you both?
We're good. I'm good. How are you?
Very, very good.
Better, thank you. Never been better.
That's what I like to hear. Now, Jamie, let's just get straight into it. Please, please, please bring us something positive on this. Are Manchester United going to complete one more signing that isn't Manuel Ugarte before 11 p.m. this evening?
As far as I know, no.
Oh.
Because I missed your intro because it's on YouTube. What were you talking about? Which player?
And Carney.
Chukwuemeka.
Well, I'll tell you what. Listen, it could be possible. I've not heard about that, but I'd be surprised. As far as I understand it, the only deals that are kind of live, if you like, that could still happen. We don't, that are in the balance is Sancho, really. Which is a Chelsea thing. But yeah, I mean, listen, they always say never. So just because I'm saying I don't think so doesn't mean to say it won't happen.
And just a quick update on where we are with the Jadon Sancho deal. My source is telling me that Chelsea are now increasingly confident of getting that over the line.
Yeah, I think United are as well. Yeah. I think he's surplus to requirements. I think Juventus has sort of been after him all summer. I'm a bit surprised Chelsea want him just because I feel like Raheem Sterling's a better player.
You think Raheem Sterling's a better player than Sancho?
Well, I do actually, in terms of what he contributes. Yeah, I mean, Raheem Sterling's done it in the Premier League. I mean, he just has. He scored hatfuls of goals for City, assists, and Jadon Sancho's done neither of those things. Now, I know there's a 5-year age difference, and we could have maybe a debate about, has Sterling peaked? But yes, I'm just a bit surprised that if Sterling... But, Maresca has said he's not the type of winger that he wants, Raheem Sterling. So Sancho, I'd have to look back in my diary, but I think he may well know him from when he was at City. This is Sancho. Yeah, Maresca may well know Sancho from when he was at City. Because obviously he was there before he went to Dortmund, 2018, 19. So I think their timelines will have crossed, sorry. So I can sort of see why he wants it. But anyway, to answer your question, yeah, I think it's fair enough now to say that it'd be a surprise if Sancho does not leave. A big surprise. And I think everyone wants it. That's the thing about it. The player, the club, the buying club, etc.
Interesting. So all parties want this Jadon Sancho deal to go through. Jamie Jackson is telling United stand. Over to you, Mods.
Yeah, I've just got a question. Based on what we've seen from the Chelsea manager Enzo, he obviously has a very specific kind of player that he likes and team that he wants to build from, especially considering they've got about 40-something players, a lot of players. Is it confirmed that Sancho, if he was to go to Chelsea, that he will be 100% part of that team? Or is it a case of he has to still kind of prove himself at Chelsea first to get into that selection?
I mean, it's a great question because of what you just mentioned as part of the question, which is all the players are there. I can't believe that if what we're seeing in these players that are coming into Chelsea are basically, the new manager's coming in, he's saying what he wants. Think about the striker they try to get, for example, that I can't believe that Sancho is not in that bracket. This is what I'm talking about. If Sancho goes there, he does not get in the team. well, that'd be really staggering because why make all this effort to get hold of him? And that's why it's interesting because you're going to obviously see Chelsea play a little bit different if you've got a Sancho on one of your wings than say a Sterling. My thing with Sancho, right, is he's a very good player of a certain level, but he's not like a speedster like Sterling is. Doesn't score a lot of goals, and he's not a wide player how Phil Foden was at City before he moved inside, which is a very technical, almost like a playmaker, if you like, on the left-hand side. Phil Foden's very good technically. He's very gifted in that regard. So this is why I'm not too sure what Sancho is, and that's why we have seen him. I mean, I know he's leaving the club now, but we have seen him the last 2 summers and pre-season playing like a false 9 or a centre-forward position for United. I think he might have tried him at number 10. So obviously he's tried in both wings. But yeah, I mean, I'm not saying he's slow, but he's not got blistering speed. So then if you don't have that as a, Marcus Rashford is very fast, right? He burns away from defenders. But if you don't have that as a wide player, then you have to be a bit more like maybe Phil Foden, as I say, when he played there, sort of almost like a creative talent. And I just don't. People always say to me, yeah, but look what he's done at Borussia Dortmund. Well, first of all, yes, he did very well at Dortmund when he was there initially. He was in the Bundesliga team of the year, 2 years on the bounce, I think, before he came to United. But I don't think that league's the same as the Premier League. I don't want to sound arrogant or anything. I just think the Premier League is, it's a different sort of test, and I don't think he's been quite up to it. Certainly for a club like Manchester United, which needs to have players who are the best around, basically.
Just a quick one, just before you ask your next question, Maud. Guys, just a quick update from David Ornstein. He is saying that Chelsea are negotiating a loan and obligation to buy with Manchester United for Jadon Sancho. But yeah, back to Maud.
Yeah, I'm just super curious about this whole Chelsea situation because, like I said, the amount of players they have is we've not seen this before in the Premier League, especially from a club that big. Are there any other players that are pushing to leave? If I was a player at Chelsea, I'd be pushing to leave. And if I wasn't in the starting 11, I'll be pushing to leave definitely. So, are there any other players that are thinking of or trying to find a move outside of Chelsea?
Well, it's interesting. I think you could almost say there's a full normal first team squad of players, right? Because they've got twice as many, right? As you're sort of saying, 40 odd. It's hilarious. Most coaches or managers like to work with smaller squads. You look at 20 or 21 outfield players. I mean, Chalobah's one. Diassi, who I think might go to Newcastle, possibly, because they thought they were going to get Gay, the Palace centre back. I mean, there'll be names that you and I might have forgotten are there, who are probably going to leave. But on the flip side, some of them might be thinking, well, like Sterling's an interesting one because if he does not leave, he doesn't go to Arsenal, for example. Well, I can't, he's on a massive wage. Now, obviously, not everyone at that club is on the same amount as him, but they might just, they'll have different situations. Some might be thinking, well, I'll wait here for a year, if I'm not going to get picked, right, but I can go on a free, and that means obviously more money for the player. But it's obviously a method to what appears madness from Todd Boehly and his, the consortium that owns Chelsea, in terms of what they're doing. But it does seem a little bit hectic, is one word. I mean, for example, Cole Palmer, we all know how brilliant a player he is, right? I wouldn't be surprised if next summer they sell him because of the model. He's on that big, long contract. Maybe United go in for him. He's United. I think he's a United fan, as I understand it. He had
United boy.
Bedroom and all that sort of thing. I think
he's on a long contract. His contract's kind of, what is it, 9 years?
Just renewed as well.
8-9 years, something like that.
Just renewed.
Yes. So that's that's the issue with it. But that's maybe where they feel like a player like him who would get, I don't know, what's he worth, 120, 110? I mean, we're talking like that. Roughly, if Grealish goes to City for 100 3 years ago, I'd suggest Palmer's probably about 20 million more. But, Chelsea have what? How many goalkeepers do Chelsea have? About 5, 7, 8?
I think they just sold Petrovic.
They've just sold Petrovic to their sister club. They keep doing those sort of deals, which to me it seems dodgy. But I'm no footballing legally expert, so I can't comment on that. But it does seem dodgy. But yeah, Chelsea, the whole club, the whole situation's just a bit of a mess, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit wild. But back to United, I read something earlier about Lindelof. Choosing to stay, is that? I think he's got 1 more year in his contract, and no option to Is there no other?
I don't think there's a further.
No other option. Does that kind of give more of a sign that United are most likely going to be looking for maybe another centre-back next year, or especially if Maguire might leave next year as well? Or is there another case of maybe Maguire might renew his contract or another centre-back might stay?
I mean, Maguire's interesting, isn't he? Because he seems to have more lives than, proverbial cat. And he was going to go to West Ham, wasn't he, last summer? Yeah. But they couldn't sort out this sort of wage differentiation thing. Yeah, I mean, you're right. If Lindelof leaves, I mean, it would still leave them with 4 if you include Maguire as as the 4th one, De Ligt, Martinez, and Yoro. So, and I think I can't remember what Maguire's got left. It might be 2 years. I think in the end they're going to have to get another centre back, because Maguire, for me, going to be polite, he was at fault for which goal was it? Was it the opening Brighton goal last week where he should have cleared it? And he's got that in him. He's got that in him. He's 31 now and all the rest of it. But just to broaden it out a bit, I mean, I don't know what you two get interested at United, because to bring in 5 major signings, right, when you've got financial constraints, the amount of surgery this squad needs, 2 centre backs, a striker in Xerxes, Ugarte, as a number 6. Listen, it's very good in terms of numbers. What the test is how good they're going to prove to be. Hopefully, all of them will prove to be good. But it is pretty decent. I'd say Dan Ashworth, the sporting director, has done well. Barada as well, obviously the chief executive coming in with him. Because, all we were told was basically there wasn't too much money. So to get rid of Sancho, probably Greenwood, one other player who's gone for a bit of money, whose name escapes me. They've done well. They've done well.
I just want to say a quick thing before we wrap up the interview chat. If you can hear us, we know we're freezing. We're having a few technical issues our side through the studio. But if you bear with us, we are going to get back and we are going to bring you the latest and most best developments. I'm pretty sure the stream has gone down, but just on the odd chance that we're still live. Jamie, thank you for your taking time out of your deadline day and for chatting to us.
Thank you.
Cheers, Jamie.
Cheers, thanks.
Are we still live, producers?
Let's just hope. Let's just assume that we are live.
Are we live? Just waiting to hear an RF chat saying
we need a here we go. Are we going to get a there we land? Back up.
Back up. Are we back up?
Let's the chat. Let's see in the chat. Are we back up? Are we live? Is everything cool? Is everything good?
Chat saying.
Here we go. Are we gonna get?
We're back. We're back. We're back. Oh,
back.
You know
Here
what?
we
I
go.
thought we were going to get that Manuel Ugarte official while we were lagging.
Oh.
And I was like, oh no, that could not have happened. Oh no. But it looks like we're back. I'm pretty sure we're back. Confirm to us in the chat that we're back. And Jamie Jackson, we closed that interview off because of the lagging problems, but really big thanks to Jamie for taking his time out 100%. And joining us on deadline day. Maud, let's talk a bit about the Liverpool game. I believe that we're back. You're a Rashford fan, right? There's lots of people calling for him to be dropped when we face Liverpool on Sunday and for Ten Hag to play Garnacho and Ahmad. What's your thoughts?
Look, he didn't have the greatest game. I'm going to be honest. He didn't have the greatest game to get Brighton. He was offside a lot. And we've seen over the past few games as well, he's not really finishing his feet a lot. Considering Garnacho, in my opinion, I said it before the season started, I think he's going to get at least 15 or 15 goals and assists. But considering that, he has played well off the bench. He has played very well off the bench. And maybe that is a case of he's coming up against tired defenders. Maybe it's just, he's got a lot of energy. He's still trying to prove himself to get into the starting 11. My only fear is that we start Garnacho and his form drops. I don't want that to happen. And I'm not even trying to defend Rashford, because this whole Rashford fan thing, I'm not even, I just want the best for the team. I just want the best for the team.
Everyone wants the best for the team.
I just want the best for the team. Garnacho has played very well off the bench. Some players genuinely just play better off the bench than you do starting, and it's natural. We saw Garnacho last season. He started a lot of games, but as the season went on, he did tail off near the end, and his decision-making kind of dropped a bit. His finishing dropped a bit. He obviously fatigued a lot. I think as long as there's a good rotation, right now we're obviously not playing as many games because we're playing any Europa League games, but the more games we play, the more games we're going to see Garnacho start over Rashford in different competitions. So it's not even a case of I really love Rashford and I think he should start every game. It's just, I think sometimes Garnacho just does play better off the bench. If it's a team that, for example, Liverpool's a difficult team, very difficult team.
For sure.
And what we saw in the City game and the FA Cup final, Rashford did start and he played well. So it's not like he can't play well if he just start. And also the Liverpool game in the FA Cup, when we beat them, obviously the Ahmad goal last minute. So these kind of big games, I do want to see big players play.
We're frozen again.
Are we frozen again?
We're frozen again.
Oh. Well, shall I just assume that we're still going?
No, we've stopped. We've stopped, but we're on.
Okay, that's sweet. But yeah, all I'm saying is I just think big players should play in big games. And yeah, I think Rashford's obviously a big player. Garnacho should definitely, I'm like I said before, I'm not trying to say Garnacho shouldn't play. But yeah, he plays well off the bench. Hopefully he can still come in, make an impact. The same way he made an impact against Brighton. He should have had a goal. Zertsky's, for some reason, slid in and touched it before I went over the line. But yeah, I think as long as we set up right, we should definitely have a good result.
Interesting stuff. I'm just trying to see what the problem is.
I think it's Sky, man. Sky is trying to hack us.
I think they got jealous of our viewers. But are we back? Because I can see myself. Who knows what's going on? I think it's Sky because we were beating their viewers.
I think it's back, you know.
So I think it's Sky because we were beating their viewers, so they needed to to take us down. But we have switched internet. We are working on it behind the scenes.
We are still. Sorry about this, guys. Sorry.
We're back. We're sorry. We're sorry.
We apologise. Transfer deadline. It's a busy day. There's a lot of people online.
We're gonna bring you an exclusive. I'm gonna bring you an exclusive to apologise for the bad internet. But we are working on it, and we are hoping it's not going to go down again. We're just going to carry on. We're just going to carry on as usual. Some are saying we're back. Some are saying they're not. If you can hear me but can't see me, refresh. And if you can see me but can't hear me, refresh. Even though you won't be able to hear that I said that.
I think it is definitely back up.
But I think we're back. So let's talk about Raheem Sterling.
Yeah.
So he is linked with a move to Arsenal. Now, a funny thing that just happened live on Sky. Bukayo Saka drove past Gary Cottrell, who is the Sky Sports reporter, was waiting outside the Arsenal training ground. Rolled down his window, this is Saka in the car, and said, "Who are we signing?" Laughed and drove off. Does that hint at a potential deal for Raheem Sterling? What do you think?
I mean, no, it doesn't. I don't think Saka's in the board, the meeting rooms, doing the faxing and all the paperwork. But I do think my whole thing with Arsenal was they just needed depth in their front three, because last season they were so lucky that they had pretty much their starting 11 for the whole season. One injury to Saka, one injury to Odegaard, it's problems. And Martinelli, in my opinion, is not the greatest player on the left anyway. And up front, Trossard, he's not. I like Trossard as an impact player, but I wouldn't say he's a world beater or anything like that. Apparently, it's gone again. Maybe they can still hear me. I don't know. I got a message that said the volume is fine, but the screen is freezing a lot. So let's just keep talking. Yeah,
we can turn it into a podcast. This is Sam and Maud Saves Football.
Sam and Maud podcast.
Sam and Maud Saves Football. Let's do it.
But I think Sterling to Arsenal, just to provide that depth. He's obviously an older player compared to, like I said, Martinelli, Havertz and Saka, so there's a bit more experience in there they're looking to win the league. Sterling's won the league, 4 times, 5 times maybe? So there's that experience in there for the team. There's a few other England internationals in there. Saka's obviously, they played together a lot. I know they've got a good friendship there, so that's probably one of the reasons why Saka, made that joke. But yeah, I think he's more suited to Arsenal, just to provide that depth. He's touching 30 now, so I'm not going to say he's touching the end of his career, because there's a lot of players who were in their prime who were late 20s, early 30s. But I don't think in the Premier League he's definitely at the level that he used to be at City, but he doesn't need to be. End of the day, I still think he's better than Martinelli on the left, so he could challenge for that spot. But yeah, I think that'll be a good signing for Arsenal, in my opinion.
Now, people are coming already on the back of Erik ten Hag after just one game. I think it's a bit unfair. Where do you sit on it?
After the Brighton game, it's very harsh. It's very, very harsh. I've always said the start of the season, it's just about results. Start of the season, get them 3 points, because realistically, you're not going to play your best football at the start of the season. You're most likely still going to be making signings. You're still going to be building your team. It's just about trying to get over the line. And it was unfortunate. You know, everyone who actually watched the game and didn't just, I don't know, watch highlights or just listen to Twitter. If you actually watch the game, you know that United didn't play bad. We didn't play terribly. And also, there was quite a few chances in there where United still could have won the game very easily, similar to the Fulham game. And on another day, that could have been 3-4. We could have had 3-4 goals. So I think the method in what Ten Hag's doing in terms of style of play, the plays that he's picking, his substitutions, I think it's actually working out so far. It is unfortunate that we did lose to Brighton. I'm not trying to say that, you know, we're just going to forget about it. There definitely needs to be work done in certain areas. But I think we're definitely on the right path. And look, in my opinion as well, I didn't necessarily look at this season as a contending season. Even a top four, it'll still be a struggle for us to get top four because of the other teams that are competing for those positions. So I think Ten Hag is doing a good job so far. The players that he's bringing in so far have been good signings, and I think there's definitely a lot of work to do, but it's the right track, so we should be happy.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Just a little bit of exclusive breaking news. I understand that Raheem Sterling, as of 4:20 p.m. To Arsenal, has not advanced. That's what I understand.
So it's completely off.
It's not advanced yet. It's the word coming out is never say never, but it hasn't advanced as of now. Could that have implications on the Jadon Sancho deal? I hope not.
Sterling to Arsenal.
Could then free up the wage to bring.
Yeah, to bring in Sancho. They are both on high wages. I think Sterling's on what, 300, something like that.
Nearly 400 a week.
Nearly 400 a week. Wow. And if he was to come to United, he would definitely have to take a wage drop.
For sure.
100%. Yeah, I mean, so what are we discussing? What if that will implicate Sancho going to Chelsea?
Yeah. What do you think?
The thing with Sancho going to Chelsea is where is he even going to play? Like where is Sancho's position going to be? He can't go on the right because already Madueke, I think, because of the game that he just had against Wolves.
He's a serious player.
He's a serious player, and he's young. He's what, three years younger than Sancho, maybe 3-4 years younger than Sancho. So
just got his first England call up as well.
Exactly. So he's definitely making a big stride in that Chelsea team. I mean, Cole Palmer, I know he's playing more in the midfield now, but he's still a right winger, so that's still a position that he could play in. And on the left, they've got loads of guys on the left. They've got Neto, they've got Nkuku can play on the left, they've got Mudryk. Who else? They've probably got about another 2 or 3 players that can play on both wings. So I know Sancho wants to leave United, and I know he obviously wants to get some kind of game time, but I don't see how Chelsea is a team for him, in my opinion.
I asked this to the people when I was standing outside Old Trafford, as you saw, and I magically teleported back to this seat within 5 seconds.
5 seconds, quick.
But I asked if you could bring back one player
Yeah.
that Manchester United had. You can bring him back on deadline day. You can close the deal for a relative fee with not high wages, and they can go straight into the 11 for Liverpool.
Any player?
Let's say last 10 years.
Oh, 10 years.
Who are you saying?
That is a difficult question to throw at me. So let me just get the question.
And let me ask the chat. Chat, the same question goes to you. If you could bring back any player that Manchester United have had in the last 10 years, they walk straight into that team against Liverpool on Sunday. Who is it? Tell me. We'll get into it.
So I'm thinking about positions right now. So I'm thinking defensively, I don't think there's a lot of concern. So I'm not going to pick a defender. I'm not going to pick a goalkeeper because as good as De Gea was, I'm okay with Onana right now. I'm looking at the midfield. Definitely, obviously, we don't need an attacking midfielder. Bruno's there, Mainu's there. Don't necessarily need to replace him. that other midfield position is very tricky. I don't think we need wingers either. I'll probably go for, against Liverpool, a midfielder who can really take hold of the game. I'm going to go for a wild shout, and I don't even necessarily think this is going to be like the perfect option, but I just love this player. Well, I loved him anyway. I'm going to go for Ander Herrera.
Ander Herrera, why?
I just loved him as a player. I was so gutted when we sold him to the PSG. I was so gutted. I remember even
the stream's gone again.
That's fine.
But carry on talking.
I remember even when we played Chelsea, I think Mourinho was the Chelsea manager at the time. And no, was he the Chelsea manager? No, United manager at the time. And he just told Ander Herrera, just stick on Hazard. He's the threat, stick on Hazard, follow him the whole game, man mark him, and eliminate him at the game. Hazard was probably the best player in the Prem, or one of the best players in the Prem at the time. And he just completely isolated him, took him out of the game. And it's just that kind of, that tenacity, that kind of, that mentality that he had to just, he was always ready for them big games. So, yeah, I picked Ander Herrera. I don't think he'd be the best option, I genuinely don't think he'd be the best option, but he's just the player that came to my mind, and I just like him as a footballer.
People saying they can barely hear us, so I'm really not sure what is going on.
Apologies, guys. Apologies. In the last 10 years, a lot of people saying Carrick. Carrick, 2014.
Carrick Mainu. Carrick Mainu.
Maybe Carrick in 2008, 2009, maybe. Pogba, he's going to play DM.
You're a Pogba fan, aren't you?
I'm a Pogba fan. Big Pogba fan, I'll be honest.
Would you have Cobby sitting back and then...
But Pogba in front of him?
Yeah.
Would that even make sense? Cobby as the... Look, this is going to sound wild, but I think Cobby and Pogba, other than like physicality, very similar players in my opinion. I think Pogba's just got more flair. I think he's just a bit more skillful and whatnot, but I think they're both very good on the ball, both compose on the ball. They can both find a pass. Maybe Cobby's a little bit, let me not say, again, I don't think they're both the quickest players either. And I think going forward, they can both, have a good attacking attribute. So I don't see why them two both in the same team. It sounds like a dream, innit? Pogba, prime Pogba anyway, and Cobby in the same team. That sounds like a really good option, but I don't think that's balanced enough in my opinion.
Well, somebody said Phil Jones to keep Luke Shaw company. I don't completely agree with that statement, but
Phil Jones. Did he not just retire just last season?
You do you. JP member for 19 months says I would bring Vidic back all day long to play alongside Lisandro Martinez.
That's not the last 10 years though. Yeah, I know he did retire in 2015, not retire, leave United in 2015, but you're looking at...
It's not his prime anymore.
Yeah, I'm thinking of players that actually played consistently over the past 10 years.
Let's talk about another topic. Manchester United were linked to Ivan Toney this transfer window. Al Ahili, Fabrizio Romano says in the last minute they're working on the document Saudi Arabia to complete the Ivan Toney deal with Brentford player and players camp. The main part of the medical is now done. It's completed. Ahili are now proceeding to get it done after they had issues with the Osimhen deal. Osimhen, my understanding, Chelsea's still there for Osimhen. They are still in the race. What do you think about Ivan Toney? Obviously, England international, linked with Manchester United. He's gone now to Saudi Arabia. Is it confusing in your mind?
I think that's a horrible signing for Toney. I think that is a horrible... I know, obviously, wages-wise, I understand it. I think he was on 30 grand a week at Brentford, which is wild.
It's very cheap.
Which is wild. 30 grand a week. There's some academy players that are earning more than that. And I think now, playing in Saudi, he's probably going to be on about 300, 350. So I understand that aspect of the money side, the financial side. But Ivan Toney, you just come off as one of top 3 strikers in the Premier League. Him, Haaland and Watkins, in my opinion, top 3 strikers in the Prem. England call up. You did, even though you came off the bench, you didn't play a lot of minutes, but the minutes you did play, you made an impact for England. It doesn't, in my opinion, you should be striving. A football player at that level, in his prime, late 20s, he should be striving to play at the highest level, and you should be striving to compete for the biggest trophies, whether it's a Premier League, whether it could be a big league and another, it could be La Liga or Bundesliga or whatnot, and obviously Champions League. He's good enough to play in these competitions. The fact that he's going to Saudi now, I mean, how many players gone to Saudi and got better? Look at Firmino went over there, he's struggling right now. Benzema went over there. I'm pretty sure he left. The only player he went over there and is doing well is Ronaldo. Let's be honest.
And even Ronaldo isn't doing great.
And even Ronaldo, I mean, he's scoring a lot of goals, but it's like, I don't think it's a great signing for him as a player. Like I said, other than financially, I don't think it's a great sign of him as a player. I think it's kind of a easy signing for him. But hopefully it's not like the longest deal and he can still come back to the Premier League or go to another big club and, you know, win big trophies.
Yeah, for sure. Guys, get all your super chats in. Tell us what you're thinking. I think the stream is stable now, so we're going to continue to press on and bring you the latest. I want to move over, while we're still talking about attackers, to Antony. Now, there was some interest in Antony, but it's my understanding that there is literally zero chance he leaves Manchester United today, and he wants to stay and show his potential this season. What's your thoughts on Antony? Can he still redeem himself as a Manchester United player?
No. My short answer is no. Purely based off the fact that when I look at players who aren't in form, I just try to see what are they capable of doing. Because at the end of the day, if you're capable of doing it, then that could still come back. You know, even though you might be out of form, you know, maybe a change in training, a change in position, a change in mentality or whatever, a change in environment, those qualities could still come back. I don't see how Antony's qualities will bring him back in this team over the players that we have. Ahmad, Garnacho, on that right wing. He's not the best on the left wing, so it's unlikely he's ever gonna find a position over there. So look, I think it's tough just because of how much he costs. What was he, 90 million? Something around that, 80, 90 million. He's obviously a Ten Hag signing, so you know Ten Hag, he wants him to do well. He's played under Ten Hag before, so he understands you know, Ten Hag's style of play and how he's as a manager. But it's just not working out, and it's okay to let players go. It's a big L. Like it's not the greatest. It's definitely not the greatest signing. Like we're gonna have to firm it. It's a lot of money that we have wasted
for sure.
But sometimes it was a mistake that happened before Inos, you know. So I'm just thinking, you know what? Now that Inos are making the sign, well, not just by themselves, but they are obviously working with Ten Hag to make the signings. I don't think we're going to have another situation like that where we're bringing a player like Antony and it just doesn't work at all. So yeah, I wouldn't be too bothered with him leaving. Also, we would probably need to replace him, whether it's with a younger player or a more versatile player that can play both wings.
Should Manchester United have looked at that Chiesa deal? £10.9 million.
Yeah, I like Chiesa. The first time I really started watching Chiesa was the Euros 2021, obviously for Italy, and I thought he's a great player. And I was surprised no one picked him up earlier, to be fair.
I'd love Noni Madueke.
At United?
Yeah. I'd love Madueke at United. It's not going to happen, but
it's not going to happen.
I would be hyped.
I just don't see why we're looking for right wingers. We were going to get.
No, we don't need one. We don't need one. I'm just saying in general.
Yeah. Look, my dream right winger is Cole Palmer. That's genuinely my dream. If you say to me, pick one right winger in the world, I know he's playing more in the midfield right now because he can as a 10, but he can still play on the right. If I say you're one right winger in the world right now, it's Cole Palmer.
Chat. Here's a question. If you could bring one right winger to Manchester United right now, who would it be? Would it be Cole Palmer? Tell me what you think.
Anyone in the world. I'll take him over Rodrigo. I'll take him over.
Seriously, you think
Salah?
You think Palmer's him?
Yeah, 100%. I think after this season, and I don't even like saying this about like a rival. I know Chelsea's not that big of a rival, but I don't even like really saying this about other teams other than United. But Cole Palmer. After this season,
people saying Yamal, Palmer.
You know what? Yeah, no. To be fair, I did forget about Yamal. Let me not lie. I did forget about Yamal.
The whole chat is saying Yamal.
I did forget about Yamal. Let me not lie. I did forget about Yamal.
Okay, separate question. If you could bring someone to Manchester United now, would you bring Palmer or Yamal? Tell us. Tell us what you think. 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 Some news. Lille will not let Eden, I can't pronounce his surname, somebody from Lille whose first name is Eden, leave today despite links with Manchester United. I wasn't aware we were even linked with him, but he won't be joining. Everyone saying Yamal. Everyone is saying
I will hold my hands up and say I did forget Yamal even existed. I'll be honest, I completely forgot Yamal was even a player. Serious baller, just turned 17 or something like that.
Mental.
Yeah,
Absolutely mental. Cautious optimism now from Chelsea side that they will strike a deal with Manchester United for Sancho. Talks progressing well over a loan with an obligation to buy. This is coming in from James Ducker at The Telegraph. Let's just me refresh my page so I can check for this full update and bring that to you. So Chelsea have finally made a proposal to sign Manchester United's Jadon Sancho. There's no club-to-club agreement yet, but Sancho is obviously keen to make the move. The clock is ticking ahead of tonight's 11 p.m. deadline. Agreeing a deal still appears to be difficult. Remember, very important to note, if this deal continues to go right to the wire, the clubs can submit a deal sheet. That means that I think the clubs will have till 1 a.m. to complete the paperwork for the deal. So Chelsea, in realistic terms, have till 1 a.m. to close the Jadon Sancho deal. It's either midnight or 1 a.m. I'm pretty sure it's 1 a.m. But it's obviously different in every country. But I'm expecting that to go through. Sky Sports saying just now, Chelsea made offer for Sancho. Loan could become an obligation under certain conditions. Loan fee more than what Juventus offered, and Juventus offered 7 to 8 million. So it's looking like we're going to get over 10 million loan fee for Jadon Sancho. So when you put it like that, and it's an obligation, we get 10 million now, and then what, 30 million? How much would you set for the obligation if you were United?
That's a good question. Yeah, I guess around 30, 25, I guess. But I've got a question though for the chat. Now that we're fully back going, I've got a question for the chat. Once we get Ugarte, I'm sure they're going to announce it very soon, hopefully in the next, 15 minutes while we're still alive. But I've got a question though. When Ugarte comes in, will he be obviously we're speculating, but will he be Ten Hag's best signing, or most, in terms of potential, his best signing this window?
Okay, chat. Super chat us and tell us what you think. Is Ugarte Ten Hag's best signing this window? Tell us in a super chat, we'll read it out and we'll go back and forth with you. Let us know what you're thinking. What do you think, Maud?
Well, I know a lot of people are going to say Euro because, he obviously had a lot of potential at as a young defender, 18 years old. We have seen him already get injured, which is a big factor in my opinion, because that means now all we know of him is that he's potentially an injury-prone player, especially at a young age. You don't want to be getting big injuries, especially when you get like a fracture or something like that. That can come back up later on in your career. And then the other two defenders are really, we've got Mazraoui and De Ligt, two players who, yes, they've obviously played a lot of first-team football, but they haven't really shined a lot as well. I'd say De Ligt has played for a lot of big clubs, so I guess he does have that element of experience in him. But I would say, me personally, his best signing in terms of potential that I want to see do the best, or I think is going to do the best, is Xerxes.
Why?
I think Xerxes. For one, it's a bit of a cheat, but from what I've seen so far of him at United, I think there's definitely a lot of qualities that would play a huge factor in the way Ten Hag plays. I think just the fact that we've seen so far that we need a striker that can put away his food. I think if we keep on creating all these chances and Xerxes playing regular minutes, I think we're going to see him score a lot of goals. I think because of how technically good he is, he can obviously create a lot as well. I think Xerxes is going to be one of those surprise signs that people are going to look back over the next year and think Ten Hag made a really good decision with that.
Mark has sent his question in for Ben Jacobs. Ben Jacobs joining us on the United Stand in 15 minutes time, and we will wait and Ben will give you his answer. It's definitely going to be an interesting one. I'm really excited to talk to Ben. Ben is across absolutely everything, so he will have the answers to absolutely anything that we ask. Jay Welsh, thank you for your super chat. Really appreciate that as well. Thank you for the donation. Yeah, carry on with what you were saying.
Yeah, so other than Xerxes, I think now that United, look, the whole Sterling and Chukwuemeka thing, I think obviously that's a lot of speculation anyway. So I'm just going to go off what we've. I mean, Ugarte is in my opinion, he's nailed down. I'm only taking the pictures right now at Carrington. So in terms of the players that we signed so far, I would say Zertsky. I think second, I would go Ugarte. I would definitely say Ugarte because the fact that Mason Mount's going to be out for a little bit, so he's going to get some playing time. He's going to be able to prove himself straight away. We've seen from Ten Hag that he doesn't necessarily like to give players that initial, you can come in the team and start playing a lot of football. I think he's definitely going to take over from Casemiro very soon. Casemiro should, in my opinion, should just be a rotational player anyway. But it's just the fact that there's no one there to rotate him with. That's why he's been playing a lot of football. But I think as soon as Ugarte comes in, he starts playing regular football, we're going to see that destroyer in him. We're going to see him take over, not to say take over in the midfield, but be one of those players that can, win the ball back a lot. His defensive attributes are going to be crucial to United. I think he's also, after Zertsky, I think he's going to be the second most important player, second most important signing that United have made.
And then, carry on ranking them, you may as well. And
then after that, I'm going to say Mazraoui, because unfortunately, we had to let go of Wan-Bissaka. That left-back position is... Really, we should have asked him about who United probably could have been linked to as a left-back, because that's still a position that we don't have. That's probably the only position on the pitch that we actually have zero players for right now to even go into the Liverpool game. But Mazraoui, because he's so versatile, because he's so good on both feet, because he can still get forward, and he's decent defensively as well. People try to say defensive is a liability. We've seen already that he can definitely handle himself in the Premier League. So third, I would go Mazraoui. Fourth, I'm going to say, it's out of two players really, Euro and De Ligt. I'm gonna say De Ligt. The only reason I put him Euro last, it's just I just need to see him play. I just need to see him play at least, because I'll be honest, I've not watched a full 90 minutes of Euro. Everyone's seen highlights and whatnot, but it's difficult to really tell how good a player is just of watching YouTube compilations and whatnot and reading scouting reports. I want to see him play regular 90-minute games to really understand how good of a player he is. De Ligt, I've seen him play regular 90-minute games for Bayern, for Juventus, for Ajax. And I know how good of a player he is. So I'm going to put him fourth and then last. Unfortunately, Euro, until I really get to see how decent of a player he is.
It's fair enough. Guys, get your super chats in. Tell us where you think and what you like. Steve Brown, 199. Thank you for your super chat. He says Mazraoui's the best deal, cheap and plays all back lines. Obviously, Mods has had his say. And then J says Euro is a shaky light.
He's a shaky light.
A shaky light.
Oh, shaking light.
Shaky light. Thank you for your super chat. Thank you very, very much. So, I want to go on to a different topic. Erik Ten Hag has criticised the Premier League's financial rules for forcing him to sell homegrown players, claiming he did not want to sell Scott McTominay to Napoli.
Yeah, I saw that. You know what? My opinion on McTominay has always been he's not a starting Manchester United player. Best, he is a rotational substitute that can potentially come on and make an impact. The problem with that is he shouldn't be making an impact scoring goals. He did that last season, which we were all surprised about. We weren't expecting it. It was a surprise to everyone that he came and scored goals. That wasn't supposed to be his job. If McTominay was to do that this season, I would be very, very surprised to see him do it again. I think Ten Hag always in his mind knew that he wasn't going to keep McTominay. I think even though he tried to make it seem last season that he was going to keep him for whatever reason, I think he knew deep down that McTominay was going to be one of the players that he was going to cash in and get some money for. But yeah, I think it's the best deal for McTominay to go away, get some regular team football. It's going to be a completely different experience playing for another club, especially in another league. But I think, like Ten Hag said, for all parties, it's the best deal.
So, obviously, you're saying there you would have sold Scott McTominay. Was Ugarte your first to come in and replace?
The thing is, Ugarte is not even supposed to replace McTominay. Like, Ugarte is supposed to replace Casemiro. Like, that's what it was supposed to be. Ugarte comes in to replace Casemiro.
Do you think it's concerning that no club in Saudi Arabia was remotely interested in Casemiro.
Is that facts?
Yeah, fact. Well, it's my facts.
Yeah, it must be facts. Concerning,
I asked about Casemiro to my sources in Saudi Arabia, and their response was, no one wants him. Like, literally like that.
I feel like the mentality in Saudi Arabia is kind of changing a little bit. I think last season, they kind of went on a bit of a spending spree. You know, they got a lot of money anyway. They can kind of do what they want. And they kind of just thought, you know what, yeah, who is the biggest names we can get to kind of just have that big, shine the biggest light onto the Saudi league. And that's why they bought Mane. Obviously, they had Ronaldo, Benzema, Firmino, Mahrez, a whole bunch of Premier League players and whatnot. I think now they're kind of thinking, we've tried it now. It didn't work out for a lot of players. You know, Henderson ended up leaving, etc. Oh, have we got news?
Just a bit of breaking news coming out of their quip. It's not Manchester United related, but this is a transfer deadline day stream. It's coming from Loic Tanzi, who's a journalist for Lair Quip. I want to get your immediate reaction on this. Victor Osimhen, whose transfer to Chelsea is now very difficult, has been very angry with his club in recent minutes. The striker thinks he will not go to Chelsea, even though that's his preference. All the parties on the ground are trying to find a last-ditch solution. So Osimhen angry on Napoli. He feels he won't move to Chelsea. He wants the Chelsea move. Could this deal fall through?
Lukaku's got Napoli, right?
Yeah.
That is going to be. I think that's going to be difficult. But I'm talking about for Osimhen.
What happens if Osimhen stays? That creates a big divide in the Napoli camp.
That's what I mean.
An angry Osimhen.
I know. I think he was looking for the move anyway because, let's be honest, he's a far better player than Nicholas Jackson. Far better.
Oh, for sure.
Far better player than Nicholas Jackson. I think he's probably the one player that could come in and just say, I'm walking into this team and I'm playing every game. Any other position, you kind of have to fight for it. But he's literally coming to this team and there isn't any other real strikers. Nkunku can play striker, but he's been playing like on
Very
the left.
injury prone as well.
Or in midfield, and he's injury prone, so that's also a big factor. And I think for Osimhen as well, I feel like he's been wanting to get out of Napoli for a while now. I think since he won the league, I feel like he's been wanting to get out of Napoli.
He wants a new challenge.
And come out and really prove himself a bit more in a different environment. So I think it'll be harsh for him if he was made to stay. Did he give like the reason why? Like it was difficult. It's
just said Victor Osimhen getting very angry with Napoli because he thinks they will not let him leave to join Chelsea.
How many years have you got left on that contract?
I'm unsure.
Yeah,
I'm unsure. Vinny super chats. He says, "What do you think about selling our players for lower initial fees but adding a big sell-on or buyback clause?"
Like who? What?
Tell us, Vinny. Give us an example.
Yeah, give us an example.
Tell you
Someone like Sancho, I'm
what,
assuming.
Yeah, tell us. Give us a player. We'll tell you what we think. And then Vibe I'm sorry if I pronounced that wrong. Says, why would a player like Mctominay not be on the radar of United? It's surprising.
Another player that I like. I think we were lucky last season. I think he was injured for one of the games that we played against Brighton. But he is a player who I think when we played, was it 2 seasons ago we played them and he was coming up against, Dan, we got breaking news again?
More breaking news. Newcastle are exploring a big money move for former Manchester United winger Antony Elanga.
Did you say Newcastle?
Newcastle are exploring a big money move for former Manchester United winger Antony Elanga. TalkSport report.
You know what, yeah?
Guys, tell us what you think about that.
You know what? I gotta give props to Ricky because he was probably one of the only guys at the time that was a fan. Was it Ricky? It was Ricky that was a fan of Elanga. And
I was a big fan of Elanga.
Everyone was screaming, "Get him out of the club!" I'm not really the kind of guy to kind of like. I can never have a vendetta against academy players. As much as I might not think they're good enough for the team, if you're an academy player, I still want you to do. I want you to do the best in it because you come from the club.
You're through and through United.
That's why I was actually okay with him leaving and going to Forest, which last season definitely worked out for him because he was able to express himself a lot more. Definitely able to put his name on in the headlines. He played with players who were, Gibbs White, and he played with what's the Chelsea Callum Hudson-Odoi, 2 youngish players anyway, who again, all three of them really like to express themselves across that front three. So I think it definitely helped him a lot. Newcastle will be a big move for him because the direction that Newcastle are going in, I'll be honest, it's scary.
So if you're Elanga, right, you were at United, you were playing some games, new managers come in, you fall out of favour, it happens, right?
Yeah.
So then you decide, okay, I'm going to take a step down.
Yeah.
And he moves to Forest.
Yeah.
And now, I think Newcastle was a step up from Forest. I'm sure you agree, 100%. So it's actually very clever how Elanga has gone about things this in his career, I reckon.
Elanga would be, no, let me not say something crazy, but Elanga should start at United over Antony.
Think Elanga's a better player than Antony?
100%. 1,000,000%. Elanga.
Can we run a poll?
Let me not say anything crazy. No, because Antony's not even in the conversation, I'll be honest. I don't think Antony's in the conversation for...
And you think it would just be a clear result?
Yeah, I don't think it would even be a competition, Elanga and Antony. I think the conversation is Elanga or Garnacho. That's what I think the conversation is.
Let's run a poll, please, producer Greg. Can we have Garnacho or Elanga? Interesting to see what you guys think. TalkSport reporting at Newcastle. With the poll, we need it to be Garnacho or Elanga. Who would you prefer?
Maybe even throw Ahmad in there.
Okay, yep. Let's throw Ahmad, Garnacho, Elanga. Who would you prefer?
I think because Garnacho was Garnacho, it's like, yeah, 100%. I think Elanga, especially with, I think he's got, physically, he's a lot quicker than Garnacho. I think his decision making in the final third is better than Garnacho's. Garnacho's getting better. He's definitely improving. He's getting better. But from what I saw from Elanga last season, he looked like way more of a threat than Garnacho was, in my opinion. Not way more. Let me not exaggerate and say way more. But I think Elanga was a bit more of a threat last season than Garnacho was.
Interesting.
I think Elanga played very well last season.
I'm not sure that's going to go down too well. The poll's running either or, Garnacho, Elanga, or Ahmad. Tell us. Tell us what you think. Tell us what you think. I'm going to disagree with you. I think Garnacho is the better player. I mean, already 1,000 votes are in. 75% is saying Garnacho. I don't know. For me, it's Garnacho.
I genuinely think if Elanga was given the right opportunity, I mean, look, it's difficult already for players to come from the academy. I'm talking about like from the 5-6 years old, come all the way into the first team. That's already like a huge achievement. It's already difficult for a lot of players to do that. And I think the time that Elanga, the point of Elanga's career that he was at, I think it just made a lot more sense for him to leave and go to Forest. And I think when we see him go to, if this deal does happen anyway, when we see him go to Newcastle, by the end of next season, I'm going to come back and I'm going to say, I'm not going to say he's going to be better than Garnacho by the end of next season, but I'm going to look at him and think, yo, he's a top player.
76% Garnacho, 5%
I mean, obviously everyone's going to say
Elanga,
Garnacho anyway, like he's a United player. So.
Saying Ahmad, people saying it's Garnacho, then it's Ahmad, then it's Elanga. Elanga is rubbish. What are you smoking?
Elanga's rubbish. You didn't watch Forest, and you can't say he's rubbish. You know, if you watched Forest last season, there's no way you would look at Elanga and say he's a rubbish player. I think that's definitely a wild statement to make.
So okay, so if you could line up against Liverpool on Sunday,
yeah,
who would start for you?
4-11.
Yeah.
4-11. I think the back five is kind of self-explanatory. Onana, Mazraoui, Martina.
I just want to pause you because I've just had a thought that I don't want to forget.
Okay.
Sancho or Elanga?
As a footballer?
To play for Manchester United.
To play for Man United? To play for Man United, I'll pick Elanga. To play for Manchester United, I'll pick Elanga. I don't think Sancho...
What for your five-a-side team?
A five-a-side team? Ooh, Sancho's a better footballer than him. Sancho's a better footballer than Garnacho.
Okay, fair. Yeah, carry on.
He's a better footballer than all of them. But he's just for United, he's just putting the performances. But yeah, what did I say? Back four, Mazraoui, Martinez. It's hard to really take out Maguire and put in De Ligt, but I'm just going to stick with Maguire. And on the right, obviously, Dalot. Midfield, again, pretty self-explanatory. Manu. If Ugarte gets signed today, bring him into the team as soon as possible, literally. But I don't know yet, so I'm going to go from the players that are obviously there. Probably going to be Casemiro again. And Bruno. That front three, Zertsky up top, Ahmad on the right,
I feel like you're about to annoy a lot of people.
Marcus Rashford on the left. Oh, Marcus Rashford on the left. I don't have a vendetta against Garnacho, by the way. I said
you said Ahmad.
I'm on the right.
So you'd keep Garnacho on the bench?
Yeah, he's played amazing off the bench. I think he's played great off the bench. His impact, I don't understand why there's a formula, which I do think it is working. The formula is working. Like I said before, earlier on in the show, some players just genuinely do play very well off the bench because of they're coming up against more tight competition, etc. I don't think it's a crazy thing to say Garnacho should come off the bench against Liverpool. That is obviously hoping that Rashford does put in a good performance anyway. But yeah, that'll be my starting lineup. What about you?
I would.
Any differences?
Go. No, actually, I probably wouldn't go any different, but just because Ugarte isn't ready yet. We missed the deadline to register Ugarte, so there's literally nothing that nothing that we could do there because he literally, very simple, he can't play. But it's 5 o'clock. There are 6 hours left until the window is closed. We are going to be joined by Ben Jacobs any minute now on United Stand. He is 5 minutes away. We will be joined by Ben Jacobs. Super chat if you want to ask Ben Jacobs your question. Obviously, we're going to ask Mark's question that he sent, but Ben Jacobs is with us in 5 minutes' time. And then please, you tell me, what do you want me to ask Ben Jacobs? Is there a question that you've been thinking about that possibly, I can't answer, Maud can't answer, Beth can't answer, Mark can't answer, like an in-depth question that you think, what went wrong with Manchester United this window? Super chat, and then your question will go straight to Ben Jacobs. There is 5 hours to go. Anish with the super chat says, just like Aaron Wan-Bissaka looked good this weekend, Elanga looks good because he found his level. Elanga got his chances and didn't show half of what Garnacho showed.
Yeah, but you can use that for everyone. There's a lot of players who didn't play good for United and left and went to a higher level. Look how many players played for United. Look at Di Maria. He came to United and played, I'm not saying he played terribly, but he definitely wasn't at the level that we saw Di Maria play at. He left and he's won the World Cup. He's won everything. There's a lot of players that play at United, don't play well, go elsewhere and play well. It's not because they're worse or they're playing for a worse team, etc. Like example, Sancho could leave United, go to Chelsea or go to Juventus and go win the league at Juventus or go and do well at Chelsea. So sometimes the environment just changes. It changes the way our player plays. Sometimes the players feel more confident. They're playing against different players. It's just how football works.
Exactly. I mean, people in the chat, I think you annoyed them.
Someone said Elanga or Yamal. I'll be honest, it's a debate. I'm joking.
Oh no, guys, you couldn't see my face, but I lit up. I was like, there is no way. But Ben Jacobs is going to be in the building any minute now. He is 3 minutes away. Mort, thank you so much for joining us. You will be back in a bit. But I'm just going to carry on and tell you what is the latest updates. The latest updates as of 5 o'clock. There are 6 hours to go in this transfer window. Jadon Sancho and Chelsea talks are advancing on a loan with an obligation to buy. I'm expecting that deal to go through. Antony Elanga to Newcastle is developing quickly and likely to be done. Sonny, Manchester United academy player, has just joined Accrington Stanley on loan. Deal done. Official news. Any questions? Drop me them in the chat. Super chat. Ben Jacobs is going to be here any minute now. Vinny, member for 1 month, says, I don't blame Di Maria for how it ended. When someone breaks into your home while the family is home, that would mess up everyone's head. Ben Jacobs should be in any minute now. Beth is back.
I'm back,
with
guys.
Me. Beth, you didn't miss much transfer-related wise, which means there's still a possibility me and you get the here we go.
I missed Ornstein, though, saying that Sancho loan obligation to buy.
What do you think?
I wanted to talk about that because literally, if anyone was watching for the past, God knows how many hours have been live now, I was saying if it was just a loan, it was a no for me. Reason being is because why would we just send him on loan to have him back if it doesn't work out, if it goes well, amazing for them. And, it just would be pointless. I'd rather keep him than send him out on a loan. But if it is an obligation to buy, I'm happy with that. If the buy clause is right. Remember, he's still 24 years old. He's still got talent. He's still got pedigree. I hope the buy clause is good at the end, obligation to buy. And then no matter what happens, Chelsea have to buy him. Double thumbs up from me on that one. And yeah, I'm hoping that Manchester United can get that deal done. Because let's be honest, Sancho under Erik ten Hag, he's been backed. He's not going to be a regular star for Erik ten Hag at any point. at Chelsea, you know, it is unfortunate that it is a rival of ours, but at the same time, we can then offload that player and we can just move on from this drama that has been following us for the last couple of years.
For sure. Carlo with a super chat, he says, if the Osimhen to Chelsea deal is off, could Chelsea now use those funds to buy Sancho cash instead of a loan deal where we think that deal is going to be with an obligation to buy, so no real worries about that. But we'll put your question to Ben Jacobs, and then William has a question for Ben Jacobs, and when Ben Jacobs is in the building, we will ask him that question. But Beth, Simon Stone from the BBC, obviously our friend here at the United Stand, reporting that the Sancho deal could go down to the wire. Obviously, as I explained when I was with Maud, that these deals can go down to 1 a.m. if clubs submit deal sheets. It would be bad for Mr. Goldbridge to be here till 1 a.m. Talking about the Jadon Sancho deal. I think for everyone, as Jamie Jackson was telling us, everyone, all parties just want this to be over now.
No, 100%. All parties do want it to be over, and you look at it and you think, this is something that has been prolonging all throughout the transfer window, going to go down to the wire. I think if Ornstein puts it out, it means it's going to happen, personally.
Trust Ornstein that much? Would you trust him with your life?
Would I trust him with my life? He doesn't, not with my life. My life is very precious. But no, I would trust him with a lot. I feel like he doesn't say things unless they actually happen. It's like, you know, a Romano, here we go.
Yeah, for sure.
It's very, very rare. It doesn't actually happen.
For sure, for sure. Another update coming in right now. Chelsea ideally want to sign Jadon Sancho on a permanent deal, says Darmesh Chef from Sky Sports. It's very, very interesting what is going on. It's very, very key hours in this transfer window. There are 6 hours to go. Ben Jacobs is going to be with us any minute now. We are waiting. Olivier Super Chat says, I want to get your thoughts on this. Antony Elanga to Newcastle is advancing fast.
What?
According to TalkSport, Antony Elanga to Newcastle is advancing fast.
Okay.
Now, when Antony Elanga left Manchester United, Chris Winterburn, staff writer for Marca, said Elanga deal with Forest includes a sell-on percentage, but not a hugely significant one in size. So Manchester United will end up with a bit of money from that deal, but I'm not expecting it to be anything major. Antony Elanga, Newcastle, step up in his career, advancing quick apparently. What do you think?
Do you know what's really interesting about Antony Elanga is so many people have said to me, Beth, with Elanga, you know, Manchester United never should have sold him. I mean, look at how much we sold him for. He's better than the wingers we've currently got. And I've always said, look, Elanga is a good player, but he's good for Nottingham Forest. Like, that's his level. He gets that step up to Newcastle, which, by the way, Newcastle are very good at going forward. They have a strong attack. Isak up front, that could be a brilliant move for him. And, you know, he seems like he's got like a bee in his bonnet that he wants to prove Erik ten Hag wrong. So good luck to him if he does go there. Although I will say quickly before we go to Ben, I don't like how consistently on social media he's like shading United a little bit. That frustrates me a little bit because he's like, come on, you came for our academy. You know, you had a chant named after you. Like, wish you all the best. But hope it goes well for him at Newcastle.
Exactly. I completely agree. We are joined by the very, very reliable journalist, Ben Jacobs. We are very, very grateful for Ben's time. We only have 20 minutes with Ben because it's transfer deadline day. So just checking my watch, I make that 5:08. So let's go for 20 minutes with Ben. Ben, how are you, first of all?
Yeah, I'm good. 20 minutes or 90 minutes or 18 minutes. Depends what happens in the next 20 minutes because it's very busy and I think Manchester United will be active until the closing hours of the window.
Okay. Go on.
Sorry, I just wanted to say, Ben, lovely to have you back on. You know, I love speaking to you. But also, obviously, I know you're taking precious time out of your day because obviously things will be pinging, the phone will be ringing constantly. I want to ask you, currently, what is the situation with Jadon Sancho? Will this go down to the wire? And how advanced is this Chelsea negotiation?
Yeah, it's pretty advanced. They're discussing the obligation point, and I think it's going to be one of those complicated deals that's loan with an option into an obligation. In other words, the obligation has to be triggered by something likely performance related. And therefore, from Manchester United's point of view, they resolve the situation. From Chelsea's point of view, if everything goes according to plan, then they purchase the player. And it's win-win. And I think that if it is triggered as a permanent deal, then Sancho will fall in Chelsea's wage structure, which means he'll actually end up taking a pay cut. The move is driven by Joe Shields, who is somewhat credited for finding Sancho originally. And Chelsea don't feel they're overstocked because eventually Raheem Sterling, who can technically play on both sides, is going to go. And on top of that, they believe that Sancho is versatile enough to have an impact at Chelsea. And I think we've seen Chelsea almost overstock in certain positions, but If the market value is there and the opportunity presents itself, there's a deal to be had. As it stands now, and it's obviously fast moving, I think we can rule out Juventus. I don't think that there's an agreement there. And on top of that, we should point out that this is not contingent on Raheem Sterling. So sources close to Sterling are indicating they've not yet held any direct conversation with Manchester United. Something would have to change very fast for Sterling to be separate, but effectively part of this with a player going each way. It is true that Carney Chukwuemeka was discussed as well, but it doesn't look like Manchester United want to proceed on those terms. So for now, based on 5 p.m. as deadline day starts to close, I think we can say that Sancho is a separate deal, and the negotiation is around how that obligation looks in terms of valuation and what exactly triggers it.
In terms of, before I let Sam come in and ask something, in terms of Sancho then, with the obligation that you said it performance related, is that basically saying, well, if Sancho does well at Chelsea, they'll end up buying him? If he doesn't do that well, he might end up back at Manchester United?
I think it might be more, if Chelsea do well, they'll have to buy him. In other words, qualify for Champions League. My understanding was Manchester United wanted it Europe, period, whereas Chelsea may say, let's have it based on either 30 appearances in the Premier League or something like that, or if we qualify for the Champions League. It may not make any difference because the option is still there, but the point is not so much that Chelsea don't want to buy Sancho, they want a roadmap with 2 different opportunities, one automatic and therefore triggered, and likely an option that isn't the obligation part. So if the performance-related things, whether team or individual, are not triggered, they'll have a second chance if they so wish. Whereas from Manchester United's point of view, they would like something that they either feel is worth their valuation, which was close to 40 million, remember, 6 months ago in an option, or if it's an obligation, they want to make sure that that obligation has the highest possible chance of succeeding. Because, of course, deep down, despite these clear the air talks, I think it's obvious that Manchester United want to find a permanent solution for Jadon Sancho. So the talks have been very positive, but it's complicated because when you get an option likely into an obligation, that takes a lot of structuring. And alternatively, if it is just a loan with obligation, then again, you've got to agree upon the amounts because the obligation under that circumstance is likely to be triggered and not contingent on performance-related things. It may just be the end of the season, which means you're actually saying it is just a permanent deal. And if it's that structure, which was what Manchester United, I understand, presented first, then you have to know what the amount is, agree on the amount, have a lot more negotiation, because it becomes almost guaranteed that at the end of the season, it will be an obligation. So that's the key point here, is option into an obligation, which means if Chelsea succeed or Sancho succeed, then it gets done. Or is it just loan plus obligation, which means that it's a permanent transfer, but it's a loan. So on the financial books, the payment for the transfer is not this financial year, but the next financial year, which obviously helps Chelsea. And Manchester United may agree to that because they know deep down they need to also resolve the Sancho situation. So in the end, I think what's going to happen is it will go down to the wire and it will prove to be whatever formula they agree on, a deal that suits all parties.
Thank you so much, Ben. Really good clarification there on the Sancho deal, and let's see how that develops. Sam, did you want to come in with
I just wanted to put some of our viewers' questions to Ben. Mark, obviously, Goldbridge, he wants to ask, I'm a man in my 40s that's still very worried that we might get Sterling in this window. Could you reassure me that that happens? And then a couple more, they are asking, if Osimhen to Chelsea's off, could they use those funds to buy Sancho? But obviously, you've just touched on that. And do Napoli have to sell Osimhen to sign Mctominay? And then could this scupper Ugarte to United? Is that the hold-up?
Yeah, I don't think the Ugarte thing is relevant. So to touch upon that first, I've been told by both clubs that this is just normal finalising, and they're very busy on deadline day. PSG are doing bits of business too. So the expectation is Ugarte will be finalised. As it broke earlier, the deadline has been missed, but the perspective of Manchester United is Ugarte is not actually ready to start a football match or feature heavily. So they're not that fussed about the registration deadline for the game against Liverpool on Sunday. So I think we can segment Ugarte, barring anything crazy. It'd be one of the most ridiculous stories of the window if that fell through. He's done his medical, the paperwork's all there, but you've got to co-sign it, rubber stamp things and so on. So Ugarte's fine. I think at this stage, we can say that Scott McTominay will also go through. because Napoli don't need the Osimhen fee necessarily. And remember, if it is Chelsea and Osimhen and loan with obligation, then again, those payment terms will mean they're not going to get that much, if any, of the fee right away. So for now, even if Osimhen stays, I think Manchester United still believe that Scott McTominay will go through, but let's wait and see. The problem might be Billy Gilmour. I sense that Napoli are kind of waiting to do a medical in London for him, having almost agreed in principle a deal with Brighton, but they're not signing off on it yet until they know what the future is going to be like with Victor Osimhen. With Osimhen, Chelsea are there, they're talking. It's going to go late into the night again. It reminds me of Enzo Fernandez in that crazy January, which was done with 4 minutes to spare. The Saudi side, as I exclusively broke, are moving with Ivan Toney. He said yes to the project on Monday, and now the medical part one is done. They can't sign Osimhen and also Ivan Toney unless someone leaves. And Bobby Firmino could go. Their window shuts on September the 2nd, but now the Osimhen Saudi deal is on hold because it's not feasible with Toney, and seemingly the player wants to stay in Europe. Let's wait and see if we get a late twist. But at this stage, I think Osimhen is in the balance, and it will be stay at Napoli or go to Chelsea. And again, I don't think it will have an impact on Scott McTominay. And then to the man in his 40s, I don't know why the age really mattered with the jittering around Sterling. I think social media, which skews a lot younger than Mark Goldbridge, will tell you that a lot of teenagers all the way probably through to 100-year-olds are a little bit worried about the Sterling situation. I think so is Sterling, and so are Chelsea. Right now, I'm told that it's not Manchester United and Sterling that are talking. So something very late, very dramatic, and very unexpected would have to happen to put Sterling back into the Manchester United picture, even though there was a point in time where Dan Ashworth was interested. Arsenal are not ruling it out, but for now, the Sterling camp are also saying it might be that he just has to stay at Chelsea. So I would never tell anyone to rest easy on deadline day because things are changing by the minute. But at the time we're actually live, I'm not aware of anything advanced between Raheem Sterling and Manchester United.
It's interesting. Probably the Dan Ashworth thing, an England connection is something that maybe he might have picked up on in terms of the Sterling deal. Did you want to come back?
Yeah, I was just going to say, just based on that, are you categorically, obviously it's never say never, but would you say it's now extremely unlikely Manchester United bring someone in? That's not Ugarte, a new player.
Yeah, unless there's an unexpected departure. So we know that all summer in the days leading up to today, there's been talk about Antony and Eriksen. The Betis links were downplayed, by the way. They're trying to bring in Lo Celso, and it looks like that deal's finally going to get done. So was, for example, one or two other midfielders to leave late on, then of course they might explore the market. But the thing about some of the names linked, like Rabiot, is he's free agent, so you don't have to rush that deal. And again, it's more Rabiot saying that he wants to go to Manchester United than Manchester United saying to Rabiot, we're coming for you. In fact, there's nothing between Rabiot and Manchester United at the time we're live. So Man United are delighted with their business. I think most clubs, even though deadline day is exciting, don't actually like doing business on deadline day. So United feel that they made 2 early signings, as I told you, sources said they would. And then by getting in Ugarte, which has actually become a deadline day deal now to finalise, they've done that business. They're pleased with where they're at. So you can look at it 2 ways, really. Technically, they are bringing in somebody late and on deadline day, and that's Manuel Ugarte, because they still have to finalise that deal. But it was never true, to my knowledge, that Toney, for example, would come back into the Manchester United mix. And regarding Sterling or even Chukwuemeka, yes, on deadline day, these names have been spoken about, but it doesn't look like either of them will end up at Old Trafford. So I'm not going to say categorically because we're at 5 p.m. and the window is just crazy. But right now, if nobody else did come in at senior level, I don't think Manchester United would be too disappointed.
I just wanted to quickly ask Ben, Chukwuemeka from Chelsea, there's been talks about Manchester United potentially exploring that deal. Is there anything in that Chukwuemeka from Chelsea going to Manchester United?
It was discussed, yeah, and within the original Sancho deal, and Chelsea obviously are looking to offload players, so that could have been presented as a deal that suits all parties, but I don't think it's developing at this point. West Ham were the other club that Chukwuemeka was offered to, and sources say pretty clearly at this stage that there's nothing advanced with Chukwuemeka, and Chelsea are focused on Osimhen, they're focused on Sterling, they're focused on a few others. Broja potentially to Ipswich could be back on, although I'm not so sure unless the price drops significantly. So at this stage, it feels a little bit of a big push for Chelsea and Manchester United to get Chukwuemeka in there. And again, I come back to what I said before. Yes, discussed. So I'm not going to rule it out 100%, but I'm 99% sure now at this point, speaking to sources, that Sancho is Sancho and not Sancho plus someone, whether Sterling or Chukwuemeka.
Okay, I would like him, but it feels like it's unlikely based on what you're saying. And then last but not least, I also wanted to ask, a lot of the fans in the chat are asking about a left-back. Manchester United quite thin in that area because obviously Luke Shaw and Malassi's injuries. Could we rule out Manchester United signing a left-back? Talks about maybe Reguilon?
Yeah, that was the position that I was looking at very closely. And as you say, Reguilon been loaned before. I don't think they've made an approach at this stage. And I think they're happy to maybe leave it into 2025 to find a permanent solution. And with that permanent solution might be Milos Kirkos that we've spoken about before. And the challenge with Kirkos is that Bournemouth not only don't want to sell, but instead of it being what we thought would be 35, 40 million, it's actually no price. They're not going to entertain offers. So he's going to stay for now, but would welcome a Manchester United approach in 2025. So if they do sign, as you rightly say, it will be temporary. And I'm not sure that there's that many viable options on the market. Reguilon, like I say, not impossible, but also no approach as of now. So that would come very late in the day. And Ben Chilwell, rumoured constantly, but as I reported a few days ago, not aware of any approach, not aware of any talks. So if they're not even reaching out to the left-backs that are available temporarily, like Reguilon or Ben Chilwell, maybe that is an indication that they are just going to stick with what they've got, which let's see if it backfires, because I agree with you. They could probably, if they are to strengthen in one position late on, do with another left-back, just a temporary one, and then they can go and get a young profile either in January or summer 2025.
Yeah, that sounds really exciting. Kirkes especially is someone to watch, something that a lot of people have talked about and someone that a lot of the fans definitely do like. And then just finally, before we let you go, because we know you are so busy, is the confidence in Erik ten Hag going into this season, is the confidence there with Inos and the backing of him within the transfer window? And also, I wanted to quickly ask, there was a lot of rumours that Erik ten Hag didn't want to sell Mctominay and he wasn't sold on Ugarte, and it was more of the Ineos structure, like Dan Ashworth and Jason Wilcox pushing Ugarte. Do you know anything surrounding that, and if there's any truth in that?
Well, I think the first thing is, whilst Ten Hag was still being judged, and even before they were coming up with their summer plans, so it's normal in some senses that maybe the plan came before the manager had input. But bear in mind one key thing, which is Erik ten Hag did not sign a new contract. He triggered the year in his existing one. And in the terms of those contracts, there's a veto. So if Erik ten Hag doesn't want Ugarte, Erik ten Hag can say he doesn't want Ugarte. And if Erik ten Hag said he doesn't want Ugarte, he had the power under his current contract to veto it. And that hasn't happened. So I think if we posit that theory and he didn't utilize a veto that he still can use, then he can't be that fixed, even if there are doubts over the player. But what is true to say is that Ugarte was driven by this new leadership team, and they're very collaborative, they're very hands-on, and each of the different players have had different roles. Omar Barad has been involved in some of them, Lenny Yoro in particular, Jean-Claude Blanc and Jason Wilcox have both been the driving forces behind the talks and the finalisation of Manuel Ugarte. Xerxes had a lot of Ten Hag in the end, as did De Ligt. So it's a balancing act, and you have to have a debate. If everyone's just on the same page, then you've got a bunch of yes people. So you need that debate, you need that healthy disagreement, as long as it doesn't border to professional versus personal, and as long as it doesn't sour the working relationship. You want to be challenged when you're at work. So it's normal that not everybody will agree. And I think sometimes people make too much of the fact that not everyone had every single player as the first target, because that's just not how recruitment works. And then with the sort of other point you make about Manchester United and this new system, sporting control, it seems to be working quite smoothly. And I think they're very excited. They feel that they've brought in box office signings, they've got a generational talent that they beat Real Madrid for They've got De Ligt and Xerxes that Ten Hag knows really, really well, and Mazraoui, let's not forget as well. They've got Ugarte, who they feel has exactly the right qualities. They've lowered the average age. The wages that they've spent are not astronomical by Manchester United standards. And they've brought in 5 when I think at the beginning of the window, they weren't sure whether they could even find 3. So my understanding is the recruitment team think they've been collaborative. They've made a statement of intent. They've shown ambition, and the incomings, in their mind anyway, count as a 9 or even a 10 out of 10. I think they're delighted. There's not many targets out there that they feel they've lost out on. And there's some they've got that at one point in time, like Yoro and De Ligt, they didn't think were that feasible. They're really pleased with the Ugarte price as well. They think that's tremendous value for money. And Xerxes can play anywhere across the front lines. There's not a conflict necessarily with Rasmus Højlund now that he's coming back towards full fitness. So that scores very highly. I think where they'll be a bit more disappointed is in the outgoings, because of course the Greenwood situation was sensitive, but they didn't get the guaranteed fee they were looking for. So that only becomes really good deal financially if the sell-on clause ends up being activated, and then they get another little chunk. I think with Sancho, ideally, they've always wanted 40 million, and I don't think they'll get that under any circumstance or any structure from Chelsea. So that's a little bit disappointing. I think deep down, even though we'll rewrite it in history, because no one's going to say about a player that's still there, they wanted them gone, right? But I think deep down, if they were honest, hand on heart at the beginning of the window, they would have liked Casemiro to go. They probably would have liked Lindelof to go, and very possibly Christian Eriksen. So maybe the outgoings, just because the volume hasn't been there, is more a 5 or 6 out of 10. But I think this new regime will be really, really pleased with who they've brought in. And once Yoro's fit, once De Ligt beds in, once Ugarte is there, once Xerxes gets going, then Manchester United largely see these players as starters, not just squad players, but those that can be thrown straight in and make a real impact and ultimately improve the squad. So I do think the future's bright, but I think there's a bit more to be done, because they haven't done it all in this window, regarding lowering the average age of the squad and outgoings that they might have to address in 2025.
Well, you know what they say, Ben, Rome wasn't built in a day, and we definitely have made a good dent. I would say that, especially in terms of getting the fringe players out that weren't going to have a future at Manchester United. And I agree with you. I think the transfer window is very good for Manchester United. Maybe missed out left back, midfielder potentially, but overall it's been a good transfer window. Look, Ben, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for taking time out of your day. We really do appreciate it, and we appreciate your time here on the United Stand. But have a lovely rest of deadline day, and then make sure you get that rest that's needed at the end of it.
You won't see me for a month. I'll be on a beach somewhere. But keep up the good work, guys. Really enjoy you coming on, and have a good last few hours of deadline day.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you so much. Interesting stuff there from Ben Jacobs. Really love that insight at the end in terms of Ineos, the structure, how they would view the transfer window. And you know what I like? The fact that Ineos aren't, I mean, he didn't directly say Ineos aren't happy, but the fact that the new structure aren't as happy with the outgoings as they would like to be. To me, that shows intent, that shows ambition, and it shows that they would have rather made a few more moves in terms of outgoings, which is something that the fan base has been wanting as well, because we want fresh, we want new, and we want the players that aren't going to be part of the future to be gone. And there is a few still lingering around, but a lot of it we have actually made a move on, and it's been a lot better than previous summers, we can say that.
Yeah, no, 100%. And as always, Ben is the top. He knows absolutely anything. You could literally ask him about anything and he would be able to give you an answer somehow.
With detail as well.
Yeah, proper detail. So top interview from there, and a little few exclusives in there as well. Whilst we were speaking to Ben, we missed a bunch of transfer updates if we want to go through it.
Yes, absolutely. Lead the way, Sam. Lead the way.
Chelsea's latest offer to Victor Osimhen is 155,000 per week euros. This was rejected by the player, according to Fabrice Hawkins. Chelsea delegation is still in Napoli, as he reported, and they're still trying to convince him, if no agreement, he will stay at Napoli. David Ornstein is saying that, according to his information, Antony Elanga will not move to Newcastle.
Okay.
So TalkSport got that one wrong.
Shocker.
Maxwell Cornet to Southampton is now completed, according to Fabrizio Romano. And Romano is saying that Ivan Toney's now done, £40 million deal done. Player completed the medical. The documents are being reviewed. If all goes to plan, then Toney will become a new Al Ahly striker, as the Osimhen deal is in total standby. And Ornstein says that currently, as it stands, Raheem Sterling is set to stay at Chelsea. Could that have implications on the Jadon Sancho deal? It still remains to be seen.
Well, Ben just said it seems to be separate.
So then, perfect. And then Ornstein is saying that as far as he knows, the Arsenal business is finished, which means that it looks increasingly unlikely that Raheem Sterling is going to land at Arsenal. And reports from overseas, as I reported this morning, saying that Lindelof doesn't want to leave. He doesn't care about any interest that was in him on deadline day. And Fabrizio, I'm told, is about to give a Jadon Sancho update.
Oh, really? Interesting stuff then on the Jadon Sancho. Let's see what happens with that. Let's see what develops. That is the main story here on deadline day, isn't it? Victor Lindelof. It's interesting that he's pushing to stay United. I think that's more about the fact that next season he can leave on a free transfer and have a pick of clubs and probably get a nice little sign-on fee, which, to be honest, like, fair enough. Like, I'm not going to go in on a player for that. Like, financially, that probably makes a lot more sense for him to do. Manchester United are the ones who have allowed it to get to this situation. So, yeah, let's see how that goes. But really interesting from Ben, I thought. And I'll bring some super chats in as well. Get your comments in. Let us know what you're thinking. Any sort of interactive chats you want to get in or any hot takes, make sure you get your super chats in. But what I wanted to bring up that I thought was really interesting about Manchester United maybe not going for a stopgap left back because they're really interested in going for a permanent solution in Milos Kerkez next year.
I think the situation is completely interesting and open with Manchester United and a left back, as Ben explained. It's true information that Ben Chilwell was on Manchester United's list heading into the transfer window. Now, that interest obviously hasn't materialised, and it's unlikely that United are going to bring in a left-back this window, as Ben also confirmed. I think the whole situation on that is very interesting. Maybe will we revisit it in January? Who knows what injuries, etc. could happen during the season. But I don't believe that anyone is coming in at today as it stands. Obviously, it's only 5 o'clock, as Ben said, and players and agents are going to be trying to get their deals done. There are 30 minutes until the Germany window will close.
So that stops all the German transfers, which that's not really impacting Manchester United.
No, it won't impact the news. But yeah, obviously we do need a left back. I'm mind blown how we didn't and haven't acquired a left back, but it does look like it's going to stay that way.
Yeah, it does look like that. I mean, do you think we might be in a situation where we could be affected by this and then we have to move for a solution in the January transfer window?
I think it's, yeah, as I just said, I do believe that it's a mistake that Manchester United haven't brought in a left back, and I do believe that if somebody gets injured or so tell me this, right? So Luke Shaw should be back, please God, by the start after the international break, and the start of at least after Christmas, right? Mason Mount should be back as well, so things will look up. Now, Malacia is training on the grass, so he could be back soon, but he needs to not only build up fitness but confidence again. So that leaves Manchester United with three left backs. Luke Shaw, well, one normal left back, and then 2 players that can play left back. Luke Shaw, Dalot, and Mazraoui can play there if need be. Now, say one of them gets injured, then you're down to the bare bones. So Manchester United, I'm not sure they haven't bought a left back.
Don't worry, Sam. Victor Lindelof can cover there.
Well, thank God he's not leaving then.
No, honestly, we've just got to hope and pray that Luke Shaw can stay fit. But if the past tells us anything, I doubt that is going to happen. But a lot of people in the chat saying we should have gone for Reguilon. And do you know what I think it is? I don't think I agree. I think we should have got a left back, and I think I've said it till I'm blue in the face in this show. I think it might prove to be a mistake not prioritising a left back, and the plan was to buy a left back because Romano said it on the show from February. We were going to buy a left back, so something changed along the way. Maybe it was the opportunity with Wan-Bissaka came up, and they thought they needed to replace a right back with a right back, and the fact that Mazraoui could do both maybe interested them. And by the way, I think Mazraoui is a great signing. Mazraoui is a great signing. I really do, and I'm super excited to see him continue in a Manchester United shirt. But I think Ineos, the reason why they haven't gone for a stopgap left back is because they don't want to make any decisions they might regret, and they'd rather put the money towards a permanent solution next year. And that makes sense with what Ben's saying about us really rating Milos Kerkez. But Manchester United did explore that deal, and they were getting 40 million like price tags, and we just couldn't afford to do that.
Yeah, for sure. Fabrizio Romano, exclusive.
Woo!
Chelsea have presented 2 bids now for Jadon Sancho. One proposal is a loan with buy option clause. The other one is obligation to buy, of course, on different terms. Chelsea also reached total agreement with Jadon Sancho now on personal terms. The deal lies with Manchester United. So now it's up to Manchester United. 2 bids submitted for Sancho. Let's see what happens.
Interesting stuff. I'd really want to know what obviously, Fabrizio Romano has said here that one is the loan with the buy option and the other with the obligation.
We have to give props to Ben Jacobs as well, who literally just said that on a...
Yeah, he literally just said that like 5 minutes ago, and we had Ben on here and he explained it in thorough detail, which was amazing to hear because you get more clarity on it. But I would suggest the loan with the buy option. The buy option will be a lot higher than what the obligation to buy would be. What would you rather go for, Sam? Would you rather have that obligation so we have to buy him in there, or would you rather chance it with the buy option? But then you have to negotiate again next summer. They'll probably try and get it down anyway.
I believe that I would rather go with obligation. Just so he's gone. Then you don't have to worry about Jadon Sancho at Manchester United. We don't have to go through every transfer window thinking, is Jadon Sancho going to be a Manchester United player come the end of the window? But there's additional information from Fabrizio if you'd like it.
Go on.
Chelsea are optimistic because they've already agreed terms with Sancho. Juve offered important loan fee, but the problem was with the salary. Sancho agreed with Chelsea and wants to go.
So basically what's happened is Sancho said, I want to go to Chelsea instead.
Flower rejected Juve pretty much.
I think Juve's a better opportunity for him. Genuinely, but I know he's a London lad, and apparently he used to support Chelsea, or maybe still does.
Yeah,
so.
boyhood Chelsea fan, obviously boy from London. So
interesting. What do you think, guys? I mean, he's never really shown much love for Manchester United, has he? Let's be real. Should we get a poll going in the chat? Would you rather buy option or obligation to buy? Let's get that poll running. With the Sancho and Chelsea deal, there's 2 options that Manchester United are mulling over right now, and it's up to them. As Fabrizio Romano has said, Manchester United need to make a decision. Personal terms agreed with Jadon Sancho. Would you rather loan obligation to buy or loan option to buy? Let me know in the comments what you think. Saeed Rahil Tariq says, I hope we give Harry Armas a shot at left back this season. As long as it's not in a pressurising situation, he's definitely someone who we can look for the future. Themi Stockel says, getting a bad feeling about Ugarte. Remember what PSG did to Hakimi in 2023? Ugarte will go through. I'm pretty sure this will go through. Carl Thompson says, hi guys, anything about, is it Nipan? Nipan from Rosenborg. No, there was a lot of talk about him, the young player from Rosenborg, but nothing seems to have developed yet that I've seen.
No.
And definitely not with Manchester United, but I think there was a few clubs interested. Gavin says, I hear there is also a PlayStation clause too. Ben McCloyer says, will United sign anyone before deadline day? It's looking more and more unlikely, but never say never is what I would say, especially if we manage to shift Sancho. They might reinvest that money in that wage somewhere else. You never know, Manchester United might move at the last minute. We've not seen Inos deadline day yet, so there could be twists and turns. We'll have to wait and see. But at the moment, it looks unlikely. Themi Stockel says, when will Ugarte be announced? It's looking less and less likely it's going to be today, isn't it?
I've literally got no idea.
No one's really talked about it, and we've tried to ask around, but we've not heard much about when Ugarte is going to be announced, have we?
No, but other deals have just been announced. Bang on 5:30.
Oh.
Steven Bajcetic, Liverpool midfielder to Salzburg, done deal announced. According to the BBC, Ipswich are closing now in on the signing of Armando Broja from Chelsea.
So he's back on again. It kept collapsing and coming back.
Then off, then on, then off. But I understand from my side, player feels like it could be a good opportunity to prove himself.
Can I just say something on that? I think that is an excellent signing for Ipswich.
They've had an incredible window.
Obviously, Delap looks good, but also they needed another striker. Brozier is a talisman. You know, he's a goal scorer. I think that's a good signing for them. If he can stay fit, because he's had injuries, hasn't he? So if he can stay fit, I think that's a really good signing for them.
Real Sociedad, they're in advanced talks to sign West Ham United defender Aguerd. The deal under discussion is for an initial loan. Sky saying that Newcastle working on the Elanga deal, so maybe that could be back on. And then Barcelona cannot sign any other players this window, according to Romano. I have to give a big shout out to Omar, who is sending me all these constant updates through my DMs on Twitter. You're a goat, so everyone...
Is that Omar from the Spaces?
No, just Omar, someone that messaged me on Twitter, so big props to Omar. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. I thought it was Omar from the Spaces, then I remember him. And we need to start back the Twitter Spaces at some point, don't we?
We need to get DZ.
This is really interesting. Okay, so Sky Sports News has just said that Newcastle are in talks to sign Antony Elanga from Nottingham Forest. So we had TalkSport saying that Newcastle are in talks to sign Antony Elanga from Nottingham Forest. Then was it Ornstein that said to his knowledge that wasn't happening, and now Sky Sports are saying that they are in talks.
And the Telegraph have just said Newcastle have approached Nottingham Forest about a possible deal for Antony Elanga, but have been told it would take a ridiculously large offer to persuade him to sell so late in the window. Sources say it's unlikely to progress.
So it's just the
interest.
Basically Newcastle testing the waters. But that's one to watch in the if Elanga has a good season, and I'm sure he'd be very interested in that move.
35 million plus has been discussed between clubs.
Wow. I wonder if we could get a little bit of a chunk of that.
Yeah, we have a sell-on clause, so it's possible.
That would be interesting. I don't think it'll happen this summer. I don't think it'll happen on deadline day, but for a future one, that's something to look at. Someone said Ricky's fuming.
Romano's expecting the Victor Osimhen deal to go down to the line. He's just said, stay tuned, Chelsea fans, it's going to be a long night for you and me.
Wow, so the Osimhen deal is like literally Ben Jacobs just said it, he reminds him of the Enzo Fernandez one, which went to 4 minutes to the deadline. So where the deadline is what time? 11 p.m. Mark will be having a busy one when he comes on later. Goldbridge will be loving it.
Craig Hope from the Daily Mail's just said Forest have no desire to sell Elanga, and the offer would have to be too good for them to turn down if there's movement. So I think it looks increasingly unlikely that he'll move.
Especially considering Nottingham Forest situation, like they want to be staying up. And I think they've got a good squad to do that. I think they've got some good talent there. So I think keeping hold of Elanga for them is something that is important. Andrew E says we can't have any ties to Sancho beyond this window. Interesting that somebody is just put in the chat, if you could check this for me, Sam. Ice Trey's just put in the chat, Ornstein saying he thinks the Sancho deal is Maresca driven. He wants another wide player.
Well, he's going to let go of Raheem Sterling.
Well, do you know what it is with Maresca as well, which is really interesting of why he wants Jadon Sancho? He seems to like wingers that keep hold of the ball well, quite creative, are looking up and to put crosses into the box, and Jadon Sancho does provide that. And Raheem Sterling's very direct. Sometimes for me he's too selfish on the ball.
He was very blunt, Maresca.
Yeah.
He was very, very blunt with what he said. He quite literally came out in front of the press in a press conference and said, I don't rate Sterling. I like different wingers to how Sterling plays.
Yeah, and
imagine you were Sterling.
That's like Ricky.
Yeah.
Basically saying, he
if
prefers...
Ricky did the press conference.
Yeah, he prefers different types of wingers, and there is different types of wingers. I would say Ten Hag is the complete opposite to that.
Oh, yeah.
I think he prefers the opposite types of wingers, the pace, the, cutting inside, the kind of forward type wingers. What's your preference? Getting down below. I think it's good to have a mix of both, personally.
I agree.
Either for the sale of Sancho, loan and obligation to buy, or a loan and option to buy. Let's see what people are saying. I would say, yeah, literally the same as what we're saying. Loan and obligation to buy is the people of the United Stand community have spoken on that one. The poll's only been up for 5 minutes, but 92% say loan and obligation. Get in the comments as well. What would you expect the obligation fee to be for Chelsea to sign Jadon Sancho? What would you expect as the obligation fee? What fee would you want for Chelsea to pay for Sancho next summer as the obligation to buy? What fee would you want, Sam?
For
Sancho, in the obligation.
£30 million, I think.
A lot of people are saying whatever we pay for Mount. Chelsea owe us one, to be fair. They absolutely owe us one.
That is so true, whatever we pay for Mount. But to be honest, I would take £30 million, and I think that's a great deal for Chelsea.
I think 40.
I don't think they pay it.
It won't be 40, but I think
really
it should
don't think
be.
they pay 40. But it would be great.
I think 40 based on his age and what he's done. This is somebody who, you know, like the numbers he was putting up before he came to United in the Bundesliga. I know it's different, but you can't just fall off a cliff that much. I'd say 40 personally. A lot of people saying 30 rising to 40 would be fair. 35 to 50, someone's saying. 40 million. A lot of people talking about 40, 30, 35.
Yep.
Watch it be like 25 now. That'd be rip-off. Let's see. Darren Green says, great show, Sam and Beth. Big love. Thank you very much. Nabil Akbar says, great work, guys, and thank you. Man United should go in for Osimhen. I hope we win on Sunday. Left back is a must, but we can't do it all in one window. Andrew E says, oh, I've done that one as well. And Jimmy says, got to know the price difference in option and obligation. Yeah, there will be a price difference, but also at the same time, even if we go with the option, right, and this is where it's tricky, the option to buy could be like 50 mil. But it could just get to the end of next season and Chelsea could still try and negotiate it down because it's not an obligation. So it's probably better to have it set in stone. But also, if Sancho does really well, United have better manoeuvring power to get a better price off Chelsea. Whereas if he flops and doesn't do good, then Chelsea might just be like, we're not going to trigger the option. Sorry, he's going back to you guys. Which is that a risk that Manchester United are willing to take? Are you actually confident that Sancho's going to perform that highly? That's the question.
For sure. Adrian Rabiot, according to Fabrice Hawkins, will not join AC Milan as a free agent.
Ooh, Adrian Rabiot. Will he have a club by 11 p.m. tonight?
Well, remember, he doesn't actually need to have a club by 11 p.m. tonight because he's a free agent.
Oh, yeah, he's a free agent.
But Real Sociedad very, very close to signing Ugarte from West Ham. Will West Ham look for a replacement? They tried to get in a midfield. Midfielder understanding is that Soler from PSG was in London today to complete his medical and formalise his move to West Ham. And yeah, that's where we are right now. But every minute is another message, every minute is another story, every minute is another twist and turn in this busy deadline there. Yes,
keep bringing us the updates. One thing I would say, so if Manchester United did want to sign Rabiot, they wouldn't have to do it before 11 tonight.
I don't think so.
Are you sure?
No. But I believe that if he's a free agent, you're not negotiating with anyone. I don't know. I'll have to look.
Interesting stuff, guys. I mean, I know there's a lot of mixed opinions on Rabiot within the chat because a lot of people don't like his age profile and the wage demands. But I do think after losing Scott McTominay's height, losing a player of that position, Mount's injury record, I think it makes sense. You know, the resurgence of the height into the squad, somebody who is physical, has done really well in the last couple of years of his career. As long as the wage wasn't high, like I'm not saying sign him on 200 grand a week, guys. As long as we can negotiate a decent wage, I think as a short contract signing, I think it would be a good little buy for us. I honestly do, but I might be on my own on that one. Free agents can sign at any time. I get that, but isn't there a cut-off when you can register them for the Premier League?
There must be, but I'm unaware of what that is.
This is what I get that, guys. I get he's a free agent. I get that he can, you know, we're not dealing with a club, but I'm sure there is a cut-off that you can register them to play in the competition of the Premier League. But we'd have to go and have a look at that. I'll have to look at it. If anyone can get that, I'd really appreciate it, but I will have a look as well. Keel Robinson says, for a 2-year deal, Rabiot would cost about 24 million. I don't know how you'd work that out, but okay, the cut-off is September the 15th. So you've got loads of time. Okay, that's a lot more time than what I thought. The cut-off is 2 weeks afterwards. What interesting stuff. So United could still move for Rabiot then. It could kind of linger on after the transfer window, and that's why Rabiot probably isn't too stressed right now.
For sure. And some news from over the pond. Manchester City will not be signing a striker, even though they let go of Julian Alvarez this transfer window for Fabrizio Romano.
City, what do you think of City's transfer window? They've not done much, have they?
It's been a weird transfer window. And by the way, I'm expecting some movement from Saudi Arabia in a few minutes on Ivan Toney. But we'll bring that when it happens. But Yeah, it's been a very weird window for City. They haven't really done much or done anything. Obviously, they bought Gundogan back. That's being described on what City are saying as a deal that they always hoped that Gundogan would return to the club. They're very happy that he's back, and there's literally zero complaints. It was an easy transfer. He left Barcelona for a total fee of £0, so it just made sense for all parties. I think that it was a good deal for them. Obviously, they let Julian Alvarez go, Conor Gallagher, Samu. Obviously, that triple saga was very, very long as well. But they all ended up at their retrospective clubs that they were linked with. All those deals went through. But yeah, City not expecting to sign a striker today. Have a very, very weird window. And yeah, that's it from Fabrizio Romano.
Interesting. While we wait for more updates to come through, let's get your chats in as well and give me explanations why. I don't know if you did this when Maud was on the show, but did you rate the transfer window out of 10?
Yeah.
Oh,
Maud
you did
went
that.
through all of his, but you can have yours if you want.
Okay. Did you go through yours?
No.
Okay, I'll ask you, and then I'll kind of discuss it with you.
Okay.
And in the chat as well, make sure you get your opinions in. Overall, Sam, what would you rate the transfer window for Manchester United out of 10?
Let's say the Manuel Ugarte deal does get over the line, barring any late changes. I'm going to give it a 7.
Okay.
I'm going to give it a 7.
Is there any part of you that's worried about the Ugarte deal?
Yeah.
Ooh.
I don't understand.
From messages or just...
No.
Okay,
just
good.
gut feeling. I don't understand what's the hold up. What are we?
It is feeling a little bit sus, isn't it?
Because we haven't confirmed Scott McTominay to Napoli either. So the real question is, what's the hold up and what are we waiting for? It's getting a bit concerning.
Because think about our other deals like Dillit and Mazraoui were done very quickly. Pictures everywhere. Euro was quick. Xerxes was quick once it was announced. Ugarte's been like days, and same with Scott McTominay and Napoli. I know the deals are dependent on each other, but still.
On Ugarte, I can say that he's completed all media. The medical's done. His media is done. He's done XYZ with MUTV. He's done the TikTok post. He's done the Instagram post. It's done. Basically, everything is done. There must just be a hold up with the contract. Is that hold up Napoli side or is that hold up Manchester side? I'm completely unaware. But Ugarte's completed media duties, so I just don't know why we haven't announced it yet.
Yeah, obviously the deals previously we've done, Dillit, Mazraoui, Xerxes, Euro, they haven't been dependent on other deals, whereas there is a big feeling that this Ugarte deal is dependent on the Scott McTominay deal. So maybe there's just some sort of hold-up. But we keep getting told this is going to go through, this is going to be finalised, there's nothing wrong with it, it's on the right path. But it's just like how slow it's been for an announcement and how little news there is on it is just slightly concerning me a little bit. It's like, do you remember when Paulina did the shirt holding up with Bayern Munich and then he had to go back to Fulham?
Yep.
I'm just hoping that doesn't happen. I'm really hoping for that. A super chat's come in actually and said broken fax machine, says Jerry the Wang. Do you remember with the De Gea fax machine with Real Madrid? LMP22 says Chelsea the only team in the Prem with transfer strategy as stupid as us when we bought Sancho. That's willing to buy him now on his wages. Robert McCormack said, I've kidnapped McTominay. We'll release him at 12. Honestly, that's Ricky says he's going to Turkey. What's he actually going to do?
He's actually just gone and chilled with McTominay.
Gone and distracted McTominay for a bit so he doesn't leave. But yeah, I mean, interesting. We'll bring updates on that as they come. I'm trying to keep calm. Really trying to keep calm. Someone says PSG using carrier pigeons. A lot of 6s coming in. A lot of 7s, got a couple of 8s, got some people giving it a 9, someone give it a 5. That's super, super harsh. I would also give the transfer window a 7, purely upon the fact I'm doubtful the fact we've not brought in like a proven goal scorer.
It was a left back was a factor for me as well. And that's
left back, I think we had to sign one. We've not done that. I also would have liked another midfielder, I'm going to be honest. I always thought it was going to be 2 midfielders coming in. Ugarte is a good signing, very happy with it, always wanted it to happen. I'm in the camp where I think it will be successful. I know there's mixed reviews online, but I've done a lot of research on this and I am truly have the belief it is going to be successful. You can never be 100%. I just like the aggression, the power, the physicality, the attributes he possesses. I feel like we're missing in our midfield. But I did think we were going to bring in another midfielder, and that didn't happen, which is why it's a 7. Outgoings-wise, I'm going to be honest, I'm very happy with the outgoings, especially if we manage to get Sancho, you know, on a good deal out the club. I never really wanted to sell him to Chelsea. I always preferred Juventus. But if that saga comes to an end with a good obligation to buy, that's a good move in terms of just ending the saga for Manchester United. I don't think Chelsea's the right place for him to go, because there is a possibility we will look silly. But, you know, if you asked United fans at the start of the transfer window, do you want Sancho to still be here at the end? I think the majority would say no. And then outgoings, the only thing I wish is that we managed to shift Casemiro to bring in another midfielder, personally.
So I told Maud this, but I'm interested to hear what you have to say. So when I put it to my sources in Saudi Arabia and I asked, are you going to take Casemiro? They said no club in Saudi Arabia wants Casemiro.
And that shows how much he dropped off last season, doesn't it? Like, that shows even the Saudi, no disrespect to the Saudi Pro League, obviously, but even they didn't really fancy it.
Nope.
And that's where we're at. So one question I have for the chat as well, just while we're doing like a little bit of interaction here, and we'll answer too. If you said now, doesn't matter about money, money's out the window. If you could swap Casemiro for Amrabat for this season, would you do it? Let me know in the comments.
I wouldn't do it, you know.
And why?
I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it because, look, it's fair to say that Casemiro is coming to the end of his European football career. Leave the football before the football leaves you, right? But look, he had a bad pre-season, but I don't think he was catastrophic in the first 2 games of the season. I think that he can still do the job this season, not to the best of his ability, but then you have to ask, is Amrabat going to do a better job than Casemiro is going to do? That I'm not entirely sure. What would you say?
It's a tough one. Let's run a poll on it.
Yeah.
Money isn't an issue. Right now, if you could swap Casemiro and Amrabat in the United squad for a season, would you do it? Poll. Let's get that going. The either or for the sale of Sancho, it ended on 91% say obligation to buy, with 8% saying option, 6.1k votes. And, right, okay. Here's the thing for me. As a centre defensive midfielder, I think Amrabat is probably better right now in his career. Casemiro's been one of the best CDMs I've seen in his prime. Like, do not take that away from him. He was unbelievable for Real Madrid. I thought he was great for Man United when he came in. But the proof was in the pudding. In that FA Cup final against City, who arguably the best team in the world, Casemiro got dropped for Amrabat, and Amrabat dropped a man of the match performance. Let's be real. He was brilliant.
Yeah.
But as an overall player, Casemiro offers more in terms of goals. And he's got more experience.
Yeah, I agree.
But
I agree
ultimately,
with both those points.
is an out-and-out CDM, probably Amrabat, and that's how poor Casemiro dropped off. And Amrabat, by the way, you know, his United career was very up and down, never really got going. But towards the end of the season, when he actually got a bit of rhythm, and in that cup game against City, he was brilliant. But people say you can't just live off one game, I suppose. But for me, he's just got a bit more energy. And
I completely get what you're saying.
He's more accurate with his passing. Casemiro's passing, he's so sloppy.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
But also, Casemiro can score you a header off a corner. You know, he's got a goal in him. It's an interesting one. I think that's a really good poll to do, actually.
DZ just messaged me, so you don't rate Amrabat, eh?
Oh, he's a big Amrabat. I do. I'm fighting Amrabat's corner over here. But get in the comments down below what you guys think.
The Osimhen situation is now becoming very complicated, says Fabrizio Romano.
Chelsea might be missing out.
New updates.
Sancho false 9, who says no?
New updates in a few minutes.
Get your votes in. So, ooh, okay. It's very 50-50. Would you swap Amrabat for Casemiro? Yes, 45%. No, 55%.
Interesting.
Very 50-50.
Romano's just said on stream that one of his main sources have told him, I have worked in football for 25 years and never have I ever seen something as crazy as this Osimhen situation.
Oh, really? Oh, so Sancho... Not Sancho.
My feeling is there's a big chance he will stay. That's his feeling. He has no news.
Do you know what it is? Osimhen wants to leave Napoli. There's no doubts about that.
Sure.
And Chelsea want to sign Osimhen. But for Napoli, it's about the fee, and obviously Osimhen as well needs to look at the wage, and it's what Chelsea's offering and what they can do. And obviously incorporating the Jadon Sancho deal into that obviously is taking a bit of a distraction for them, I would suggest. Do you know what's crazy for me, right? And, you know, hopefully no one from Chelsea's watching this. Or you know, if they are, they are. If I was Chelsea, I would be putting all my eggs into getting that Victor Osimhen deal done and sacking off the Sancho deal. Don't get why they're trying. I don't get why they're doing it. They've got Madueke, they've got Palmer, they've got Mudryk, they've got Neto, you know, they've got João Felix. Why are you actually bothering messing about on deadline day trying to get Jadon Sancho, who is, let's be real, not been very good in the Premier League since he's joined, when what you are clearly missing is a proven goal scorer that is going to, you know, score the chances that your wide players and are actually currently creating. You've got so many options to play on the width. Like, stop messing about with Sancho and spend that money on getting Osimhen in. That's what I'd be saying if I was a Chelsea fan.
I believe that Chelsea sources told me there are other options. So if they get some form of indication from Al Ahly or Osimhen's camp that they can't move for Osimhen and that it won't advance, then I believe that they will move on to other strikers, with Duran from Villa one to watch. And as we were obviously just talking a few minutes ago about Ugarte and Mctominay, Chris Wheeler's just said from the Daily Mail, Ugarte and Mctominay deals being finalised with 5 hours to go until the window closes. He's not been registered in time to join for Sunday's game against Liverpool.
He said being finalised with 5 hours to go.
Finalising deal with Ugarte and Mctominay with 5 hours to go. So
that makes it seem like
that's what's holding up the announcement, because it's not actually done yet.
Oh my God! That could be one of the shocks of the last 5 years.
Another twist.
If that would actually go ahead of the day of Real Madrid fax machine saga.
I think it will get done, but
I'm absolutely worried now. We need, if Ugarte doesn't sign, we are in the absolute mud. And I'm telling you that now, we have no options. Oh my God. Everyone cross your fingers and please send us some prayer emojis into the chat. We need them. Malp says, this is the Sancho deadline day. A lot of people saying, Beth, stop saying that. And if it happens, it's my fault. Sorry, guys. I'm just giving my opinion. But yeah, I get what you mean. Oh, gosh. Marcelli says, Ugarte stinks if United wait until the 8 p.m. for likes. No, it generally just hasn't been finalised yet, as we just got that update from Chris Wheeler.
We're not waiting for an official announcement. We're waiting for it to be done.
Chris Wheeler's been excellent throughout this transfer window as well, so definitely one to keep an eye on. But Ben did say he thinks it's on track.
Yeah.
Keel Robinson says Rabiot free.
But yeah, Ben said it's on track as well. Says Chris said it was on track as well. The deal's being finalised.
Keel Robinson says Rabiot free, 250 grand per week, 1 million per month, 12 million per year, equals 24 million. Oh, so that's with wages as well. Yeah, I understand the total package would be 24, I get you. Them Stockles told you that I had a bad feeling. Everyone, let's just think positive about this. I think it will definitely happen.
5 hours to go.
5 hours to go. Everyone's saying Qatar revenge. Oh, God. Could you imagine if they were like, haha, psych? No.
Oh, Beth, 5 hours to go.
Don't
5 hours
to
to
me.
go. The futures of Raheem Sterling need to be sorted. The future of Victor Osimhen needs to be sorted. The future of Ivan Toney needs to be sorted. The future of Manuel Ugarte and Scott McTominay needs to be sorted. The future of Ben Chilwell needs to be sorted. The future of Trevor Chalobah needs to be sorted. So much needs to be sorted. There are 5 hours to go. Let's see what happens.
Someone said I'm sending out bad energy. Trust me, I'm not. I'm thinking super positive. Let's just positively manifest. Ugarte is a Manchester United player. Ugarte is a brilliant player for Manchester United this season. Ugarte will wear a Manchester United kit. I'm just putting out positive affirmations.
I'm going to ask for an update on Ugarte now.
Yes, please do. Please do. While we're doing that, I want to ask the chat this. What Premier League club has won the transfer window? What Premier League club has won the transfer window, in your opinion? And I would like to see what you guys think, and I'll also ask Sam as well. I think it's interesting to look at what our rivals have done around us.
I'd say Ipswich.
Do you think?
I think Ipswich have had an incredible transfer window, but also West Ham have had an incredible transfer window.
They have, but I feel like they've signed too much.
The thing is, none of our rivals have really done anything. Liverpool have done nothing. City have done nothing. Arsenal have done nothing. Spurs have done nothing. We're actually the main ones that are doing things this window. Saudi Arabia and Al Ahly are exchanging documents now for the Ivan Toney deal.
Cool. I think Villa have had a really good transfer window.
Yeah, Villa have had a good window. They're crying out for a centre-back, though.
They are. But ultimately, I've seen a couple of their signings as well now playing the first team. They look really good. I think Villa have had a really good transfer window. Like you said, West Ham have had a good deal.
Had a good window.
Yeah, United, I'm going to be honest, have had a good transfer window. The only thing about United that worries me is someone pointed this out to me, and I thought, have United really brought in some absolute definite must-start players that are barging into the starting 11?
Delete.
But what happens with Euro when he's fit? And I know it's a squad game, but I'm just saying. Ugarte, I would like to think, is a starter. I would start
I think he comes straight in. I think Ugarte comes straight in. I think you'll see Mazraoui keep his place. Xerxes will play because Mount's out for up to 6 weeks. You're right, yeah.
With Luke Shaw fit and Dalot fit, does Mazraoui start?
Luke Shaw fit and Dalot fit. Does Mazraoui start? No.
Do you not think?
Over who?
I think Mazraoui's been really good. I think it'll create really good competition between Dalot and Mazraoui.
For sure.
That's the question. Mocha B says, no credible journalist has come out saying this Ugarte deal is in jeopardy. No need to worry about speculations. Yeah, I mean, you would have thought if it was in jeopardy, Romano or Ornstein would do some sort of update on it, but Sam is on it just to kind of get clarification. Eshaw Mohammed says, feel like Scott's hold-up is Osimhen deal. Feel like if Scott doesn't get sold, we don't get Ugarte.
Yeah,
I don't think it does rely on the Osimhen deal. Ben Jacobs said it doesn't.
Nah, Ben wasn't convinced, but there's a Osimhen update coming in a minute, so we'll bring you on that.
Kevin Shields says, do you think Casemiro could benefit with the arrival of Ugarte? I'll ask Sam that in a second. Edem FIFA saying, how is Ricky feeling that Mctominay has left? He's not happy about it, but he's got to get on with it like the rest of us do. And he's got a holiday booked into Napoli, so he can be happy with that. Jonas, thank you for your super chat. I mean, how do you think it affects the dynamic of Casemiro with Ugarte coming in? Because obviously when he got dropped from the first 11 for Amrabat in the cup final, he just completely dropped out the squad and apparently was really unhappy about it, even though he'd been playing really poorly. So do you think Casemiro being on the bench on 300 grand a week could be an issue?
I think it comes down to it being an ego problem. And I think the problem with an ego is actually what we found with some players this transfer window. Players on big money are refusing to take wage cuts even if they're not playing the game and they're holding bench. And therefore, if you don't drop the ego, you don't play football. It's as simple as that. Now, obviously, Casemiro didn't like not playing, but he's Casemiro.
You've got to perform.
But ultimately, you've got to perform. And in Casemiro's head, the ego Casemiro has, he's Casemiro. He should be playing every game. He's won loads of trophies. So I get it. I get Casemiro's side, but ultimately Ten Hag made the right call. So,
do you think there's a world in which Ugarte and Casemiro complement each other and play together?
It could happen, but I don't. But then what happens to Kobe?
Yeah, Cobby has to play.
Cobby has to play.
Unless they move Bruno out to the wing or false nine.
Oh, please. I'm so sick of Bruno Fernandes on the wing. I hate it. I hate it.
False nine, though.
I don't mind
better than wing.
I don't mind a false nine.
On the wing, he's nowhere near as effective. Ricky has actually just sent me the Sky Sports breaking news about Nottingham Forest rejecting Newcastle bid for Antony Elanga.
Just now, yeah.
And he said, you said about only 2 hours ago he only plays for Forest. 35 million apparently. I've banged on about him since he played for us. What did we take? 15 was it? Whether it happens or not, a team who want him might finish above us.
Interesting.
Do you know what's mad about Ricky? Like, what he says kind of does always come true.
Yeah, that's true. I've just had a thought. Billy Gilmour is sitting at home waiting for the green light to travel to complete the deal to Napoli. Billy Gilmour's a midfielder. Scott McTominay's travelled to complete his deal to Napoli. What's he waiting for? What's Gilmour sat at home waiting for? Is he sat at home waiting for the McTominay deal to collapse?
No, I think that'd be more based on Osimhen. Do you reckon?
Don't know.
Oh, I don't know. I'm just a little bit worried, to be honest with you. A little bit worried, but I mean, get in the comments what you guys think. Jonas has said, I think United are waiting for Sunday to announce Ugarte at Old Trafford.
I mean,
that's interesting take, but he has done his media duties, you would say.
There's no doubt that they could decide to announce him in front of the crowd, but you wouldn't wait. You wouldn't wait till Sunday.
Interesting what Goldbridge has put.
Goldbridge has just said Ugarte announcement needs to be today if he's being signed, so I'd expect it to be official tonight. Interesting.
Maybe it will be that little 8 p.m. slot as we change over to Mark Goldbridge.
We're just going to miss it, aren't we?
Also, guys, Kev is going to be on the show
in
just under 20 minutes, 6:30. He will be live here on the United Stand, getting all his takes. Excited to get a fresh face on and get his opinions in as well.
Sure.
Tony Sweetman says, City have won the window. They've spent next to nothing, but no one has capitalised. They've improved PSR with the sale of Alvarez. I mean, I'm going to be honest. When you're in City's position, it's so much easier to have a good transfer window because they're literally just looking for luxury players and little icings on the cakes and tweaks here and there because they've got such a good squad already. For sure.
Also, the Billy Gilmour deal's linked to Osimhen, not McTominay.
Oh, okay. Amazing stuff. Damian Derwin says, poll, chicken nuggets or fish fingers, either or. Are you trying to, like, use the United Stand to try and work out what you want for tea?
What did he say?
Chicken nuggets or fish fingers, either or.
Have nuggets.
Nuggets for me, but also I do like a fish finger here and there.
Do you?
Yeah, that sounds so gross. That sounds... Nah. I can't
Moving on.
Moving on very quickly. Perkle Natori says Casemiro is just way too immobile for a 2 DM midfield. Useless to play them together.
Sky Sports, sorry Beth, Tony to Al Ahly is a done deal.
Yeah, we knew that was going to happen though anyway. Nuggets all day in the chat.
Team chicken nugget.
Do you know the amount of times, can I just say, after a night out, when I've whacked in either some chicken nuggets or fish fingers in the air fryer, what you do, you come in at like 3 a.m. It's when you've not managed to get to like the takeaway because you just want to get home, and sometimes you backdoor it and you can't be bothered like, you know, waiting for everyone to get a taxi, so you just get an Uber and you just go straight home. And the amount of times I've opened the freezer and it's like, please be nuggets in there, please be nuggets. If there's nuggets, unbelievable scenes, maybe a few smiley faces, you're loving it. If there's no nuggets left, then you have to start looking for the fish fingers, and there's always fish fingers there, and you think that's my backup option. The question is, do you put them on a butty though? You've got to put them on a butty, surely. Bit of ketchup on there, absolute scenes.
Banging. Sounds banging. Just a quick one from me. United are waiting for the McTominay deal to go through.
So that's what they're waiting for with Ugarte?
I've just had a message saying we're waiting for McTominay to go through.
What is actually holding? Oh.
Jacob Steinberg saying United happy for Sancho to stay unless Chelsea meet their terms.
People just turn anything dirty in this chat.
I mean, yeah, no comment.
Yeah, no comment. Interesting stuff. I mean, yeah. we're talking about food, nothing else. Nothing else, guys. Literally nothing else. But I'm worried now about that McTominay deal from Napoli. What is the hold up on that? Like,
Don't know.
I'm really convinced. I'm really confused. Why is McTominay not holding up a shirt? Like, what is stopping it from happening? He's been in Napoli. The fans are congratulating him. You know, he's loving it. I don't get it. I'm sorry, but has no one ever heard of the term backdoored it for a night out? Clearly not. Like, when you leave without telling anyone because you can't be bothered with the whole, oh, bye guys, I'm going now. But anyway, I'm about to backdoor it because I'm going for another break. And
Go, enjoy your break.
I will.
Let me take you through the latest breaking news and headlines. Chelsea and Manchester United still in negotiations. They haven't reached an agreement for the transfer of Jadon Sancho as of 6 p.m. There are so little hours left of this transfer window. Leicester are exploring a late move to sign Crystal. That was Beth walking in front of the camera. She doesn't like Leicester. Leicester are exploring a late move to sign Crystal Palace striker Edouard. He has been made available on loan. Edouard is set to leave before the deadline. Eddie Nketiah expected to join Arsenal. Mords.
Yes, I'm back and I've got a special guest. He's just setting up right now. So, if you don't already know the news, I think Sam's kind of gave a little bit of a recap. But Elanga, his deal with Newcastle from Nottingham Forest has been rejected. Kev, are you ready?
I'm ready. I'm in the seat, man. Let's do this. Transfer deadline day. Like Christmas Day, man, isn't it?
I've been waiting
I'm excited,
for you.
yeah.
You've not been on since...
Last night.
I mean,
Thursday
like,
night.
during
Yeah,
games,
yeah.
Like, you've not been on a game this season, have you?
No, I was away for the first two. So
First two.
obviously the first game, great win. The second one, disappointed with the kind of way that it ended, but I thought we played well. I've seen enough at this moment in time to suggest as a style of play, but obviously it's deadline day, isn't it? And I am looking forward to it. I think there might be a curveball in there. You never know. We've heard that Dan Ashworth's working away, and he might be able to tie something up, but there's obviously names being thrown about. As I was discussing last night in the Thursday night show, Raheem Sterling, certainly, people are like, I wouldn't even say they're 50-50 about it, but it's interesting because...
I mean, we're going to go through all of them. We've got
let's do it.
So let's start off with... I mean, the main story, but one of the main stories is the Chukwuemeka to United. What are your opinions on that? He's obviously, people don't know, he's an attacking midfielder, he's more of an attacking player, but he can, I guess, play as an 8 as well. Chelsea obviously have a lot of players in his position, so it would make sense for the player to come to United. However, we know that Bruno is the main attacking midfielder at United. Mason Mount is injured, so there is a space there for a backup attacking midfielder. Is he the kind of player that you would like to see in a United top, or do you feel like it's a bit of a waste of a transfer?
Could be a waste of a transfer. I think it's one of them that possibly, obviously I'm sure we'll speak about Jadon Sancho, but that name coming up, obviously United are looking at it and probably thinking, what is he, 20 years old?
20, yeah.
So he fits the kind of bill in a way where you look and think it's not a stopgap, it's not a Sterling who's 29, could come in at the squad. And obviously United, it might be a slight knee-jerk reaction to the fact that Mason Mount's injured. 6 weeks, I think I've been told something along them lines. It's a major kind of blow for Manchester United in that terms. But I think you're absolutely spot on in the fact that Bruno Fernandes, when fully fit, is always going to walk into that role. But because he's 20, possibly one for the future. And I think he is he was really good mates with Mason Mount when they played together at Chelsea. I was reading something earlier, apparently they exchanged sort of Instagram messages and stuff, which is good. But again, it probably says more about the injury of Mount. It's so annoying. It
is disappointing, especially the difficult season he had last season. Coming to a club at United already, there's a lot of weight on your shoulders because you're playing for the biggest club in the country, one of the biggest clubs in the world in general. And the position that United was in last season, that was kind of, Mason Mount's opportunity to kind of prove himself because how bad United was. We were kind of at a really low point, so he could have been that shining light to say, you know what, I can put my name in the headlines and let people know that I'm one of the players that Ten Hag should be choosing. But he obviously was injured for a large part last season. Now he's injured again. Are we going to have to, because we sold Hannibal, I wouldn't say Manu could play as a 10. He's not really a 10, he's more of an 8. Ugarte, when he comes in, if he comes in, there's questions now apparently, but Ugarte when he comes in is probably going to be more of a defensive midfielder. Mctominay's now gone. Eriksen's not exactly the best option. Are we going to have to start looking for another 10 if we don't bring in a Chukwuemeka?
It is funny because you mentioned obviously it's not been 100% confirmed yet, but Scott McTominay. And you hear the comments of Erik ten Hag today in his press conference, and it's a question that I asked last night. And I said, would Manchester United have sold Scott McTominay if PSR wasn't a thing? I don't think they would. Yeah. Now, today that kind of backed it up because you got Erik ten Hag obviously saying that because he's a homegrown player, because of the money that they got for him and its profit, that it was kind of out of his hands. He's almost saying that he didn't want to sell him. Now, you can look, and it's hindsight, but you think the injury to Mason Mount, you know, McTominay, I think we can all agree that he was a squad player at United, and they've got a very, very good fee for him. But looking at it now with Mount injured, you know, this is where McTominay could have come in, you know, if Bruno obviously plays the 10 or the false 9. But the major thing at the minute is obviously not having a number 9 at United. You know, Højlund being injured is creating this kind of headaches. I don't like the false 9. You know, when you're playing a team like Fulham, a team like Brighton, where you want to take the game to them, I've got no issue with it in the FA Cup final against City or, you know, a Liverpool or somebody where you need the extra man in midfield. But it's just become a headache at the minute. Obviously, Højlund is back in training, which is really, really, you know, I can't wait to see the whole system functioning with that number 9, you know, at the top of the tree.
So what do you think about Xerxes? A lot of people say that I say Xerxes' name wrong. Yeah, I'm going to try and get it. I'm going to try and get it right.
Go on.
I'm getting Chukwuemeka right, but I can't get Xerxes right.
I was going to say you did well with that one. Fair play.
You got to say it quickly so they don't realise.
Yeah. Just throw it out.
So as I was saying, Xerxes, obviously, he's scored in his debut. It was unfortunate that he was a reason why Garnacho couldn't get his goal, but he's obviously shown a lot of potential. Would you say that United or Ten Hag is looking to make Xerxes more of a starting player instead of this whole false 9, because we can't exactly do it now because Mason Mount's injured? Is this kind of like a good opportunity for him to kind of say, you know what, I'm the player who should be starting instead of this change of formation that he's been doing?
I've always thought Manchester United that's the way it should be, and one person's kind of misery in this kind of case, it's Mason Mount. You know, he's played the pre-season games, played in the first 2 Premier League games. To get that injury and knockback opens the door for somebody else to come in. Xerxes, like you say, he has impressed me, and this will be an opportunity for him now. Coming up Liverpool, 4 o'clock on Sunday at Old Trafford, and you look at that and you think, really, if you're going to play this false 9 or somebody's going to be the sort of focal point of the team, that Xerxes will probably get the kind of opportunity on Sunday to you know, lead the line, if anything. The only worry with Xerxes is comments that he kind of made when he joined United. I don't think it's a confidence thing and he's talked himself down, but he has kind of stated that don't expect me to be a prolific goal scorer, because that's not what he's been. So some supporters might expect a hell of a lot from him if he does lead the line. So it is quite a big thing at United, but I think we all know that his game is more, you know, that kind of Firmino role.
Yeah, dropping,
you know,
collect the ball.
Yeah, bringing other players into play. But if you've got a player like that, in the final third when it breaks down so many times for United, we tried players in these wide areas, making the wrong decision. But Xerxes, it's something different, isn't it? And I don't think the opposition, you know what he's about, or they certainly won't have figured him out yet. But big, strong lad. And you mentioned the goal before. Like, don't get me started on that, man. that knee. Bloody VAR.
This is your opportunity to speak about that Brighton game.
Yeah.
What are your opinions on it? Especially, like I said, that goal. Well, I say the goal, the unfortunate goal line. What should we even call it? Goal line clearance. You kind of kicked it in, and then
he couldn't get out of the way.
He couldn't get out of the way, but
he's sliding in already. His momentum, and I know it's easy to say if you didn't have VAR, and sometimes you just think that the idiot's running it. You know, if you've played the game or whatever. You know, if you just step back and look at that in isolation, Xerxes not put his leg out to score on that. You wouldn't do that. His momentum's took him through. Incredibly harsh. I'm probably sounding very bitter here. You know, I've still not let it go. But I was happy with the performance against Brighton. It sounds crazy because we got beat. I thought the 2 goals we conceded could have been avoided. Yeah. The first one, if Harry Maguire puts his foot through it, you know, old-fashioned, put it in Rose head, just get rid of it. Breakdown in communication, and obviously the match winner for Brighton was just a sucker punch, but we could have been 2-1 up at that point. We had the share of the possession. You know, we had more possession than Brighton, which in previous games against him it hasn't been that way round. Brighton have done us a few times, but no, I'm optimistic for the new season, always am.
I think we have some news. Fabrizio Romano, so you know this is 100% facts. Fabrizio Romano has put up a tweet saying Scott McTominay to Napoli deal signed between all parties involved. It's confirmed.
There's a reason Ricky ran out of this studio a couple of hours ago. He knew this news was coming.
Ricky's probably...
he's booked a holiday, hasn't he?
Probably.
I think he's going away, isn't he, today? That's why Ricky's going away. He knew that this day was coming. Scott McTominay's going, but...
So what are your opinions on that? Were you the biggest fan of McTominay?
Do you know what? I didn't mind him. I know there's other people that were a lot more probably critical of him, but I've always admitted what he is. You know, I've said he's a squad player, and I went as far to say as without him last season, I think Eric Ten Hag would have been sacked. The goals that he scored, McTominay last season...
Most valuable player last season?
In terms of the goals and the points that McTominay won, I'm not saying he was a world beater, he put in, 7s, 8s every week, because he didn't. And I know that he goes missing in games. Yeah. But off the bench, as an impact player, you can't argue with what he did. You know, the goals against Brentford. Yeah. And... no, he was a threat. I think it was Aston Villa. He come off the bench, didn't he? Scored a winner away, and really, really big goals. And it's hard to kind of replace that. But at the same time, I admire Scott McTominay as well, because he's been at the club since he was 8 years old. So I know we hear all this. He's got the DNA running through him. I said this last night. You know, I've got the DNA running through me, but it doesn't mean that I'd be good if you throw me on the pitch. But no, I applaud what he's done, because there's other players in this squad that are still hanging about. You've got a Victor Lindelof, a Harry Maguire to an extent. We've had a massive clear out, but there's other players for some reason. You know, that whether it's money or whatever it is, the comfort zone, that's terrified of leaving United. But McTominay must have had that conversation where he's been told, you're not part of the plans, you know, you will be a bit part player. Yeah. And maybe he's just thought, you know what, I need to get away. And what a reception he got at the airport. He's like one of the Beatles turning up. I'm watching it. Even McTominay's looking over his shoulder at the airport thinking... is this for me, or is Harry Styles in the airport or whatever? It's mental.
When you play for United, like I said before, biggest club in the world, one of the biggest clubs in the world, you go to Napoli, you're going to get a huge reception. I think most players, when they leave United, they kind of celebrate a little bit, because you're a superstar. You might not be one of the best players, but in terms of name-wise and brand-wise, a lot of the players that do you leave United, they are top players in that sense. Like I said, name, brand, in other clubs. So I think he's, like I said, he's definitely going to get a good reception there. And I've always said anyway, new environments kind of can bring out different sides of players on the pitch. I wasn't the biggest fan of McTominay.
I was just going to ask you then. I was going to say,
I wasn't the biggest fan of McTominay. I like I said before, I'm always going to be a fan of academy players. I want our academy graduates to do well. I'm never going to say, McTominay, go to the Championship, go to League One, go to League Two. That's just a bit ridiculous. I want him to do well. I think he could still be a Premier League player. You know, just not for United.
If the Fulham thing had worked out, Fulham moved after United turned down that bid. Yeah, West Ham last season, but Fulham put in a bid that United turned down. Obviously, what's the transfer fee? Is it about 25?
30?
Yeah, going up to 30 million, which is good for United. But like I say, it's more a question at the minute of this PSR thing. You're seeing what's happening at Chelsea. Conor Gallagher had a great season last season, played well for England. And then all of a sudden, he's told, pack your bag, head off to Spain. Poor lad's probably thinking, I don't even want to go here. He's left in limbo.
Another academy graduate. Super chat here from Triggers Broom. Has Martial got a club yet? I'm actually not.
No, I don't think he has.
I don't think he does.
I've not heard he has.
That's interesting though. He will. I'm sure he will though. But
I hope that super chat's not instigating that we should bring him back.
Oh no.
That kind of thing.
Make sure you guys are getting in your super chats. Let me know your opinion on this Scott McTominay deal, and also now I guess that means it opens up the direct avenue for Ugarte. We have to, in my opinion, to sign him now. And I know it's weird because it's confirmed, but it's not. But I know. Sam was even saying earlier that he's a little bit like, is it still going to happen? I'm still very confident. I'm even confident we might even get another signing. I don't know why, but I'm still confident.
I'm riding the same crest of the wave. I'm with you on this one.
But I guess now that this is officially confirmed, Mctominay is gone. He's out of the club. I'm hoping now that maybe it'll probably happen on Mark's stream. Mark's probably going to be streaming about 8 o'clock. Around that time anyway. It'll probably happen around that time.
But the only element of doubt that you've got now, and that was put in my head, was hearing Fabrizio Romano, saying that. And I mean, I have Fabrizio Romano. He's got this element of doubt because today, I've been watching at work and stuff. If work are watching, it was on my break, but I'm listening to the information that he was getting. I was thinking, this is brilliant, and then you think, if he's got this element of doubt, where's that come from? But the Ugarte deal, is a difference for me, this being like a 7 out of 10. I think it puts it probably to an 8 out of 10.
Yeah.
And I know Beth and Sam did a poll before, but the Ugarte deal is absolutely massive because I think we know that Casemiro, we're only 2 games in, and I'm kind of looking at him and thinking,
edgy,
what are we going to be like on, game week 10?
Yeah.
15, I'm thinking...
I mean, do you still feel like even if you do get Ugarte, we still need another midfielder? Because, we spoke about it earlier in the show. Eriksen's still not... I'm still not the biggest fan of Eriksen this season, thinking as in a player that could start if needed, or even like an impact sub. I'm still not the biggest fan of him. Spoke about Mason Mount obviously being injured for the next 6 weeks. Who else is there?
Yeah, well,
you know what I mean? Who else is there? Manu is still 19. Like, are we still going to be playing him 80, 90 minutes every single game? That's very difficult for someone at that age. He's going to get fatigued. Are we still going to be in a place where we're running out of midfielders? Are we going to have to, play remember when we were playing Casemiro centre-back because we didn't have any centre-backs? All it takes is for Casemiro to get injured, and all of a sudden now it's like, okay, who do we even have to bring on? Or you know what I'm trying to say?
That's why I think the Ugarte deal is absolutely huge. But like you say, in terms of strength in numbers, obviously the Amrabat was the name that a lot of people were mentioning and thinking. He knows the club. Yes, he was played out of position. He played left back when he first come to United. Fair play to him. Wasn't a left back, but still.
Would you bring Amrabat? If you had the option, I know it's very unlikely now, but
if the fee was right, and I know that the kind of fee that was agreed previously when he was loaned was, it was 16 million, which in terms, the hierarchy probably looked at that and thought, this is quite steep, this is quite a lot of money.
Yeah.
If you could get an Amrabat for, I don't know, 7 or 8 million, nearly say half of that.
7 million is very cheap.
I think it's for what Fiorentina have got on their hands is a player that clearly probably would do anything. He'd swim the ocean to go and play and sign for Manchester United. So, and this is, they lost him originally to United on loan, and he was an important player for Fiorentina at that time. But there could be other deals. Rabiot keeps getting mentioned. He's a free transfer.
People talking about Rabiot. But the other, I guess, breaking news, not really broken out yet, but the main news is Sancho to Chelsea. Are you a fan of that signing, or do you think we should keep him just for that, rotation on both wings?
Just get rid.
Get rid?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay.
Absolutely no point keeping him. There's obviously... at the risk of saying, I told you so, I did say this on the Thursday night show, but I remember being sat in this same chair. Me and Beth were doing the Rangers game pre-season, and it was after the story had come out that they'd kissed and made up, and Sancho's back in the squad.
Back in training.
So Beth kind of asked me and said, "What do you think of that? It'd be like having a new player." I sat here and I said, "I'm very sceptical of this." I said, "I wouldn't put it past United have put this out to make out everything's all right, to basically drive up the fee." I was like, I still think that they will get rid of him before the start of the season, which was a bit of a call at the minute.
Yeah.
I was being sceptical. But the fact that then he played pre-season, I think they just put him in the shop window.
Yeah.
You heard Erik ten Hag saying he can play on the left, the right, he can play in the hole, this, that, and I'm thinking, oh, right. And then I'm like, why is he waxing lyrical about Jadon Sancho? Lo and behold, we get to the start of the Premier League season, and he's bombed out. He's nowhere near that first team.
Yeah.
I just think it was all a trick. I think Inos probably were behind it. They're very clever people, these.
Yeah.
Make sure everyone thinks everything's all right. You know, because otherwise, in terms, you've got like damaged goods, where somebody can come in and say, well, if you think he's a problem, we'll take him for 10 million. And they might think United are desperate to get rid of him, whereas I think United have played it quite well. And obviously, the rumours that he might be going to Chelsea and that, for me, Chelsea can take him. I don't care if people look at Chelsea as a rival, whatever, I don't care. I just see him as a major, major issue. And if Chelsea think they're big enough to take this on, and they're a circus in themselves, Chelsea. So, yeah, that clown can go there for me.
Super chat from Lee Geldart. Waiting till deadline day to announce Ugarte because sod all else is happening. It's classic United. He's not wrong.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong.
That is United thing
and
to
it
do.
is. It's you know, I've said this before. It's, you know, gone are the days of Andy Cole signing, and you won't even know what teletext is. But I found out on teletext, and you know that United had signed Andy Cole. Brian Robson back in the day, you know, just sat on the...
Yeah, it was a long time ago.
Exactly, at a desk on the pitch. But now it's obviously, you have to do all this media stuff, you know, and the videos that go out and stuff, you know, it's all part of the deal. So, I mean, fingers crossed it gets done today. I think Sam did say earlier that he's too late to sign now to be in the squad for Liverpool if he does sign on Sunday, which...
I've heard that, but
I think it could have been too soon for him, but again, it could have been a lift if he was on the bench, you know, another option.
What's your opinion on, because the Sancho deal was supposed to be a kind of swap deal with Sterling. Are you a fan of bringing Sterling into United? Do you think he's a bit past it now, or could he be a good addition to, you know, bring it to the squad?
Totally depends on the terms, because you're talking about two different animals. You've got a Sancho who, we talk about bomb squads, and they're supposed to be like been bombed out the teams or whatever. Sterling has been, you could say, unfairly treated. You know, he's had his number stripped of him, and the manager's basically said, you're not my type of player. So from Sterling's point of view, it's incredibly harsh, but that's life as a footballer and a new manager. You've got Sancho, who clearly the cracks have not been repaired with Ten Hag. They've tried dressing it up. So in that sense, I mean, the one thing is, if United did get Sterling, that he's on nowhere near the money that Sancho or Sterling is at Chelsea. United can't do that. It would have to be on United's terms. And the one great thing you get in theory, if you're looking at swapping them, in Sterling, you've got a player that would want to play football. You know, attitude-wise, it's there. He's a winner. I know I haven't got many people that are backing me on this one. Sterling would never have come to mind for me. He'd never been anywhere. If you're asking me who's out there that we could sign. But on the final day, I'm not saying it's desperation, but if United do look at it, they might look, if there is a trade-off, then you've got Raheem Sterling, he'll want to prove, you know, that he can still do it.
He can still play. And he's not even 29. That old. He's 29. Salah's...
You can look at it as being experienced.
How old is Salah? I'm pretty sure Salah's... Chat, let me know how old
he'll have a point to prove. You know,
he's 32.
There you go.
So it's definitely not the end of, it's not the end of his career.
At the same time, there's an element of risk. But what is the point of keeping Jadon Sancho now? He's going to be there till the next transfer window, which is more or less the new year. So he's going to be here till Christmas. He's not getting in the team. What's the point, you know, of holding on to this player?
100%. And I'm also I'm similar to you. I didn't expect Sterling to even be an option. I didn't think that was even something United would even think about.
I thought it was just like a joke the other day, pure clickbait.
Like a rumour.
Sterling to United.
But now that I think about it, especially with Sancho leaving, the fact that Sterling can play on both wings as well, he would, other than Casemiro, he would be the most successful.
Play the false nine as well.
Play the false nine. But other than Casemiro, he would be the most successful player of the team, really.
Yeah.
Nobody else has won as much as Sterling has. Like you said, he's not that old.
And I know the goals, because people say he scored over 100 Premier League goals, or 100 goals. You know, the majority of that was with Manchester City, which they're obviously a juggernaut in their own way. You know, they were highly successful when he was there. So I get that argument, and obviously United is totally different to come in. But again, I use the word experience. I wouldn't say he's over the hill, and I think he would be highly motivated to prove, well, for one, the Chelsea manager wrong. You know,
prove everyone wrong.
And what a story. You know, imagine him signing.
But to be fair,
if he signs
playing for City, Liverpool, and United.
But he grew up as a United fan.
Sterling?
Yeah.
Is that?
Yeah, legit.
That's the first time I heard that before. That's crazy.
And that's another thing that he will get tarred with. You will get United fans going, "Oh, he played for Liverpool, he played for City."
That's crazy. That is. Has it been a player that's done that?
No, I don't.
He must be
certainly
the first
not
player.
Gone from Man City to Liverpool to Chelsea, then to United.
Like Liverpool to City.
But even
to Chelsea
the Liverpool, it's very rare.
That's yeah. Now that I think about it, that is kind of. I understand why people don't want him.
Yeah. But if he does a business on the pitch, a lot of people didn't take to Michael Owen when he come to Old Trafford.
Yeah, and he won the league.
And you ask any United fan in that stadium when Michael Owen scored against Manchester City in Fergie time.
Yeah,
did anyone at that? Were they all in the Stretford end going, "Boo, you Scouse bastard," and all that? They certainly weren't.
Yeah, no, I think. Where would you? Let me ask you a question, and maybe the chat can also join in with this. If Sterling was to come to Man United, what would be your ranking in terms of wingers, both sides? What would be your rankings?
There is actually an argument to say, and this sounds, honestly, I don't want to sound like Ricky or anything, but to say that he'd be well up there as probably one of our best wingers.
What would be your ranking though? One of the best could be top 2, top 3.
Yeah. This has been a problem area. You would say that Sterling's certainly better than Antony. Antony, at this moment in time, is just bottom of the pile.
Yeah.
He is scratching about, trying to break into this team. He's not even in the what do you call it? The conversation.
Yeah,
He's just not there. So Antony is clearly bottom. You've then got, I would put Ahmad above Garnacho.
Yeah.
In fact, I would put Ahmad and Garnacho above Rashford.
So Antony,
Rashford. And I'm going off current form here.
Okay.
I've got to. From what I've seen of Rashford last season, I'm not scapegoating him. You've asked me a question, I'm trying to answer it.
Ricky gave his earlier, but his was like in the last, I think, 5 years. I think he put.
He had Dan
second,
James in it. I've seen
Dan
this.
James,
yes.
Like, I don't know, it's third or something like that. I can't remember who it was. I think Sancho was first. I can't remember. It was something wild, but I remember he put Elanga second.
So, Antony, I would say Rashford. I'd then go Ahmad, Garnacho.
That must be Sterling then.
Do you know what? I would.
Yeah.
For pure experience.
Fair enough.
I'm going to get cooked in the comments section here. Big time.
It's opinion. It's football's all about opinion anyway. It's all subjective. But super chat from Liam Rescaller. Peter Beardsley played for all 3 clubs. I don't personally know who that is.
Peter Beardsley? Oh, yeah, what a player.
He must have been a...
Played for who? Oh, Liverpool, Man City.
Peter Beardsley.
Oh, yeah, he played for United as well. Yeah. Oh, he's a good-looking fella. Get a picture of him on Google Images.
1960s? I don't know. That was a long time ago.
Oh, that's 60s.
Fair enough. Maybe him and Sterling are great company. But moving on, there's been other news. Elanga obviously plays for Nottingham Forest. I think they put in a bid, or Newcastle put in a bid for Elanga, and it has been rejected by Nottingham Forest. Now, we all know Ricky's strong opinions on Elanga. I gave some strong opinions earlier as well about Elanga. I think he's a good player, and I think it was just a wrong environment for United, for him at United. Are you a fan of the player? Do you feel like Newcastle is too big of a jump for him, or do you feel like Nottingham Forest is his level?
I think it'd be a brilliant move. It was just watching just before we actually went live. I think the fee was 35 million.
Yeah.
They were talking about, and I think Nottingham Forest.
35 million is a lot.
Nottingham Forest have actually rejected it, which will tell you everything. That Nottingham Forest obviously feel that the player is worth more than that. Whether they just think that Newcastle, in pure desperation now, might increase this bid and they're just trying to get as much as they can. But I've got to say, I didn't see anything like that kind of coming. I think he had a really good season for Nottingham Forest. I thought United were a little quick maybe to get rid of him, but at the same time, when Erik ten Hag invested so much in a player like Antony, for what, we're talking up near £100 million, the writing was kind of on the wall for somebody like Elanga, and it shouldn't be like that. I think it's on paper, it's one of the worst deals in history. You look at it and think, what kind of money would United get back for Antony now? Who would be interested? Would anybody be picking up that phone today and making an inquiry thinking we might be able to rekindle Antony's career? Because from what you've seen, it just doesn't look up to, you know, the standard of the Premier League. Maybe a change of league, like you mentioned earlier, Mctominay. I think Mctominay will do well in Serie A.
Yeah.
It's a total different style.
Yeah.
It's not as, you know, 100 mile an hour. It's more kind of a game of chess. So, but no, I think Elanga, good luck to him. I think if he can get that move, and Newcastle are a big club, you know, they've got a great fan base.
They're going in a good direction as well.
Sell out every week. So in that sense, it's certainly a step up from Nottingham Forest. No disrespect to Nottingham Forest.
I mean, Nottingham Forest
to say that.
I heard some wild shouts before the season started. Nottingham Forest, they could be in a relegation battle this season. You never know. And if they do, there's going to be a couple of players that are probably going to end up leaving them. So,
well, they've had their own issues with PSR and that, haven't they? So maybe Newcastle know this and they've come in thinking, you know, 35 million. I'm sure if they really want the player, and it has to be done by 11 o'clock this evening, so they're going to have to come back with, you know, an increased offer to make them sell him.
But other than that, so the next game for Manchester United is against Liverpool at Old Trafford this Sunday. Tell me your thoughts about the game. What will be your... Let's go for your starting lineup. Let's start off with that. There's a couple players, I gave mine before, and there was a couple players that I think is a debate, probably like the De Ligt, Maguire and the front three. But I want to know, who is your starting lineup for this Liverpool game?
Well, obviously, Onana starts in net. At right back, obviously, the left back issue is still there, it's still evident, but I think Mazraoui has been brilliant at right back. You know, go on, breaking news.
You know, when Fabrizio tweets, you have to, you got to speak about it. Fabrizio was tweeted, Manchester United insist on their conditions to be met on buy clause and salary coverage in order to give green light on Jadon Sancho deal. Agreement Sancho to Chelsea done. Agreement Chelsea to United not yet. So Sancho's side is pretty much, I'm done, I want to go. Whatever you guys are offering, I'll take it. I think they gave 2 bids anyway, so whatever you guys want, I'll take it. But on the other side, Chelsea to United, I think they're not fully agreeing on what United
it's
want.
This obligation to buy, isn't it?
Yeah.
The only thing you don't want with a player like Jadon Sancho, and you're going down the same territory as Paul Pogba at United, is if we allow him to go out on loan again, let's say it's a season-long loan, next year he's into the last year of his contract, and then Jadon Sancho holds all the aces. You know, whereas at this point now, you know, United's hand is kind of weakening. If you allow him to go for a season-long loan, and let's say he enjoys it at Chelsea, all you need is that Chelsea to say, well, just, you know, like sit it out. Even if you have to go back to United or whatever, you know, if they're playing hardball, we will sign you on a free transfer. And all of a sudden, Sancho is able to negotiate his own terms, signing on fee, you know, and he's in a really, really strong position. For me, this deadline day now is, as well as getting the Ugarte in and maybe another surprise, we don't know, a Rabiot or Sterling, for God's sake, whoever it's going to be, it has been about clearing the deadwood, which has been so huge to get rid of so many players in a short kind of window. Sancho, with the contract, you have to. Wan-Bissaka was in a similar situation. That's why I think what a great deal to get 15 million for him. If he hung on a little bit longer, he was in a really, really strong position, but United managed to, you know, move him on. They have to do that with Sancho today. It has to be today before 11 o'clock.
Yeah, I think you're 100% right. I think with Chelsea, they're kind of like they're trying to lowball him because they know that they obviously know Sancho wants to go anyway, and they know that United are not exactly keen on keeping him regardless because we don't need him. It's not a player where it's like he's been playing amazing for us and he's a starting player, etc. Like, we have a lot of injuries in his position. He's a player that Ten Hag could probably do with just letting go. You know, it probably helped Ten Hag anyway, just with the way how he runs his squad. So I think that's why Chelsea are thinking, let's, you know, get the best deal that we can out of Sancho.
They will, and time's running out. You know, the clock is ticking, you know, come 11 o'clock this evening. That's why I just hope that they can sort it out, they can draw a line under it, and basically we just move on from there. But for me, I know there are United fans that think that Jadon Sancho could be an asset. You know, he could, having him there improves the team, he might strengthen it. Listen, Erik ten Hag is not going to play him. So what is the point of having him in that bomb squad, having him sulking around the training ground, whatever? You know, he's not going to be happy. He's on mega money, and we just need to draw a line out of under it.
100%. Super chat here from Michael Brissau. I don't want Sterling, too much baggage. Interesting. Did he come with baggage? I mean, did Sterling come with baggage? I don't think Sterling comes with baggage.
Again, it really depends on how that deal is structured, you know, and what they can do. Like I said earlier, I don't want Raheem Sterling at United on 300 grand a week.
Oh, no.
You know, or something ridiculous.
It's wild.
Yeah, because and Inos won't do that. You know, they're working differently now. But if it was some kind of smart deal, which the current owners or the ownership model seem to be doing, and let's say it's performance related, you know, where he's on a basic, but it's basically on United's terms, where if he's performing and hitting certain targets, then he might earn, I don't know, 200 grand a week.
Or like a bonus.
But he's going to have to be playing at a high level, and it's, you know, and playing for Man United. So.
Yeah, 100%. Super chat from Nige, sorry if I pronounced that wrong. Peter Beardsley is the only player to have played for both Manchester clubs and both Liverpool clubs.
There we go.
Interesting. Sorry for not knowing who Peter Beardsley is. I feel like he retired before.
I know who he is, but I knew, well, he did play for United, Newcastle, Liverpool. Well, he must have been a right journey, man. He was a great player.
He's like an alcohol.
Yeah.
He's all over the place. But back to your Liverpool team.
Yes, Mazraoui right back. I'm... Sounds awful. I'm sick to death of seeing Harry Maguire in the team. So De Ligt for me, if you know, I think he is working him into the team, but I think De Ligt and Martinez would just fill me with a hell of a lot more confidence.
Yeah.
Dalot takes the left back slot basically because there is nobody else at the club at the minute that can kind of fill that void.
Yeah.
Into midfield, there is no, well, even if we sign Ugarte, he's not going to be in the team.
Yeah.
So you are looking at Casemiro and Mainu as the kind of two.
What options we have?
Yeah. I mean, the big, I'd say, shock. I wouldn't play Marcus Rashford. I'd go Garnacho left. I'd go Ahmad on the right. I've been really impressed with Ahmad.
Yeah.
Erik ten Hag, you know, start the season when he scored his goal against Rangers pre-season, said, this is, you know, his season, time to shine, and I think it is. And then you are looking, well, we've got two places left. Obviously, Bruno Fernandes would play as the 10 and Joshua Zirkzee.
Down the middle.
Yeah.
Number 9.
Yeah.
So, that's the main decisions there. Would you say that De Ligt from now on then should be the United starting centre-back? Even though Maguire technically hasn't played bad, in my opinion. I don't think he's put in terrible performances. I think a lot of people, like I said, are just looking for that fresh new face. We brought in a new player, we may as well play him. There's no point having him sit on the bench for the next season. So in your opinion, De Ligt should be from now on the starting centre-back?
Only from what I've seen of Maguire, I thought it was a huge mistake against Brighton. And I did see a few things against Fulham where his composure, I don't know whether it's a confidence thing or what, but you can see other players around him sometimes and they're clearly shouting time, and he's just playing the ball into the stands, and you're thinking, if you've got somebody a bit more composed, I mean, obviously we've got Euro to come back into the team. I keep forgetting we've even got him. You know, what a treat, man, you know. Shame about the injury, but at least when you get... you would expect that once Euro hits the ground, you know, he's 18 years old, he's going to be in that team. But De Ligt over Harry Maguire at this moment in time, any day of the week, I think.
Also, the left-back position is a position that a lot of people are talking about. We genuinely don't have anyone there. There's not even, like, a second option.
Well, that's what makes me like...
There's actually no first or second option in left-back. We're still playing right-backs in left-back, and we're doing that for the past year. I think we're the only club that does that. Is that a position where... Is that a bit of a concern for you right now, or are you actually okay with how Mazraoui is playing? Do you think he should actually keep his position in the team going forward?
I think we can get away with it.
Yeah.
I think we can get away with it in a minute, but it all hinges really on Luke Shaw, how long he's going to be back. And then the major question is, when he gets back into the team, you know, is he going to break down again? You know, he's getting no younger. But in terms of, I mean, the left-back, one of the names that was mentioned on deadline day from our great friends at Chelsea, who were just stockpiling players, was Chilwell. Yeah. Now, I do like Chilwell, but then I'm thinking, he's like I don't know, it's like injury-wise, he had a horrific season.
Yeah.
So are you really going to bring in a Ben Chilwell to replace Luke Shaw?
He's just the worst Luke Shaw, in my opinion.
You know, you could be stuck with Malacia, Luke Shaw and Chilwell. You know,
or
could
just
all be out
in
one
the
stage.
physio.
Just in the physio room.
Yeah.
And the United's physio rooms, you know, it's flat out as it is anyway. It's busted at the seams.
Already overbooked. Foster, I don't know if this is one of them names. But,
go on.
Member for 22 months, you know who you are. Great coverage, guys. Would love Sancho to go to. So I'm guessing you meant to say so that all this drama ends.
So that all the drama ends.
Yeah.
Do you know what? I think we've ran a few polls on the United stand, and I think everybody's at that point now where, don't get me wrong, you will have people that would say keep him, but I keep trying to reiterate this point of why would you keep something? You know, the relationship there is clearly broken. Yeah. Erik ten Hag's not going to walk. He's not going to say, 100%. Oh, well, you know, for the sake of pride and that, well, yeah Sancho can stay. I'm out of here. You know, I get his coat and go. Erik ten Hag is going to stay. Player power. You know, this is what it comes down to. Is this not what we wanted to get rid of at Old Trafford?
Yeah.
And player power is clearly evident here. That's why I'm saying, if you allow him to have this loan at Chelsea where his contract continues to run down, he'll hold all the aces and he will do a Paul Pogba. He'll leave on a free. United do not want that. Yeah, 100%. Because he's an asset. He is. 100%. Money-wise.
Super chat from Nick P. Thanks, guys, for confirming my old age. I just said the words. How can you not know who Peter Beardsley is? Why is everyone talking about Peter Beardsley?
What a legend. Hashtag Peter Beardsley.
I'm going to do my research. I'm going to do my research and I'll come back on the Liverpool game and tell you about Peter Beardsley. So moving on. So I just want to know in general, with the outgoings, all the outgoings that we've had, because we've even saw players like Hannibal's obviously gone, Palestri's obviously gone, Varane went at the end of last season, Martial went at the end of last season, now we've seen Mctominay leave. Are you happy with the outgoings, or do you feel like there's still a couple more, maybe a Lindelof, who else is in there, maybe one or two players? Maguire. Do you still feel like there should be, or there should have been, a couple more outgoings, or are you satisfied with how it's gone so far?
I am absolutely amazed at the amount that they've shifted. I mean, while I was on holiday, the Palestri one come through, and I must say I was a bit taken aback by that, because I thought, I know we've got wingers, but again, he's another one that would have been kind of high up on my list. I've liked what I've seen of him when he's introduced to games, as Ricky would say, you know, keeps it simple. Keeps it simple. I liked him from what I'd seen of him. Yeah. Now, when I seen the deal and when he got it, I thought, bloody hell, we're back to old ways here. We practically give him away. What you have to look at is the structure of the deals, what Man United are doing, sell-on clauses, you know, in the future, 50% of any buyback clauses. You know, they've done this with a few players. And it's really smart and it's really clever. Yeah. You know, this is how a big club should operate. You know, even the likes of a Manchester City, when they let a prospect go, they'll have a buyback clause, maybe a sell-on fee of, you know, 50% of any revenue. United have done that with like Mason Greenwood, because they clearly know that he will get better and better. You know, he is a generational talent, Mason Greenwood. You know,
Mason Greenwood's gonna have. I hate to say it, he's going to have a great season.
Yeah.
He's going to have a great season.
And his stock will go up.
It's going to go high.
And he will move on and go, you know, to other clubs. So from United's perspective, fair enough, they are saying that he's never going to come back here. But they have ensured that if he did, let's say, move for 100 million in a couple of years' time, that they are going to receive, you know, something of that fee. So I like the way they're operating. This is how it should be. In the past, apart from, let's say, Donny van der Beek, we've sold him for $500,000, 500 grand.
That's crazy.
Apart from that,
that's someone's wages.
We've took a hit, but yeah. It really is, because what was that? Nearly sort of 30 million, whatever it was. Yeah. They've took a hit big time on that, but the rest of them, the way they're structuring them, I like it.
Yes, some people in the chat say Lindelof, Maguire, Eriksen, Casemiro and Sancho should all be sold. I guess Eriksen is still that player that is hanging around. He won't be there for that much longer. He's going to get replaced. Not even replaced, he's just going to end up leaving soon. Other than that, I don't think there's really any other players, in my opinion, that I think
to sell
should 100% be sold. We still need that depth, you know, because last season we ended up on our 7th place. We were playing Camboala. for a load. They come well out to play against Liverpool.
Yeah.
You know, for a bunch of games. So I do think that depth is what we need, and we should still keep some players just in and around the team.
Well, when you think when Lenny Yoro comes back, you're gonna have you're gonna have Yoro, you're gonna have Martinez, you're gonna have De Ligt.
Yeah.
So there's 3 fighting for 2 places. Then you throw in Harry Maguire and you throw in Lindelof as well. And there's 2. I know you can have squad depth, but Lenny Yoro hasn't come to Manchester United to be a bit part player. I don't think De Ligt has.
He might have come, maybe not in the future, but right now, as an 18-year-old, it's hard to demand a first team role at a big club like United.
I don't think he demanded, but I do believe, and you know, people did say that when you read in the press, that he basically the Real Madrid thing, the one thing Manchester United could offer him was kind of football and game time. So they must have promised him something and said, you know, put in performances and you'll be in the team.
So in terms of the Liverpool game, going back to it quickly, what are your actual predictions on the game itself? I think Ricky predicted a 1-1 draw, something like that. What do you think is going to happen?
I think there'll be plenty of goals. I don't think Manchester United will lose. I'm always very optimistic, but I would, if I was a betting man, I would say 2-2.
2-2?
Yeah. I think it'll be a 2-2 thriller.
Who's the goal scorers?
Xerxes and Ahmad.
Xerxes and Ahmad.
You heard it here first. And do not go betting on it. Gambling is not good. Because they'll be all blaming me when they're losing houses and having to sell the cars and stuff.
Super chat here from, this name's crazy, Perkenlen Tatori. Something like that. The good thing about
that one out of the park.
The good thing about transfer clauses is that they often can be brought or sold out if the player in question performs well or if the club needs cash. So I think we're rounding up this segment of the show. We've got another VT from, is it Sam again? Back outside Old Trafford.
Sam outside Old Trafford.
Fabrizio Samano outside Old Trafford. And
Fabrizio Samano, that's the one.
He's going to run all the way back and be sat back here by the time the VT's done. So we'll see you later.
I'm joined now by Daniel. Daniel, Manchester United face Liverpool at home Sunday, 4:30, Super Sunday. It's going to be at Old Trafford. Tell me, what's your thoughts heading into this game?
Not overly optimistic, if I'm being honest, but hopeful that we get maybe a 2-1 win if we're lucky.
Mitchell, if you could bring back one ex-Manchester United player and they will sign today and go straight into the starting 11 for Sunday, who would it be and why?
Probably Fred, I can't lie to you.
Oh, Fred scored a hat-trick on the weekend.
He did indeed. I mean, I've always loved him as soon as he joined United. I thought he was a workhorse. He had the energy, he had the passion for it all, and I just think I think it was a shame to let him go, to be fair. But yeah, I'd probably end up bringing back Fred if I was the manager.
Chat, obviously you're seeing this right now, so get a yes or a no going in the chat. Would you bring back Fred? Who would your ideal target be? Say you could bring anyone in right now, few hours left to go. Who are you bringing in? If you're Dan Ashworth, if you're Sir Jim, if you're Brailsford, and you're saying to Ten Hag you can have anyone
and
you
we
want.
are back, everybody, and we are back because we have just had an official announcement on a signing from Manchester United. Sam, can you take it away for us?
Let's do it. Manchester United are proud to announce the signing of exciting midfielder Sekou Kone. Now, Fabrizio Romano broke this story. Let's read the official statement on the Manchester United website. It goes as follows. Manchester United have completed the signing of exciting young midfielder Sekou Kone. The Mali Youth International has joined. He only turned 18 in February and will initially be supported by the academy in order to give him time to settle to life into Manchester. He has put pen to paper in advance of the closure of the summer transfer window. Our picture shows Kone being greeted at Carrington by technical director Jason Wilcox. Now, this is what I understand about the deal. It is what Manchester United sources are describing as a bold signing of exciting prospect, with the club's new football leadership and recruitment team backing the recommendation of the club's international scouting network. He was first scouted by our future talent scouting team at the Under-17s World Cup in November 2023. Multiple staff, is my understanding, then watched him throughout the tournament and then identified a player of significant interest to follow. The scout then attended an under-18 tournament. It's like a story time here. A scout then attended an under-18 tournament live in Monaco in April 2024, where he featured as one of the players of the tournament. Recommendation to sign him then came from this tournament in May 2024. There was then consistent communication between our scouting team in order to make the deal happen. Manchester United sources are very, very excited by the mixture of qualities, his technical composure and quality of both off the ball manipulation when under pressure, his physical ability to press with intensity and energy, and also his mentality. And then finally, on story time with Sam, he will initially be with Manchester United Academy as he adapts to life in Manchester and to English football, and then they will take, club sources telling me they will take a patient approach as he develops physically and as a player. Beth?
Am I right in thinking he's 18 years old?
He's just turned 18
and he's
in February.
Hopefully Manchester United's future centre defensive midfielder.
For sure.
So
I love this.
Do you know what? Yeah, Kev, I'll come to you on this. I love this. Get your comments in as well. How excited are you for this? How long has that centre defensive midfield position been a problem for Manchester United? And isn't it great to see Manchester United investing into young talent that can progress and possibly be that player for us to play that position for years to come as well?
I was going to say scouts. What are they? Because they haven't been working, at Manchester United as they should have been. That's what I love about the new regime. And this name, who would have known about this kid? I know some kind of football experts would, but it isn't like the big name. What we have done at Manchester United is just sort of cherry-picked household names. It's very rare that now we've got this kind of structure in place. You've got scouts. They are looking at the new top talent. This is what Dan Ashworth did. He's done in the past. Even at Brighton, who knew about Caicedo? These could be the next players coming through. If they make it at Manchester United, they could be the new Caicedo. This is what you need to be doing as a big club.
Well, what I've heard is that the scouting at Manchester United has actually been excellent over the last years. It's just the people above haven't trusted the scouts, and they've basically just not gone with what they've said. Like, we scouted Caicedo, if I'm not mistaken. I think we scouted Camavinga as well. We never went for it. There's been some really good finds by the United scouts in the past, but the powers from above have not approved the deals, which has made them really hard to go through. Like we've always said, at Manchester United previous to this summer, there's always been so many stages for a deal to be approved, and it takes a long time. It's been really hard for them scouts to work. But now, under the new system that Inos have put in place, you've got competent people in charge that are actually, going through these deals with a fine-tooth comb quickly and making these deals be able to happen. And I think you've got to give a shout out to Christopher Vivell as well. He was a big part in this, Sam, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, for sure. It doesn't. My information doesn't lay back to exactly who it lies at, but he was first scouted by the Future Talent team in November 23, and then scouted again at a tournament in April, and then in May we decided to do constant contact and then close the deal.
Exciting though, really, really exciting, because that has been a problem position for Manchester United for a long time. So investing in that now for the future is what I like to see. I mean, we nearly got, I remember, Caicedo over the line for around £2 or £3 million back in the day. Never ended up pulling the trigger on it, and Brighton ended up selling him for over 100 million.
Well, you talk about the hierarchy putting a block on transfers. The most famous one of recent years was Ole Gunnar Solskjaer saying that he wanted Erling Haaland and he could have got him for 4 million, and they said, no, we don't think we're not going to pay 4 million for him.
Bellingham as well.
Well, yeah.
Well, we were going to pay for Bellingham. We just couldn't. We couldn't guarantee him enough game time. It's mental, isn't it? The way Manchester United has been running the past, but. You know what? We shouldn't spend so long talking about the past, because it is depressing. Hopefully into the future we can avoid making these mistakes and we can be a serious football club once again. But we've got the Kone official, which is lovely to see, going to go into the academy just the same way that Pellistri and Ahmad did when they first came into Manchester United and then worked their way up to the first team. Hopefully an exciting talent on our hands. Sam, do we have any news on when Mctominay official and maybe Ugarte official might be?
We're awaiting official confirmation on Ugarte and Scott McTominay. My understanding is that United have, let me think of how to phrase it. United have prepared the goodbye video for Scott McTominay. It's not just going to be a post. It's been well thought about. there's a chance that you could see like players talking about how nice it was to have Scott around and things like that. So I think it could be an emotional goodbye for Scott McTominay. And then I think that once the McTominay announcement's out of the way, then we can move on to the Ugarte announcement. And now that Kone's been announced, I think now we can start to pick up the pace a little bit. Fingers crossed.
So you don't think there's anything being held up on the Ugarte
the
thing?
McTominay deal's done.
Yeah.
McTominay deal's done. So I'm expecting the Ugarte deal to be done within minutes.
Right. That'd be great.
It's just whether it'll be announced. Will be announced today, surely.
I think it will be announced today.
In terms of, Kev, I know you probably spoke about this, but I just want to kind of recap it now I'm on the show as well. Obviously, the new information on Jadon Sancho is that Manchester United are going to hold out for full coverage of his salary. But Sancho potentially willing to take a wage cut to go for Chelsea and are holding out for a higher fee on the obligation to buy. I mean, what do you think Manchester United should do with this? Do you think they should stay strong and risk keeping him into the season? Or do you think it's important that we get that deal done? I just
think it's very, very important that we just draw a line under it and try to... At the same time, I wouldn't want United to be in a position where Chelsea kind of get one over on us or get, a better deal. I think United have certainly got the people in the right positions to be negotiating this. But it's just time to get rid, draw a line under the sand, whatever, or in the sand. I think a lot of people will just be fed up with it. I think they'll want him out the club, and what's the point of keeping him?
Sam?
Just a little update for everybody that's watching. Two things: the Bundesliga window is officially closed. So that is done. No club can buy or sell now from Germany. That window is shut. A few hours till the UK window shuts. But obviously there's a chance that the clubs can submit the deal sheet till 1 a.m. And Raheem Sterling's situation is still quiet, and sources telling me now looks complicated to go to Arsenal.
What's interesting is Maresca has said on the Sterling situation that he literally won't get a single minute. I mean, so if he has to just sit in the reserves until January.
He's committed to doing that, apparently.
That is mad.
Crazy, that, isn't it?
You get paid 300k a week to do so.
Well, nice too, yeah. I wouldn't mind doing it.
And you know what? He's won a Premier League and he's won stuff in his career. I'm sure he'll be, calm about the situation. But on Sancho, Kev, I wanted to ask you one last thing, and I'll bring some super chats on this, and maybe we'll discuss it later in the show if we get any developments. Is there any part of you that's worried that he's going to embarrass us at Chelsea?
No, not really. I think I've seen enough of him to suggest that, yes, he will go to, if he does go to Chelsea, he might get 2 or 3 games early on where he'll look interested, he'll look on it, we'll have it thrown in our faces, the media will write, saying Erik ten Hag got this one wrong, should have kept Sancho, why do we sell him? I'm sure United fans might be questioning it. But a leopard never changes its spots. I can just see him reverting back to it. All it takes is one little thing to upset him. He'll be, throwing his, what do you call it, toys out the pram, whatever. And for me, that has just been Jadon Sancho's kind of career at Manchester United. I don't see it being any different. It's a personality thing, I think an attitude problem. And I don't believe that you can change that. That's why I think you need to get rid. For the better of the better of Manchester United. I'm not just kind of going in on him, but...
And you think about how important personality and dressing room harmony is as well within the club. And I mean, if Sancho does end up staying, apparently Manchester United are calm about him staying and they're open to that happening. It's not like they're desperate to sell. Maybe that's just the message they're putting out there. But if he does stay, do you see him getting any games under Ten Hag? Because Ten Hag said in his press conference he's an important player for us. I don't think he's going to go. We're happy with him. But the fact of the matter is, they did have a big fallout and he has left him out of the squad for the first 2 games of the season. So it's do you think he will get minutes?
Sam?
Europa League, maybe. That's where I see him getting minutes. I don't see him starting Premier League games. And even you've seen in the first 2 Premier League games that he preferred to bring Antony onto the squad and leave Sancho not even with a possibility of playing. So I think that Europa League, maybe he'll feature in the squad. We've got some tough European games, but I don't see Jadon's future at Manchester United.
I was going to say, would you trust him to play in a game?
He doesn't seem like he cares about playing for United. That's my issue.
He clearly wants to go now because he's instigating, no, I don't want to go to Juventus, Chelsea. Yeah, he wants to go to China. And I can see that. It'll be the nightlife, the bright lights of the West End or whatever. But yeah, I just honestly, what a waste of money, really, when you look back on it.
Allegedly, United are playing hardball over this Jadon Sancho deal. Is how one just described it.
Hanging in the balance, then, would you say? Or do you think they're confident that Chelsea will go there, so they're just like basically calling the bluff?
Chelsea sources this afternoon, at about 3 o'clock, were confident that this deal would go through. United are playing hardball, but it's expected that United aren't going to just let Chelsea walk them over. But I believe, hopefully, this will get over the line. But it's not by any means done.
So you've heard it here first, guys. Chelsea and Manchester United, Sancho's future hangs in the balance between these two clubs. It's nowhere near finished yet. It is still a deal on, but Manchester United are playing hardball, according to Sam.
I'd say it's still concrete, constant contact negotiations in. Any minute the situation could change. That update was as of half an hour ago, but the clubs remain in constant contact. It's deadline day. The clock is ticking, so literally any minute someone could text and text.
He has to go. Now. Has to go for me. You mentioned there.
He's not even put United back on his Instagram, has he? I know he's so petty and so not deep, but it's like, come on.
People have short memories, man. The guy went on loan. I said this last night. Went on loan to Dortmund, kissed the badge, and said it was great. He felt like he was back home. United was still paying, the majority of this 300 whatever grand wages.
After we'd had an injury crisis for months as well.
I'm like, being serious, man. Honestly.
Shenanigans has said Ricky set to make an appearance in Scott's goodbye video. Could you imagine that?
I would be surprised. Yeah.
Eno Napa says, put the Man United drama aside. If Sancho can be good at Dortmund, what makes us think he can't be good at Chelsea? Can't be naive, selling to a rival. It's a risk that United might be willing to take. Shrike says, what about Kone? Or did we just complete the signing for Obi Martin? Or are you not including youngsters in your list? We've just... Slow sports news. We've just talked about the official signing of Kone. We're waiting for the Obi Martin to be officially announced as well, aren't we?
Yes.
What are you laughing at?
Just a message on how Chelsea deal with things, but it's explicit and I can't read it out.
Okay.
I thought Sam had dipped into the lad's WhatsApp message then or something.
No. Also, 4 unnamed clubs are interested in signing Arsenal winger Reece Nelson.
Who?
4 unnamed clubs are interested in signing Arsenal winger Reece Nelson. A departure at this stage in the window would be on loan, say Sky Sports News.
Interesting. Where
just on that super chat, what did somebody say before? Why would you sell Jadon Sancho to a rival?
They're saying because he was good at Dortmund, he could easily be good at Chelsea, and we shouldn't sell him to a rival.
He wasn't even that good at Dortmund.
Yeah, he was decent in the Champions League. He
just got giddy because he arrived there and he knew that he could possibly win a Champions League with them. But I don't think overall. I remember when he first went to Dortmund, some of the things they wrote about him in the press, and you will find it online. His first couple of appearances, they were ready to send him back. The fans were on his back. They were writing stuff. I remember digging this out ages ago when people were saying,
"Go on, Kev, with your research as well."
I'm telling you, I'm not messing about here, Sam.
Bit of. It's not exclusive, but it's news. United have been trying to cough up interest in the last hours for Christian Eriksen, but no club has advanced their interest.
Well, if we did, sell Eriksen, our midfield looks thin, especially with Mount injured.
Yeah.
Because if you look at it, against Liverpool, Ugarte hasn't been able to sign yet. But say when Ugarte does come in, you have Bruno, Mount's injured all the time. You have Ugarte, you have Manu, you have Casemiro. Then you have Collier, who's obviously, coming up from the youth, and you can't put too much pressure on him. Even though Eriksen obviously does need to be moved on, I would only want Eriksen to go if we were going to get someone in return, to be honest with you. Just in case. Even
an injury to Casemiro, touch wood,
it
doesn't happen before Sunday, but if it did, Collier, coming into a game against Liverpool at Old Trafford.
You're only one injury away from an issue there. So
from an injury crisis in theory in that midfield area.
Exactly. United talk say, and this is why before when people were saying, oh, you know what, Rabiot wouldn't want to come because he won't get game time. There will 100% be game time across the season. Will. United talk says, Sam, so no new United signings. What about Chukwuemeka?
I believe that...
Has it gone quiet, that one?
I believe that Carney Chukwuemeka can still leave Chelsea in the last hours of this window. They're not ruling it out, but I don't expect Manchester United to advance on it as it stands. Chelsea want to close the Jadon Sancho deal. This is from Fabrizio Romano just now. Sancho wants to join Chelsea. United won't keep a player who doesn't want to stay, but United want to close the deal on their terms.
Good. That's how it should be.
Exactly, because you know what? We need to put our foot down on this. And I get Sancho wants to go, but you know what? Like, you've been absolutely rinsed of money for nothing really back. So we should put our foot down. I agree with that. Ross W, your super chat. I've already read it in my head. I'm not reading that out. It was for you, Kev, but I don't know if you've seen it. Palik Katori says, the good thing about transfer clauses is that they can often be bought or sold out if the player in question performs well or if the club needs cash. Nick P says, thanks for confirming my old age, guys. Just said the words of how can you not know who Peter Beardsley is out loud. Great coverage, guys. Would love Sancho to go so all this drama ends. And yeah, thank you everyone for your super chats coming in. Eno Napa says, if he wasn't good at Dortmund, why did we pay so much to get him? First time round, yeah, obviously. We're talking about the second time round when he went back on loan last year, aren't we, Kev?
Yeah.
But yeah, interesting stuff. We'll see how this Sancho story develops. We've got 14,000 live in the room with us right now. So please smash a like on the video. Get involved in the chat. Sam?
Manchester United, if you're watching, we have been live since 2 o'clock. Please give us the Ugarte announcement. Please.
I know what's going to happen.
Please.
I genuinely know what's going to happen. As soon as we hand over to Goldbridge, he's going to get Ugarte.
Here we go. Romano's just said what I said when Napoli announced Scott, we'll announce Ugarte.
When Napoli announced Scott. When are Napoli announcing Scott? Let me know. I need to know.
Time is ticking.
We've got 41 minutes until we are handing over to Mr. Goldbridge. So I want Ugarte in the studio, please.
Can I just say on Jadon Sancho, I mean, if we're going to just end this one, to anybody that is sending in super chats or in the chat that is saying about Jadon Sancho, that why would you sell him to a rival? I was going to say, you know, if you had a nice looking car that was quite fast and that, but it was prone to breaking down, head gasket might be going on it, would you sell that to a rival? I would. Yeah. I'd say you go and deal with that problem then.
Analogy.
You having that?
Yeah.
Kevology.
And you know what? They might find the best mechanic in the land to fix it up, and it might then, you know.
It might purr and it might.
It might, but
there'll always be that element of doubt that one problem leads to another.
Yeah, I like that analogy, Kev. I like that analogy. And for me, it's like I said, obviously, talented player, but mentality of that dressing room and the environment of that dressing room comes first for me.
Yeah.
And one bad influence, I'm not calling Jadon Sancho a bad influence, but if he was a bad influence, and which he could potentially be, it can spread very quickly.
Well, what we do know is that he wants to go. So now for him to stay, it does become an issue because you know you've got a player. It's clear that Manchester United want to sell him or get rid of him. It's clear that Jadon Sancho wants to go. It's healthy for both parties. What is the point of this player sticking around until the next transfer window? It makes no sense.
Kenneth Palcho says, poor Napoli fans getting Lukaku and McSauce in their transfer window. Any chance they'll also take Maguire? Timmy Boy 83, thank you for your super chat. Emil Jensen, welcome to the United Stand Members Club. Someone's just joined and says they would like a quick, brief update of everything that's happened so far. Not everything, but on the Manchester...
The whole day. Just sum it up.
Sam,
the whole window.
Sam, I'm going to ask you, on Manchester United point of view, I'm just going to name a few topics and give me a few words to describe it, okay?
Put my phone down.
Okay, so Sterling.
Sterling, this morning Arsenal were internally discussing whether to go in for Raheem Sterling. He was never close to Manchester United despite internal conversations. Arsenal, as it stands, have not advanced their interest. Raheem committed to Chelsea future if stays.
United chances of signing a left-back.
I like this quick fire.
United chances of signing a left-back look dimmer by the minute. No plans right now to bring in a left-back.
So Reguilon's basically off the table.
It was never on.
Never on the table, okay. Rabiot.
Rabiot, according to foreign media, has rejected AC Milan deal, remains a free agent. Man United, if they wanted to advance the deal, have until middle of December to close.
Sancho situation brief, because we just talked about it.
Jadon Sancho, Manchester United playing hardball over the deal. They'll only do the deal on their terms. Player to club agreement, no club to club agreement yet. One to watch closer into the night.
And then the Mctominay And Ugarte announcements, is that deal going to happen? People are worried?
McTominay is a Napoli player. I think it's fair to say Ugarte is a Manchester United player. The goodbye video for McTominay has been made. I've seen a brief thing of it. And Ugarte has completed media duties, so all is set. We're just waiting.
And then Chukwuemeka?
Chukwuemeka was discussed internally at Manchester United. I heard that first. We broke it exclusively earlier today, but not expecting United to advance their interest in that potentially next year or in January.
Potential departures, anyone from Manchester United?
Jadon Sancho, and then maybe a few more youth players, but I think the majority of our business is done.
And you think Eriksen will stay?
I understand in the last hours United have been trying to flog Eriksen to numerous clubs, but no club has decided to advance their interest as of 7 p.m. Situation can change as deadline is at 11 p.m. or 1 a.m.
Sam, you're an absolute legend.
Ooh,
everyone in the
Fabrizio Samano.
Everyone in the chat, get the Fabrizio Samanos in. Get the legend chats in for Sam, because he's been absolutely brilliant all day. And if you've been watching in and out of the United stand, or if you've been watching the whole time, which I hope you have, you know how good Sam's been today. So let's show him some appreciation. But I absolutely love this community, and he's back.
Exclusive, Crystal Palace reach agreement. This is not my exclusive, it's David Ornstein's. Crystal Palace reach agreement with Chelsea to sign Trevor Chalobah. Deal for versatile 25-year-old defender, straight season-long loan. No option or obligation to buy next summer. Transfer includes loan fee from Crystal Palace to Chelsea. And then my information was there was previous interest in Trevor Chalobah from Manchester United, but Euro and De Ligt meant that they moved on. Great deal for Chalobah, who wanted to leave Chelsea but remained respectful to them the entire time.
Do you know what? Like, I'm not a fan of the way that Chelsea have treated their youth players, like Chalobah and like Conor Gallagher and you know, players like that. Players that have been in the academy and like grown up and been like Chelsea through and through. Like the way they've treated them, in my opinion, is not the way I'd want my club to treat players, despite whether you think they're good enough or not. Like, there's a way to go about it. But I actually think that's a great signing for Crystal Palace, who have obviously lost Anderson to Fulham. Anderson was a really good centre-back going to Fulham, which is a bit of a sideways move in my opinion, but anyway. And if I'm not mistaken, Crystal Palace are keeping hold of Mark Gay, aren't they?
The deal is literally, I'd say, 98% off Mark Gay to Palace. Do you know why the deal's off?
Mark Gay to Newcastle.
Mark Gay to Newcastle. Do you know why the deal's off? Because yesterday Palace decided to up their asking price 2 days before the window shut.
I mean, they're going to have a centre-back pairing of Chalobah and Mark Gay, so that's not bad, to be fair. I think Chalobah will do well there. And yeah, anyway, chat's coming in for Sam. A lot of people are asking, Sam, you need your own catchphrase.
Talk to me.
You need a here we go.
Nah. How I like to do it on my
the
Twitter
deal is sealed.
There they land.
How I like to do it on my Twitter is simply just, I understand. Leave it at that.
I understand. Sam understands.
But if you want to follow me on Twitter and get me to 140k, then I won't be complaining before the end of the window. So.
What is it, Sam?
SamC_reports. If you guys want to get me to 140k,
we need people in the comment section. We need a catchphrase for you. You need something.
If anyone wants to put in a
like pen to paper.
If anyone wants to pen to paper. Anybody wants to put in. If anyone wants to put in a catchphrase for Sam, Sam understands. We've got some more coming in.
No.
We have There We Sam. Let me know any catchphrase that you think that Sam can use. And let me know. Sam the man. Here we fly. Sam says it's sealed.
Sam says it's sealed.
It's a bit too essy.
That's a bit of a tongue twister, that one.
Yeah.
Them Stockel says, so United was the only club actually interested in Branthwaite. Mad, you know, because Everton might go
Liverpool
down. And it's like,
in
Liverpool were interested, but they weren't going to pay the money. And it's like, Liverpool might go down. Not Liverpool won't go down. No, Everton might go down. I think Sean Dyche is a strong manager to try and keep them up, but their squad is not good, right? If they go down, they'll have to sell Branthwaite for quite cheap, and they could have got a decent amount of money this summer. That might prove to be a mistake from them, but
what was United's last bid for Branthwaite that was on the table? It was around 50, wasn't it? They said they were. Everton wanted what, about 70 million?
They wanted 75.
Well, there you go.
It's crazy.
Well, like you say, if it does. If it did work out that they went down, that they're not in a strong position, are they? Whereas they could. I think that was a fair enough fee. That, and I'm glad that United kind of walked away from that, and I'm happy with the business that they've done so far.
I know, De Ligt and Euro for the prices we got him at, and people laugh at the Euro price, but it's a generational talent of a centre-back that Real Madrid wanted to get in, and Liverpool also wanted to get in. So 18 years old, you know, if he fulfills his potential, nobody will be talking about the fee. No. Hopefully he does that. Arturo V says, hold up for Ugarte, it must be the piano, Kev.
It is, that's what I said.
That's United in the past, man. Ricky
that was Alexis Sanchez, wasn't it?
And how well that went. Ricky Keeley says, hi guys, do you think Ugarte is signed and sealed? I'm just waiting for the announcement. If so, do we think there is any chance he's on the bench for Liverpool? He's not registered, is he?
Impossible for Ugarte to be on the bench for Liverpool. Manchester United missed the deadline.
Cemented.
Yeah, I like that.
Cemented.
Cemented.
That's decent, that. Gaz Bird said that one.
Deal cemented.
Sam signings. Deal cemented. That's good. You're nicking that, aren't you?
You need to copyright that right now.
Deal cemented.
Deal cemented. That's good, that.
Yeah.
I like that.
Deal cemented. I love that. I love that.
I really like that. Thank you to the person that put that in.
He's typing that into his phone now and saving it.
Exactly.
I'm working on a Raheem Sterling update.
Nope.
I wanted to ask you as well, Kev, and you might have said it already, we've nearly got 15,000 people in the room. Wow. Thank you so much for joining. How do you rate Manchester United transfer window?
I did say this to Maud's earlier. I think it's roughly probably around a 7.
We both said 7.
I think in terms of incomings, if you assume that Ugarte is going to sign this evening, which we obviously hope, I would have liked maybe a kind of backup striker. But obviously that is not going to happen. What I think you need to look at as a Manchester United supporter is the outgoings, and I think that could push it further past the 7, really. I think the outgoings that they've managed to get rid of, get them out on loan, whatever it might be, that this kind of transfer window it's been brilliant. It really has. But the players that have come in, for me, are all players that are going to improve the team. Xerxes was the first through the door. He's impressed me so far, but I think he'll get better, get stronger. De Ligt, Mazraoui, I think, has been really good. Euro, you know, I keep forgetting about him. You know, what a player. I think he's going to be one for the future. And obviously, if Ugarte comes through as well, but we've recouped like over 100 million. You know, when do United ever do that? You know, in a transfer window. I know we talk about PSR and stuff like that, but actual sales in a transfer window over 100 million. You know, the players that we've let go, the likes of Martial on massive money, the club are saving themselves over £1 million a week through what they've done outgoing wise. Ben
Jacobs said as well that the team, the Inos team, aren't actually happy with the outgoings. Like they wanted.
They'll continue to grind the axe.
They wanted more, and he said they probably won't. But they won't and say it now, but they wanted Eriksen gone, they wanted Casemiro gone ideally, and they obviously didn't manage to get them ones over the line, potentially Lindelof as well. But so even though they're very happy with the incomings and they're happy that they've got outgoings done, like they wanted more, but I feel like this is more action United have had and outgoings for a long time.
It must be 16, 17 players, that's
quite
a lot.
Yeah. We've trimmed a lot of the fat. To put it bluntly, but we have. It is, but we have done that, and I think that's really important, especially going into the Europa League games, the Carabao Cup games. It gives players opportunity and it gives players a chance. The Colliers of the world, the potential of Chobi Obi Martin that is coming in. Maybe he might be, coming. I know we'll probably go into the youth setup first, but it'll give him more of a chance. The Harry Armas is,
competition, isn't it, for places? Yeah.
It gives them players them chances. So I think that's really important.
Yeah.
Sam?
Ben Jacobs, who was on the United stand earlier, now reporting Chelsea believe they have presented 2 attractive options to Manchester United. It's been left up to Manchester United now to make a decision. Chelsea are simply waiting on feedback now rather than negotiating. So constant contact between the clubs. Fabrizio Romano has just now gone and said Crystal Palace agreed deal to sign Trevor Chalobah on loan from Chelsea. No buy or obligation to buy clause as Chelsea accepted, as David Ornstein reported.
Can I ask a question? In these situations, when do medicals happen?
You mean right now? Because as in the Chalobah instance.
Yeah, or like Sancho, if he signed, he'd have to do a medical, wouldn't he? But would it be postponed?
I imagine
Or would it be written in pending, as long as they pass the medical, they sign like a pre?
I don't actually know how it works. With the Chalobah deal, I imagine it's London to London, so it can get done within minutes. He was probably just waiting for the green light to travel, then will go complete his medical and sign. So as long as Palace get that over the line by 11 p.m, and if they don't 1 a.m, then that deal will be sealed. And then the Jadon Sancho one, I imagine we will hear, I don't know, but I imagine Jadon's in London. I imagine he's on standby waiting to complete Chelsea medical, or Chelsea medical staff have sent themselves, Chelsea have sent medical staff to Manchester to complete that deal, because say it gets struck at 9:30, then there's really little time. No so chance. I imagine either he's in London or they're at Manchester to close the deal. But I don't know, it's not
Someone in the chat saying apparently it's only the sheets that need to be in the medicals can be happen tomorrow. So apparently they must just be scheduled before the deadline.
Makes
so
sense.
Interesting stuff. It was just a question because I was like,
yeah, it's interesting,
honestly,
isn't it?
I had no idea. Belfast Red Devil says Fabrizio Samano. Love that, thank you very much. James Rook says, hi, do you think a current net transfer spend of 89 million is ambitious enough? Thank you guys for all you do. Big shout out for Kev for the Thursday night shows also.
Thank you.
I mean, I think we've spent a decent amount this summer. It's not 89 million net spend though, it's more than that.
More than that.
But I think the deals we've done, I don't think we've been ripped off on any. The Euro one's a bit heavy, but you're paying for the talent in the future, aren't you?
Oh, without shadow of a doubt, 18 years old. I mean, even the money that we've got in for deals gone, I said on the show just before, I think the only one you look at outgoings-wise is probably the Donny van der Beek one, where we've took a major hit, you know, at $500,000. You think we've practically nearly give him away. But in past transfer windows, this has just been a running theme at Manchester United, that we have given players away. There's so many players. There's a long list of players that you look and you think, we're practically just give them away, you know, in comparison to what we actually paid for them. And sadly, that's because they've just, for whatever reason, it's not worked out at United, so they don't hold any value. We bought players at the wrong age. But now we seem to be getting that right. You know, it's great that they're actually looking now. You mentioned the deals earlier for, you know, these younger players that are coming in. The fact that they're scouting and looking for
the amount of detail that came with that Kone story was incredible. It's something we've never really had from Manchester United before.
And it did say that major clubs were chasing him. You know, United had landed him, and it was really exciting because we're not used to that.
What is interesting as well, it's like Wan-Bissaka obviously gone to West Ham. I see so many West Ham fans see it all over social media. Can't believe we got him this cheap. Didn't realise how good Wan-Bissaka was. Yada, yada, yada. You know, wish him all the best. Hope he does brilliantly at West Ham. You know, was nothing but like a professional for United. But you see this now. Like, people don't want to rate players when they're at United, and then when they go and people say, oh, they're found the level. Elanga, we sold him for what, 15 million to Forest? Now, Newcastle apparently are putting in 35 million bid. Yeah. Like, so you got to keep an eye on these sort of things.
For sure.
Anything updating, Sam? Or
just the same things. West Ham are in talks with a couple of Chelsea's fringe players, says ex-West Ham employee, very good West Ham source. Reece Nelson could be on the move. Chalobah's now closing in on a move to Palace, and Palace have just announced the signing of Maxence Lacroix on a 5-year deal. The Eagles will pay an initial £18 million, with add-ons potentially taking the deal to £21 million. Deadline edging ever closer. There could be movement on Raheem Sterling. I'm hoping to find out in 10 minutes. My source is in the car, so we can't reply to my message.
Do you think the Osimhen deal's off then?
I think they're going to try.
Knowing Chelsea, they'll probably do it with like 2 minutes to go and pay some stupid fee.
They closed Enzo Fernandez with 4 minutes to go, so they're not going to give up. Chelsea, they know what they're doing, and I think, I don't think that they're going to give up. I really think they're going to push to the end, and I believe that Alahili and Ivan Toney is like nearly completed, but Romano's just said that the Osimhen situation still remains open.
That Ivan Toney one's got me today, I've got to say. I am a bit old school, and I understand the figure and the sums involved. But Ivan Toney at 28 years old, you know, he's a player that I wouldn't have minded seeing at Manchester United. I think no matter what he comes out, you know, Cristiano Ronaldo's playing out the latter stages of his career, fair enough, go get what you want, do what you want. He can say stuff like, I'm going there to try and build up the game in Saudi Arabia and that. Ivan Toney doesn't have a leg to stand on. If he even comes out to say, I'm going there to be part of the project and that, it is simply down to finances. He will ruin his chances of an England call-up. An England manager won't look at a player playing out there. The reason that Jordan Henderson, you know, swiftly moved on from there to go to Ajax, because he realised that his chances of getting in the England team were going to be hampered by playing out there.
Do you think Ivan Toney was shocked that not as many big clubs came in for him as he thought he probably would?
Possibly.
Maybe that's why he's had to move.
It's still... money talks.
I'm not expecting Manchester United to announce the signing of Man Ugarte imminently.
Okay. So
it's not imminent,
we're not going to get it on the show then.
No.
Sadly.
Boo.
Chris Andromeda says, do you guys think Inos will just be as active in the winter window? I recall Glazers always neglected the January window. Glory United from USA. I would like to think if there's anything we need, we will be active. I would like to think that, the way Ineos move. I could see us going for a left-back in January or another midfielder if, you know, we don't sign one today, which looks like we're not going to, because I think that could become a problem area for us. Brandon Hollins says, yes, guys, loving the show. Sam, any update on Chukwuemeka?
No update on Carney Chukwuemeka. Deal still remains the same. That there is no deal. He has chances to leave Chelsea. West Ham very, very interested in that deal, but earlier they weren't confident they could get it over the line. But it's deadline day. That situation could have changed. Chelsea still looking for some sort of what's the word? Chelsea looking for a solution. For Sterling still, and
by the way, everyone, the Ugarte deal will be announced today. It will be announced today.
United working
just not before 8 o'clock.
It just won't be announced before 8 p.m. Sadly.
Goldbridge is going to get it.
I know.
He will.
He's going to get it gutted. We've slaved away. We've slaved away all day in the studio, but Ugarte, it's one to watch out
to Manchester United, cemented.
You might have had a few red wines before that, Kevin.
Oh, hopefully. I'll be coming up with a new Ugarte song later on. I'll have the guitar out.
Post it on your Instagram.
It's a tough one, that, isn't it? Yeah, it'll be straight on there.
Here's one for you, Kev. And there was a chat in before saying, you know, there's no excuse for Manchester United not to have got this done before the Liverpool game got him registered. Well, obviously it was rested on the Mctominay deal, which is why United would have liked to have him in the squad for Liverpool, but it's not ended up happening. Are you disappointed you don't get to see him this weekend?
I am, because at the same time I was thinking if he is fit, he certainly gets into the squad. The main issue at the minute is Casemiro. I think he looks lean, looks like he has lost a bit of timber. And
he definitely looks lean.
You know, in the face, he definitely looked pre-season, start of the season. I'm looking, I'm thinking it. But at the same time, he doesn't seem to be any quicker. And he's making basic mistakes where I think... But at that moment in time, he's the only player that really can play that role. There's nobody else really to challenge him. And this is obviously why Erik ten Hag has looked at this position and put it down as a major priority. Because after one season at United, I think we thought we cracked it with Casemiro. I think we thought we had the best in the business. Could get a good few years out of him. But for some reason last season, major drop-off. And it's such a vital part of the team. You know, that six or whatever it is that sits in front of your defenders, you offer that protection. And I think it's held Kobbie Mainoo back to an extent. I think he doesn't know when to go or stay. I think he's not babysitting Casemiro, but I do think it's on his mind that I can't get forward as much as I can because Casemiro is just leaving gaps.
I think Kobbie Mainoo looked really good next to Amrabat, can't lie.
Yeah.
But Kobbie Mainoo's such a
It functions better than Mainoo.
I'm not a big Amrabat fan. I just thought Casemiro was so poor, so anything could be better really last season. But like, he's mad to think where Casemiro and Eriksen went from. Do you know what I mean? Because even Eriksen that first season
just dropped off
so
massively.
Good.
Yeah.
He was so good, and then Andy Carroll injured him, and it just never seemed to be the same again. His legs seem to have gone. Casemiro the same, but you feel like, you know, these players, they aren't that old. They're 32, like 30 odd. Like, surely there's something left in the tank. Hopefully Casemiro can give us a bit this season, but
You can still read the game, Casemiro. You know, in that sense, as you get older, the leg thing shouldn't really, but it seems to just be silly mistakes at this moment in time that I can't quite put my finger on it. We're talking about simple passes on the edge of your own box, but just inviting, sloppiness. That's the word to sum it up. And you'd hope that he'd be able to kick that out of him. You'd think a player so experienced, but for some reason, it's almost like infectious. It's every single game it seems to be going on.
Do you reckon United will unveil Ugarte at Old Trafford on Sunday, before the game, like they did with Varane?
I would say no if he wasn't in the. I'd say no if he was in the squad, but because he isn't, I think that he'll
come out in a suit
half-time
with
or post or pre-game.
I think before the game.
It will be half-time or
I remember the vibes when Varane walked out, and that'll get the crowd up as well.
Was that before Leeds, wasn't it? Was it the first game of the season?
And then Casemiro did it before Liverpool.
I hope we see that. I hope it's my internet, but apparently the thing just crashed. Are we glitching again? If someone could update me.
No, we're all good.
Some of the chat's saying that we're here. My computer keeps lagging, but yeah, I don't know. Apparently we're back. We're back. You can't get rid of us just...
Refresh. There's 15 minutes of studio deadline to go.
Yeah, you can't get rid of us just yet. 15 minutes of studio deadlines to go. I mean, Kev, I don't know if you've given your thoughts on the Liverpool game yet. We'll just do a quick roundup of that before we head into the last little bit of the show where we discuss the final bit of the transfer window before we hand over to Goldbridge. But are you nervous? You excited? I mean, what's your thoughts on Erik ten Hag after the Brighton game? Because you've actually not been here because you've been on holiday.
I missed the first two.
I'm excited to see, but I'm assuming you've watched the games.
Oh yes.
I knew you.
I've had a few drinks, but I can remember him.
But what are your thoughts so far then?
I was disappointed with the overall result against Brighton, but on reflection, when I'd kind of calmed down and thought about it, and I did watch bits of it back, I was kind of happy with the performance. I don't think, like last season, at the start of the season, we kind of scraped by. Was it Wolves we played first game at Old Trafford, and we only just scraped by, and we had that kind of thingy start to the season. But this season, I can see a pattern of play. I can see that they're trying to play out from the back. I know 3 points from a possible 6 is not great when you look at Fulham and Brighton, but I was happy with the way that we played against Brighton. I think we can take that into Liverpool. The one thing with Liverpool is these are the games last season, especially when we went to Anfield, nobody gave us a chance. And I know we haven't got Varane, and Varane was immense in that game at Anfield, but even at Old Trafford, you know, we nearly beat them. And obviously in the FA Cup was the 4-3, wasn't it?
We beat them.
Which we did. That was the main one that mattered for me. But so in theory, they didn't actually, you know, they didn't beat us last season. So in that sense, I'm confident. But I do think it'll be a draw, but I don't think we will get beat.
Do you know what it is for United for me in that Brighton game, which I saw, is Ten Hag always speaks about sticking to the plan. I think at certain points in games, players panic and we go away from the game plan and we go into panic mode. Even though we were 1-0 down in that Brighton game, we were the better in the first half, and you could see what we were trying to do. And we looked a lot better than we usually do away from home, a lot more controlled. Second half, maybe Mount coming off, we lost a bit of control and not having that extra midfielder, but you could see panic stations, especially towards the last 20 minutes. And it just seemed like, you know, everyone was in random positions. You know, you didn't know where to be.
We were always chasing the game.
That's how we conceded the last goal as well, like out of positions, everyone. Yeah. So it's just stick to the plan. You might go 1-0 down. Something might go against you. Something might go against the run of play, but stick to the plan.
Always chasing the game. The nice thing would have been, and I mean that ridiculous VAR call where the ball bounces off Xerxes' knee, you can't get out the way of it. If that goes in, United go 2-1 up. I'd like to see that team in that position of two, because the complexity of the game changes totally. Yeah. And I think United would have been good enough, you know, to sit back, absorb pressure, and then play that counter-attacking football. But I mean, I heard, is it Jamie O'Hara the other day? I don't even think he watched the match, but he had to comment on it, and he was saying, Ten Hag, you know, nothing's changed this season. United are playing counter-attacking football, and I'm thinking, has he watched United? I honestly couldn't get my head around. We certainly weren't playing counter-attacking football. And possession stats, we had more of the ball than Brighton, which over the years we haven't. We've been absolutely outplayed and dominated by Brighton in some sort of past seasons.
Raheem Sterling update. I said I was going to try and bring you a Raheem Sterling update. So at 7 o'clock, Raheem Sterling to Arsenal was not advancing. Now it's deadline day. I now understand that the situation is alive again with Raheem Sterling back to Arsenal. I'm told that Chelsea have now dropped the loan fee from what they were asking for. Arsenal believe they might be able to do a cheap permanent deal, but talks ongoing and personal terms are being discussed. So
basically what would have to happen is Sterling would have to drop his wage.
More than that, but that's the base of it, yeah.
I think that's one that could end up happening. Obviously Arteta knows Sterling.
I think that'd be a good deal for Arsenal.
Do you know what's mad as well? I was saying this before, and this is what kind of frustrates me a little bit about Ten Hag is if we signed Sterling, I know he wouldn't do well, and he'd
just be another winger at our club.
Whereas I know Arteta will get the best out of him, and that kind of just gives me a little bit of worry.
Arteta would have been at City, would he, when Sterling was there?
Yeah, apparently they worked really well together as well.
Yeah, he'll know he can get a tune out of him, and if the deal's right, then it could be a really good deal for them.
Yeah, so what do you guys think of that? Sterling to Arsenal. A lot of United fans were against Sterling to Manchester United, but Sterling to Arsenal. Would you then be thinking, oh, maybe we should have gone in for that? Or you're not thinking that? Honestly, I just don't think it would have worked out at Manchester United, and I've listed several reasons why I don't think it would have. Why don't they announce Ugarte? I wish I had a crystal ball, but it will be announced tonight, maybe 10 p.m, maybe 9 p.m. We know it won't be 8 p.m, so stay tuned on when that comes, and that's probably going to be when Mr. Goldbridge is live.
It will definitely be when Mark's
It's going to be.
Yes.
100%. Unless the deal falls through,
which it won't.
Mark will have Ugarte announcement.
Especially with the money involved in this, that United will want to do that social media kind of side of it, you know, the big sort of bright lights and put the video out and stuff. So, yeah, fingers crossed anyway. I'd hate for that to fall through now, because all of a sudden we were talking about a 7 out of 10 transfer window. If we don't get that reinforcement in midfield, it's dropping down, man. It's no longer a 7 then. All hinges on this.
Yeah, it is really bad news. I'm so excited for Ugarte. I feel like he's going to become a fan favourite quite quickly, as you reckon, Kev?
Yeah. He's that kind of Martin, you know, that South American kind of player, you know, Pitbull, the kind of player that's going to, even when you see him playing for Paris Saint-Germain, he is that player that is prepared to sacrifice himself, do the so-called donkey work, and basically then progress the ball onto players like your Mainus, whoever it's going to be, your Bruno Fernandes, and progress the team. But he will win it back quickly, and we've missed that for many, many years.
Got an update on Jadon Sancho from Pletigol. I mean, not much on what we've already heard. It's that there is still no agreement between Manchester United and Chelsea for a deal for Jadon Sancho. Both clubs remain in contact to find a solution. Tell you what, Chelsea must have about 50 people working on their transfer deals and on the phone.
It's going to go down to the wire, this one.
Yeah, they love a deadline day signing, don't they, under their Todd Bowley ownership. But yeah, we'll see what happens with that.
What a day.
And what we do know, Sancho wants to go, United want to get rid of him. This is now about finding common ground.
Close. We're close on the Scott McTominay to Napoli announcement, I believe.
Oh, please. Do you reckon we'll get it before 8?
I think no.
Oh.
I think that super chat earlier was right. What's held it up is that Ricky is now getting in on this video, and they're trying to edit it. Yeah. So he's saying, farewell, Tom. Scott McTominay, what a player.
Do you imagine if Ricky's the one that's in, you know how they
announces
do like announcement photos? Do you imagine it's his agent on one side and Ricky on the other?
Demi Stockel says, Beth, you said positive thoughts on Ugarte. Now you're talking about the transfer falling through. No, it's not going to fall through. It's going to happen. It's definitely going to happen. Keep the positive vibes going.
Yeah.
I think we're just waiting for, it is going to happen because McTominay's done. We're just waiting for, we're waiting for the McTominay announcement first. Then it'll be Ugarte.
This is where PSR comes into play, doesn't it? You were mentioning earlier about players like Conor Gallagher never really wanted to go from Chelsea, the same way that Scott McTominay, I don't think, wanted to leave United, but the PSR has definitely changed football and the way that transfers are being done. And if this deal is being held up, it's because United don't outlay 50 million on Ugarte if the McTominay one falls through at 30 million, because you know, that window is going to shut, and the next sort of set of results, financial results or whatever, United could be at risk of, you know, having points deducted, as we seen last season. Worst case scenario, imagine something like that. So United are just playing it straight here. They need to make sure that the money from McTominay comes through, which is pure profit, before they can announce the Ugarte deal.
Yeah, everyone just...
Game of dominoes, innit?
Everyone wants to just see him in the United shirt. I'll be interested to see what number he gets as well.
Yeah. I'm not, do you know what? I wouldn't even be 100% sure what numbers are actually kind of available, but there's a hell of a lot of players gone, so there's...
The 19's available.
Is it?
Yeah, that could be one. I know...
What did he wear for Paris Saint-Germain?
Dilit's got the 4. He wore 4, I think, but Dilit's got that. I think I'd have to go back and check. Just based off my memory of looking at pictures and watching, I think it was 4, but I'm not sure.
I believe
people say it's 13. What?
I believe that one of the clubs interested in signing Reece Nelson on loan is Everton.
Interesting. I think that'd be a good signing for them because they need reinforcements. Let's be honest. I mean, Kev, quickly, I wanted to get your thoughts on this. Hopefully, we'll get something before we end our stream and go over to Goldbridge. What are your thoughts on United's Europa League fixtures? Have you seen them?
I have, yeah.
Thoughts on it? Porto away, Fenerbahce away?
Yeah, it doesn't take much to baffle me, but I was trying to get my head around the way that this was even drawn out. I had heard that the format had changed. When I come in for the Thursday night show last night, producer Greg tried explaining, it still didn't sink in. Even that Champions League format, the Europa League format, but I've obviously seen the fixtures. Can't wait for Rangers. I detest Rangers.
Why?
Big time.
Ooh, you're saying that live on air, Kev.
I am. Listen here, if you're listening, a lot of you, the last time you come to Manchester for that Europa League final and they all smashed up Manchester City Centre, there was absolute chaos. I've never forgiven for that. So I'll be there to welcome them when they come back. Oh, I'll be there.
You'll be there with your picture.
We will be there.
I'll be there. Yeah. So there you go.
Let's hope we get the win at Old Trafford for you, Kev. You'll be gutted if not.
I know.
You've got to go.
And I'll have a load of Glasgow Rangers fans come looking for me.
You've got to go to that game, Kev.
Yeah.
I'll be there on the front line. Don't you worry.
Do you know what's interesting? 20's coming to Old Trafford, which obviously Eric Ten Hag's got connections with.
Yeah. Mourinho's the main sort of headline grabber. Porto, what a fixture that is.
That's a Champions League draw. I mean, was it? Am I right in thinking Arsenal struggled against them last season?
Yeah.
Like really struggled against them. I remember Pepe being just sensational.
Yeah, that's so right.
Good. So that's,
but no way, I'm
he's
excited.
retired now, though, isn't he? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, he retired because Ronaldo done the video about it.
David Brown says a left back is needed to balance the team, and then it will be an outstanding window. I think you'll be waiting all night for that to happen. Don't think that's going to happen, unfortunately, but I do agree with you. Nails Nesbitt says take 5 off Maguire for Ugarte. We're not going to do that. Harry says, how do you all feel about? How do you all feel about City stand with Matt Silverladder featuring Betsy Ken, Robbie, Scott, Bull and Words? I'm not sure what you're on about there, mate.
I love the way you were proofreading it then. I could see your mind in overdrive thinking, what am I going to read out here?
We've got to do that.
I've been there, I've done it.
You got done the other night, didn't you?
Yeah, big time. Everyone's catching me out now.
Yeah. It's funny though.
It is really good.
It really makes me laugh.
I wouldn't mind, but I always read the first names now, and for some reason that other one, I'm not going to read it out again, but I thought it was a cider shop, so I thought it was doing them a favour by the end bit was cider.
Oh, the cider one.
So I thought I'll read it out because they paid for a super chat. I was like, thank you very much, and maybe they were trying to promote this cider shop. Got done.
Sam, you actually are the goat, you know. Before Ornstein again, can I just say?
Sam entered.
Arsenal in talks with Chelsea to sign Raheem Sterling before transfer window closes, says David Ornstein. Arsenal now actively working on the move for the 29-year-old. If deal struck, personal terms will still need to be agreed. As I reported, they're discussing personal terms.
What a machine. Are you like Sam Ornstein? Are you Ornstein?
This was my day, right?
Fabrizio Romano.
I literally got advancements on the Neto to Arsenal deal at about 12:30 last night, so I stayed till like 2 a.m. working on that. Then I went to sleep. Then I got up at 6:30, and I've been up from 6:30, and I probably won't sleep again till 2 a.m. Billy Gilmore to Napoli. Here we go. After improved bid today, and after player asking to leave, green light now arrives from Brighton. Napoli improved proposal, initial 13 million, and Billy only wanted to join them. Verbal agreement in place. Romano saying, here we go. David Ornstein reporting that Raheem Sterling and Arsenal back in talks, as I reported.
The Tartan Army rocking up at Napoli, eh?
Someone said, I know, literally, someone said Ornstein's watching the United stand stream.
Give me a text.
No, but on a serious level, like, there's been a couple of times today where you've got things, and you've said I'm on the United stand not way before, but quite a bit before, like, you know, some of the big names in the journalism world. So well played, Sam. Done really well today, and you know, Ornstein's a brilliant journalist, and so's Romano. So it's good to see like you get a few scoots before them time to time, and it's really good to see. It really is. I feel like a proud mother. A proud mother. But I'm not that much older than Sam.
Older sister.
Yeah, older sister. That's the one. But yeah, exciting stuff. I mean, Sterling to Arsenal. Personal terms, not exciting to be an issue.
Yeah.
Do you reckon he starts over Martinelli?
No.
But what a great squad player to have. And again, it's all down to Raheem Sterling. That's why when we were talking earlier about possibly him coming to United, the only thing I looked at, I thought, well, he's going to be better than Jadon Sancho because he's going to want to play for Manchester United, and that's what I wanted. But at the same time, it couldn't be on mega wages. It doesn't set the right tone. And Inos would never do that anyway. They ain't going to bring in Raheem Sterling at 29 years old on 300 grand a week. It's the way that the deal would have to be structured for me.
Well, apparently, Raheem Sterling's willing to take a wage cut. So, interesting
He's
stuff.
going to have to, isn't he, for the good of his career?
And
or he can be a mercenary like a lot of them and just sit on the bench and see his contract out.
Okay, one second. Sam, just take the lead on the video for a second.
Scott McTominay to Napoli, done deal. Scott McTominay to Napoli, done deal. I'm expecting an announcement on that literally any second. So if we can stay live for 5 more minutes, I think we'll be able to cover the McTominay deal.
You've missed your line.
Goldbridge
Sam
is...
Mented.
Oh, okay.
Sam Mented.
Scott McTominay to Napoli, Sam Mented.
Yeah, there's the first one.
Go.
First ever one.
There we go.
It'll stick that.
Any minute now. Literally, I'm expecting it in 1 minute. So yeah.
Scott McTominay, official from United. Are we all going to tear up at the videos? I'm not going to lie, guys.
Have you just watched it?
No, I've not yet. But when I watch the McTominay videos of him leaving, I'm probably going to cry. I cried when the Fred video came out. Like, I will cry. I will cry at the John Lewis Christmas advert.
She created McFred.
Oh, do you know what? McFred's ended.
It's officially dead and done.
Yeah,
really?
On the United stand. No way. Literally,
that's best claim to fame. That never mind being on the United stand. McFred
and they used it on Sky Sports once. I remember.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah. So McFred, that was how I got onto the United stand. It was my staple.
Yeah, it was.
I'm waiting on McTominay now.
McFred is dead.
Official Scott McTominay photo of him in a Napoli top. I don't know if you guys can see or if we can zoom in, but that is Scott McTominay in a Oh, are we doing
What
it?
is he sat at a desk?
Wow, it's actually quite a good video,
my
actually.
WhatsApp notifications, but that
Cover his phone number.
my sources, but that is Scott McTominay.
Let me see.
Oh my, it's all going off.
Do you want me to get it up?
He sat at a table.
Wait, I can
sat
get it up.
at a table. Official, done. Deal.
I wish him all the best. There we go. There's a bigger
let
picture.
me just check my tabs. No, I'm all right. That's what he said. I'm joking. Scott McTominay officially to Napoli. You can see it on the screen there. Yeah, sat in the.
I'm expecting Manchester United to now push forward the Man Ugarte announcement.
Yes.
Come on, next couple of minutes.
At least we got something after being.
We got some official Scott McTominay, and when they do the video announcements of him going from United, I will probably be very upset. But it's for the.
I wish him all the best.
For the greater good, and honestly, can I just say, for as much as I know a lot of people want him to leave, he's a genuinely really nice guy and he loves United. So let's wish him all the best, everyone. But look, the time has come to hand over to Mr. Goldbridge. Kev, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Brilliant work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Matt, Bronwyn, Ryan, Greg, everyone behind the scenes. They've been absolutely brilliant today. The producers and everybody working their absolute hardest to make sure we bring you a full jam-packed transfer deadline day, and Ricky as well. Can't forget him, so I have to include him. But look, everyone, were some technical issues at some points. You know, that's the way it is. It's real over here.
Shout out to Maud as well.
Oh yeah, shout out to Maud. Oh, God, I keep forgetting people. And shout out to Jadon Sancho for keeping us in the content for today. But anyway,
and Sterling.
And Sterling, yeah. But anyway, thank you everyone for watching. Really appreciate every single one of your super chats. Hit a like on the video. Go and infiltrate Mark's chat with Scooby-Doo has gone, or it is the end of McFred. We'll see you later, everyone. Thank you for watching. We will see you on the next.